I'd like to welcome everyone to the Glendale City Council meeting of... We have a full house this evening. It's been a while since we've had that. Welcome everyone to Glendale City Hall, to your council chambers. We are calling this evening's City Council meeting to order at 6:08 p.m. Mr. Adjournment, may we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Asadrian.
Here.
Brotman.
Here.
Devine.
Here.
Najarian. And Mayor Kasakian.
Here. Now, we have some very special guests with us in the chambers this evening. If I can ask Troop 71234 to come up to the podium this evening, Girl Scout Troop 71234 to come up to the podium. Welcome, Girl Scouts. I'd like to ask you if you could introduce yourselves. Tell us your names. Don't all rush the podium at once. Or I can read off the names. Mr. Feinberg, should I read them off? All right. We have with us this evening Maya, Chloe, Vivian, Sienna, Olivia, Olive, Lorelei, and Amelia. Did I miss anyone? Do we have everyone? Wonderful. Oh, who did I miss? What was your name? And Catherine. How could I forget Catherine? All right. Now, this troop of young ladies is going to lead us in the flag salute. So we'd like to ask everyone to rise and face the flag. And who among you is going to lead us? Why don't you all come up to the podium, speak directly into that mic. Mr. Feinberg, can I ask you to lower the mic? All right, there you go. They got it. There you go. All right.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all. Now I'm going to ask you guys all to stand while we read tonight's invocation, and then my colleagues and I want to come down and give you some presents. Mr. Clerk.
Heavenly Father, we pray that you will bless this meeting. We pray for your guidance in this matter at hand and ask that we conduct our work with a spirit of joy and enthusiasm. This Thanksgiving, we thank you for the goodness of our people and for the spirit of justice that fills this nation. We thank you for our health, for our families, and for our work. Let your goodness flow throughout our hearts and hands as we reach out to one another in the full, true joy of Thanksgiving. Amen.
Amen. Now, all right. You guys may all be seated. Ladies, welcome to Glendale City Hall. Have any of you been here before? No, first time? All right, but you guys did get to sit here and use the gavel before the meeting started. My colleagues and I would like to each one of us is going to give you one of these city council pins. So we're going to come down.
I'm Ellen. I'm sitting here.
Okay, here's one. You know how it works, there's a magnet on the back.
Nice to meet you.
And you take one, we need a few more over here.
Lorelei, here's your pen.
What do you want? Want to put right there?
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
See how it works over here? Put
Were
it
any of you at the flag retirement ceremony? They burned the flags. They retired the flags. Were you there? I'm Ellen. It was great, wasn't it?
Do you want me to put it on?
Anybody else here that was at the flag retirement?
One on the back, one on the front.
I hope that seat is yours today, okay?
Did you get one? Everybody got one? Are we taking a picture? No pictures?
Oh, do you? All right, let's all do a group photo, parents.
Oh my God. Okay, why don't you come up, come in front a little bit more, okay? Yeah, we'll stand behind you, because otherwise, nobody will see you.
Everyone smile and act like we're having fun. You guys get to go home soon enough. Say Girl Scouts. Girl Scouts. Cookies. All right. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Good job.
All right, let's hear it one more time for Troop 71234. That concludes the fun portion of this evening's council meeting. Yeah. Good night. No, I'm kidding. All right. Mr. Acting Clerk Ajemian, may we have your report, please?
The agenda for November 15, 2022 regular meeting of the Glendale City Council was posted on Tuesday, November 8th, 2022 on the bulletin board outside City Hall.
Thank you. And next we have presentation and appointments, but before we go to the agenda preview for the meetings of Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022, and I'll just take care of that myself. We're dark next week. Everyone have a happy and wonderful and safe Thanksgiving. We'll see you in 2 weeks after today. I will turn it over to Mr. Galanian for a very special appointment and announcement.
Thank you very much. Mayor Kasakian, members of City Council, please allow me to take this opportunity to respectfully recommend and request that you confirm and approve my recommendation for the appointment of John Taktalian to be the next Assistant City Manager. John's been with the City of Glendale. That's fine.
That's fine.
There'll be other opportunities too. John's been with the City of Glendale for 20 years. He started as a child laborer here. All of it in the city manager's office. However, in the last few years, he's been assigned to lead several departments and divisions on interim basis, namely community development, information services, integrated waste management of Department of Public Works, as well as GWP twice. John has a bachelor's degree in business administration, a master's degree in public administration, both from Cal State Northridge. He started his career with the city as an administrative assistant, moved up the ranks to administrative associate, administrative analyst, assistant to city manager, and most currently deputy city manager for the last 10 years. His areas of expertise include financial management, performance management, disaster planning and response, policy and program implementation, intergovernmental coordination, and personnel management, just to name a few. Some of John's notable accomplishments include the recent Blue Ribbon Pension Review Committee, successful negotiations with employee associations, the city's first key performance indicators, and the citywide first annual reports. Mr. Taktalian has been serving as hearing officer for grievance and Skelly hearings, and in the past as the executive director of the Arroyo Verdugo Council of Governments, as well as participation in the formation of the San Fernando Valley Council of Governments. He's a current member of the Character and Ethics Board of Directors. Mr. Taktalian lives in Glendale with his two beautiful children, Lori and Daron, and their wonderful mother, Anahit, as well as his girlfriend, Narine, who are all in the audience. With that, Mr. Mayor, Mayor City Council, it's my distinct pleasure and honor to introduce Mr. Taktalian as your new Assistant City Manager.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your recommendation. I do have a card that was submitted on this item. We'll hear from this gentleman, and then afterwards we'll take a motion and a second. So first speaker, or the speaker on this item, Mr. Mohill, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Kasakian and council members. I've known John for, 12 years. I've seen him go up the ladder. I've criticized him and I praised him. He gets it both sides and he knows that. But I'm happy to say that you chose him as your new assistant city manager. I know he'll do a good job because I've seen him in action. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mohill. And let's entertain now, let's have a motion.
Okay.
Councilmember Devine?
All right, I'm happy to move and ask for a second from my council members that the council acting pursuant to Glendale Charter Article 9, Section 4, hereby approves the city manager's appointment of John Taktalian as the Assistant City Manager of the City of Glendale.
All right, we need a second.
Second that?
All right, let's have roll call, please.
Councilmember Asadorian,
Yes?
Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Najarian, and Mayor Kasakian.
Yes, congratulations. Mr. Taktalian, come up.
Thank you very much. It's been a while since I've actually had to stand up here and do anything, but I wanted to take this opportunity to thank the City Council. I want to thank you for bestowing the trust through this action tonight and the support that you've shown. I also want to thank our city manager for all the challenges and professional growth opportunities afforded me, which have led to me standing in front of you today as the Assistant City Manager for the City of Glendale. And equally as important, I'd like to thank my family, who's sitting in the front row over here, for all of their support over the years, all of their understanding, all the late evenings coming home from city council meetings, missed events and such, but most of all for being understanding and supportive when at times I've taken some challenging issues from the workplace into the home inadvertently. It's a challenge, but they've absolutely helped me get through that. I'll just share a little bit about my personal story here and why this is so important to me. But I recall my first few weeks here in the city of Glendale when I started in 2002. During those first few days, I literally walked around this campus with a smile on my face because this was a place like no other that I had ever worked before. And believe it or not, I had had other jobs prior to my child labor days. I had permits to work. And the reason was not only were the employees cordial, but there was a common culture. There is a common culture in this organization, and really it focuses on three main elements. The first is we're all focused on helping residents in some form of support that they require. The second is maintaining, but more so, building upon the quality of life that our residents expect from us. Third, and most importantly to me, it's for helping those who are in need and have very few other sources to turn to. Working for the city as an hourly employee was truly the first time I felt that I was personally making a difference. And that's the primary force that's allowed me to sustain the challenges that come with being a leader in an organization, the scale, size, scope, and magnitude that is the city of Glendale. I'll share this with you that once every month, first Monday of the month, I spend a portion of my morning with new employees who are going through our city's new employee orientation process. And each time I start off with allowing each of the employees to introduce themselves, introduce the department that they work for, and explain what it is that they do for that particular department. I really do that as an opportunity to draw a nexus between the work that one department does and that of their colleagues that are sitting next to them in that room on that particular day. It's not until the very end of that process that I share my own experience about how I sat through that same room over 2 decades ago next to a man that we all know, Onik Bulanikian, our community development, our Director of Community Services and Parks. And over the course of the following 2 decades, both he, myself, and countless others who have risen to leadership positions within this organization have truly relied upon one another. We've learned from one another, we've supported one another, and all of that to ensure that the services that we provide are the absolute best that we possibly can for our residents with the resources that we have available to us. Many of those people I just referenced are either in the room tonight behind me or watching from home, so I'd like to take this opportunity to thank each of you for your support and guidance over the years, as well as for your continued commitment to our common cause. Without working in unison with one another to effectuate the City Council's policy directives, we wouldn't have been nearly as effective in our service delivery to our residents and businesses alike. And finally, I'll end these comments with a genuine and heartfelt appreciation for this community, the hardworking women and men of this organization, our executive leadership team, and ultimately the City Council, who has entrusted all of us with leading Glendale into the foreseeable future. With that, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone want to say anything? Go ahead. Go ahead.
I said this to John a bit ago, but I think, I've known him since 2002, and watching John go through the ranks and take on different positions over the years has been a delight. And I'm confident that with this new position, you're going to bring a lot of not just institutional knowledge on how we can make things better for our employees, but also innovative ways in how we cater to our community. I've seen your dedication to the city, and I know that you call the city home, and I'm absolutely delighted to see you in this new position. So thank you for your service, and I look forward to working with you along with my colleagues.
Councilmember Devine.
Okay. Well, John, congratulations. I think I must have met you in 2002, or maybe 2003 when we first worked on Relay for Life, and he was driving the trucks around, and there were a lot of young people there that were on staff, and now they've all kind of risen to the top. Your resume speaks for itself, of course. You have a lot of experience here. You are part of the fabric, actually, of the Glendale staff and our community here in the city, and I know that you're going to continue to do a great job. And I just wish you all the best. I just wish you all the best.
Well, congratulations, first of all. I asked City Manager Galanian what's going to change, and he said nothing because you're already doing the job. So you're getting one of these promotions that unfortunately happen too often, where you've already been doing the job and you're finally getting recognized for it. So thank you for all that you have done, stepping in and covering in a lot of departments when we've had turnover, and you've gone in there and done the acting role with aplomb. Is that the word? Anyway, you've done it well. And just looking forward to continue to work with you.
And I'll echo what my colleagues have said. I know that if Councilmember Najarian, who's out ill this evening, was here with us, he would also agree with everything that's been said. You've been the number 2 person in this organization. Now you have the approval and official title to go with all of the hard work that you've put in. For those who are perhaps new to the chambers or are not followers of our regularly televised show every week, Mr. Taktalian is someone who every time we've needed to fill in a gap in the organization when a department head has retired or departed, he's the person that we've called upon to fill that role. And he's done it well. He knows this organization inside and out. And you even got some accolades from Mr. Mohill, which is great. So enjoy it. It may be a short honeymoon, but we're all rooting for you and your success. Congratulations, and congratulations to your family. We're all very proud of him. Thank you very much. Congratulations. With that, Mr. Clerk, what is next?
Next is item B, reappointment of Savannah Zadurian to Arts and Culture Commission.
This was Councilmember Brotman's nomination, and I'm glad that it's on the agenda now. Mr. Brotman, would you like to say anything about this before we vote on it?
Well, Savannah has been on the Arts and Culture Commission for the past 4+ years, and I'm re-nominating her for another 4 years. I didn't ask her to come and speak to us because she's been on, so I think we can just go to a vote.
All right, great. Let's have the roll call, please.
Councilmember Asadurian?
Yes?
Brotman?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Najarian? And Mayor Kasakian.
Yes, thank you. Next is, I believe, the consent items, but I'd like to pull 4E off. Are there any other requests to pull any items off, either from the audience or my colleagues? No?
I'll move the balance of the calendar.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
You have a motion and a second. Let's have roll call on the consent calendar.
Councilmember Asadurian?
Yes?
Brotman?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Najarian? And Mayor Kasakian.
Yes, can you please read 4E into the record?
Public Works regarding traffic signal synchronization project, including optimized traffic signal timing and synchronization of 50 signalized intersections in downtown Glendale. 1, motion authorizing staff to implement the traffic signal synchronization project.
Yeah, I think this is something that would interest a lot in the community. I received a request from a member of the community to have this item pulled and have it explained. Mr. Imrani, I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. I'll ask our principal traffic engineer, Mr. Pastor Casanova, to come up and provide a quick overview of this item.
Thank you. Mayor Kasakian and members of the City Council, this traffic signal synchronization project encompasses 50 locations. It's within the downtown area. It is part of a bigger project that incorporated some infrastructure improvements, communication improvements, as well as building or creating a citywide traffic signal operation model that could optimize the operations within the city. This component, which is 50 traffic signals within the downtown area, would be the first step or the first phase in implementing a synchronization citywide.
All right.
Thank you.
Any questions? Go ahead.
I do have some comments. I was going to pull this anyway, so I don't know if you want to come back up, because I'll have some questions for you, and some comments. So, I mean, first, broadly, I understand that this is about, efficiency for cars, but I want to make sure that we give equal priority, if not greater priority, to efficiency for, and safety for all the other modes of getting around the city. So I did speak to you, Mr. Casanova, Casanova, right?
Yes.
I drew a blank. I was thinking Pasanova. No, Pastor Casanova. And I just want to reiterate, I just want for you to assure us that the intent here is to get cars traveling at the posted speeds and to reduce collisions. And to make sure that we do get some kind of a report back, ideally within 6 months to a year, we get a report back on how this is working. Are we seeing speeds that are more compliant with our posted signals? Are we seeing a reduction in collisions at these intersections? Maybe 6 months isn't really going to give you enough time to get some data, but maybe a year. So if you could just comment on that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Kasaki and members of the City Council, Councilman Brotman. The synchronization effort really is a part of overall traffic signal management. As part of that management, really, we take into consideration all modes of travel. So although the synchronization will be to synchronize vehicle flow along a corridor, all of that synchronization works around the basic parameters that are provided for pedestrian safety as well as bicycle safety. So all those really govern, and the synchronization patterns for the vehicles work around that infrastructure. So in essence, we're balancing the overall traffic management for all users, not just vehicles. On the plus side, we do coordinate or synchronize the vehicles to obtain those goals, as you mentioned, to reduce greenhouse gases, reduce unnecessary delay, reduce pollution. But we also synchronize those signals at the posted speed limit. So to give a quick example, how does that benefit? Is that if there's a vehicle that's traveling along a corridor at the speed limit, they could potentially go along that corridor hitting green lights. But if there's a faster vehicle, say it sees the green and they step on it and go faster than the speed limit, they would most likely encounter a red light as they're coming up. So that is one of the benefits of this synchronization, is that all of this is programmed into the model at the posted speed limit.
Right. So that's good. And I want to make sure as we vote on this, or as we make the motion to approve this, that we include a report back, let's say within a year, on the results in terms of speeding, because speeding is one of the top concerns of residents here, and collisions, to see how this is really working out. Okay, so that's one thing. The other thing is, I would like to see if we could program what are called pedestrian head starts or leading pedestrian intervals into these changes that we make now, rather than consider them at a later date. There is a bill, and it's called AB 2264, which was recently signed by the governor, and I'm just going to read a little thing I read about it. It says that it requires agencies to adjust red-green cycles to include a walk signal 3 to 7 seconds before the signal turns green for cars. It applies in residential and business districts. There's a long list of where it applies. But it says that these LPIs, leading pedestrian intervals or pedestrian head start, must be added when signals are newly placed or undergo maintenance. So I don't know if we're required to do it now, but obviously the intent of the legislature is that this starts getting implemented on a regular basis, and I would like us to implement it now. According to Caltrans, leading pedestrian intervals reduce crashes, reduce pedestrian vehicle crashes by approximately 40%. So it's a very significant and relatively low-cost way of reducing these kinds of collisions affecting pedestrians at intersections. So I would like to ask if my colleagues would support having staff add LPIs to these intersections that you're including in the synchronization.
All right.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Was that part of the plan?
What?
Was
Let me
that
ask.
part of the?
Mr. Mayor, member of City Council, I'd like for our Director of Public Works, Mr. Amrani, to weigh in on the possibility of adding this element to the contract.
Thank you, Mr. Galanian. Councilmember Brotman, we have looked at these 50 locations. There's 40 of them can be programmed to have this leading pedestrian interval. So those 40, we should be able to, we've looked at well, let me back up. This is part of a grant program that we're doing, the implementation of this traffic signal synchronization. And we have looked at it, and we should be able to accommodate that between now and February, which is the date for the grant to be completed. So we're going to make every effort to do that with our own internal staff. We'll also look at the possibility if we need to add additional funding for a consultant to come in, but we've looked at it, and we're confident that we should be able to accomplish that for 40 out of the 50.
And what's then the other 10 we can't do because of
They're not
technical
set up, yeah, they're not set up for LPIs at this time.
Okay, well, 40 is good start. And if you could also just look at that legislation, because I would like to know, and I'm sure my colleagues would all like to know, what the new rules of the game are for implementing LPIs. I mean, it's just a great thing. We should have done this a long time ago, and it's a low-cost way of really making the city safer.
Yes.
Will that be doable? Is
Yeah,
that something you can
we'll
do?
take a look at it and report back.
Okay. With that, does that
With that,
satisfy
I
you?
will move the item.
A second.
All right, let's have a roll call, please.
Thank you.
Councilmember Asadrian,
Yes.
Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Najarian, and Mayor Kasaki.
Yes. Thank you. All right, let's move on. What is next?
Next item is City Council and staff comments.
Who would like to go first?
I will. I just have one quick item. There were a lot of events in the last couple of weeks, and I'm not going to go into all of them that I attended, one being the YMCA 100th anniversary, which was fantastic. But the Girl Scouts were here, and one of the events that I attended was the flag retirement ceremony, which was held, Girl Scouts of Greater Los Angeles, at the Montrose Program Center, led by women, for women. It was beautiful backyard ceremony where they actually burned American flags. And I was talking to some of the Girl Scouts down there, and some of them were actually there. But that ceremony left such a patriotic feeling that it was just unbelievable. But it was very nice. If you've never had the opportunity to be at a flag retirement ceremony and you get the opportunity, you should take it, just to kind of feel good about our country and our flag. Thank you. That's it.
All right, who else? Councilmember Asadrian.
I'll actually add, I was also at that event, and one of my favorite things was the fact that The Girl Scouts had also invited our women police officers who were present in hopes of also engaging them. And so I personally learned a lot about how to properly retire an American flag and honor it. And so I thought it was a beautiful ceremony. Also wanted to thank everybody that was involved in hosting the Glendale Health Festival, which was much more comprehensive than in years past this year. And so thank you to our Parks Department, the Armenian American Medical Society, our hospitals, and everybody involved. I think there's a very long list of events that I attended, so I'm going to save everybody the time. And if we don't get a chance at the end, we have a wonderful holiday coming next weekend. And so if you whether you're here or you'll be traveling to be with family, I want to wish everybody a very happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I just have two things. One of them is, if you could put that up, Aram, did you get that? Yeah, I was asked by the president of Brand Associates, Deborah Thompson, just to let everybody know about something that's coming up at the Brand Library. It's called Made Out of What? And I'll just read what Deborah asked me to read to you. Brand Associates is proud to partner with Made Out of What? For this timely presentation, focusing on artists and organizations engaged with the challenge of the worldwide issue of consumer waste. It is on December 1st, Thursday, and I guess there's some free receptions, free refreshments, so no reason not to go. So that was number one. Number two is just, we had an election recently, and democracy prevailed. No violence, none of all the things we all feared. So it's a great relief to all of us, and that's it. Just wanted to share that. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Yes, there were many events. A couple of weekends ago, Councilmember Brotman and I took a tour of our water sources out in Nevada, Arizona, and through the desert, through the Colorado River Aqueduct. We first visited Hoover Dam, and I'll be reporting out on that. We took city staff with us, and in the interest of time, I won't get into that. The only one thing I'd like to mention is I was invited to attend a very interesting, and it was my first such event, St. Martin's Festival with the First German United Methodist Church. That's a church on Glen Oaks, next to the Yum Yum Donuts. It's a beautiful structure. Many people have probably passed it, close to Hoover High School. A very wonderful, warm parish and parishioners, and Pastor Kurt Poland welcomed me, and children decorated lanterns. And the story of St. Martin is that he was a Roman soldier who tore his robe in half to help keep someone warm on a cold winter night. And then he was canonized as a saint. And I think it's a great way to kick off the season of giving as we give thanks next week, and we look forward to what comes afterwards with the different holidays that are celebrated in our community. So thank you to Pastor Poland and to the community for inviting me to that. With that, I have nothing else to add other than to echo Councilmember Asatryan's Thanksgiving well wishes to everyone. Have a safe and happy Thanksgiving. And again, we'll see you back here in a couple of weeks, wherever you are, whether you're here in Chambers or watching from home. With that, do we have any cards for any comments, Mr. Ajemian?
For community event announcements, we have a 3-minute portion. We have one card I just handed to you, and we have 2 callers.
Sure. Mr. Mohel, you're here in Chambers, so you get to speak first, and by speaking at this portion, you forego the ability to speak at the 5-minute portion at the conclusion. You may approach the podium. You'll have 3 minutes.
Before I start, I want to mention that last weekend was Veterans Day, and I'm glad to see people attending it. Okay?
Yes.
I am a vet, Vietnam. Okay, I'm ready. Good evening, council members. My name is Mike Mohill. Mayor Kasakian, you're right. woke Democrat State Senator Anthony Portantino did not vote for SB 10, but voted for SB 9. SB 9 allows a single-family dwelling to be split into 4 units, plus an ADU, a total of 5 units requiring no additional parking. This council continued silence on SB 9, SB 10, and ADUs is telling Glendale voters that you agree with the woke Democrat State Senator Anthony Portantino and the woke State Assemblywoman Laura Freeman on their attack on local zoning. You believe in a higher density of people in single-family residential neighborhoods. On the other hand, if this council believes in local zoning, then please have the city of Glendale join the cities of Redondo Beach, Torrance, Whittier, and Carson and sue the state of California. If you choose not to sue, then you agree with woke Democrat State Senator Anthony Portantino and woke Democrat State Assemblywoman Laura Freeman. The goal of the so-called progressive liberal Democrats is to destroy the American dream, to live in a quiet single-family residential neighborhood. The so-called progressive liberal Democrats want all people to live in an area of high density and crime. For the so-called progressive liberal Democrats, single-family residential neighborhood is to create diversity, equity, and inclusion, so-called social justice. Councilman Dan Brotman, you are an advocate for forcing people to take a bus, ride a bicycle, or walk to work, school, and shop, come rain or shine, even in the environment of COVID. SB 9 and SB 10 will continue destroying single-family residential neighborhoods in such neighborhoods as Northwest Glendale and Rossmoint. It is a shame that Councilman Dan Brotman, along with woke politician Anthony Portantino and Laura Freeman, recently attended the gala of the Glendale Historical Society. You all pretended, along with Councilwoman Ellen Asatrian, who does not believe in historic districts and cannot define what a woman is, to attend the gala of the Glendale Historical Society. What a joke. Thank you.
Okay. Well, folks, please, let's, we have a long meeting to get through. If you agree with someone, I don't know, wave your hands, but by applauding, you're not helping the meeting run any faster. Okay, let's go to the telephone calls.
Tom O'Shaughnessy? Tom? Tom, can you hear us?
I worked the 11
Tom, can you hear
days.
us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Tom. You can start over.
Okay. Mayor Kasakian, members of the City Council, I just wanted to share with you that I worked the election the 11 days going into last Tuesday at the Central Library. I wanted to commend the library staff for being such marvelous hosts, being cordial and professional when we kind of took over the entire upstairs auditorium for that period of time. And I wanted to thank the City of Glendale and all of you for supporting the electoral process, one of the fundamentals of our democracy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next caller, please.
Kathleen Strins, you have 3 minutes. Kathleen, go ahead. Kathleen, can you hear me? Kathleen, can you hear me? Kathleen? You have 3 minutes, Kathleen.
Going once, going twice.
Kathleen?
All right, well, maybe she'll call later or call back. All right, thank you. Let's move on. Before we move on, I just want to say, lest anyone think that we forgot Veterans Day last week in council chambers. We spoke about Veterans Day. I had an opportunity to go to the Forest Lawn Veterans Day event, which is held again on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, which is when their armistice was signed during World War I. It was a great event. There were some Glendale veterans there. quite a few, and it was a very nice event. We also honored our local city employees who have served in our armed forces by providing them breakfast. And by breakfast, it was donuts and coffee, but it was a good time. It was had by all. So thank you for everyone who serves our country. Less than 1% of Americans serve in our armed forces. So if you know a veteran, please thank them for their service. What is next?
Next is item number 7. Next is item number 7. 7, adoption of ordinances. A, community development regarding ordinance amending section 30.11.020, 30.11.050, and 30.34.080, and repealing and replacing 30.34.110 of Title 30 to the Glendale Municipal Code, 1995, establishing standards and ministerial processes for reviewing and approving eligible SB 9 projects, minimum floor area ratio standards for certain multifamily housing development projects, SB 478, and the incorporation of state law amendments and minor modifications and clarifications related to accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units, case number PZC 000-2022, introduced by Council Member Devine on November 1st, 2022.
Okay, are there any comments or questions? We don't have a card on this. I do have one question, but if no one does, I'll go. So on the height issue, and I'm sorry, I'm not a building expert, so when this was presented, it didn't really occur to me until someone in the community who is brought this issue up. And it was something that was all the way out deep in the report on page, I think it was 75. As it relates to a height limit of 16 feet for detached accessory dwelling unit on a lot with existing or proposed single-family dwelling units, there was some concern that that limit is too short, practically speaking, especially if you're trying to, I know we require for structures to align in terms of style with an existing structure, and if something has a pitched roof, it could be up to 25 feet, and the maximum allowed by what is proposed is 20 feet, but that may not be enough or adequate for a structure above a garage. Is that something that staff can look into or consider before adoption of this? Because I'd hate for us to adopt something that we didn't carefully consider and then have to come back and modify it.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. That is correct. 16 feet will not provide 2 stories. That is something that we could look into further unless, actually, there she is. Never mind. Ms. Nukian can provide some input as well.
Good afternoon, Mayor Kasaki and members of the council. I just want to clarify that we currently do not allow ADUs above garages. That did not change with this state law amendment. All the state law amendment requires cities to do is to allow above 16 feet, so 18 feet, 20 feet, et cetera, whatever the state law mandates, but that does not mean we have to allow them above garages, and we are still, staff is recommending not to allow ADUs above garages due to the fact that they do tend to have 0 setback, and because of this, the privacy issues that arise due to the second story, which sits on top of a garage.
So we won't be in, I mean, we don't expect the state to tell us that we're in violation of their intent if we do this?
No, we do not expect that because the plain language of the state law does not require it. We also had an off-the-record conversation with a member of the Housing and Community Development Department about our current prohibition on ADUs above garages, and they acknowledged that the state law does not mandate allowing that.
Okay. And are there any circumstances where a 2-story ADU would be allowed or an ADU would be allowed to have a second story?
Well, if the height limits, I can't really comment on whether the height limits, Mr. Calvert said, and I believe Ms. Asp has told me that 16 feet might not get you to 2 stories. 18 feet probably won't either. I don't know about 20. We certainly could make, allow more in certain cases. That would be up to the Community Development Department to allow that in certain situations. I believe that could occur if compatibility is an issue.
Okay, because there's one section here that says, a height of 25 feet or the height limitation of the underlying zoning district, whichever is lower, for an accessory dwelling unit that is attached to the primary dwelling. In no case shall the accessory dwelling unit exceed 2 stories.
Correct.
Okay. So that is not referring to, how would that work? To explain to me how, in what circumstances that would be allowed.
I'm sorry, I'm not
Because it says a
understanding.
dwelling unit exceeding, in no case shall the accessory dwelling unit exceed 2 stories. Okay, but then 25 feet is pretty tall, right?
Yeah, I can turn that over to Mr. Calvert for that
Correct, and just
detail.
because the height may allow for additional stories, it doesn't mean that the additional stories can actually be there. You'll note that there are several instances throughout our zoning code where we have heights that will allow you to go taller, but the number of stories, essentially you couldn't add in the full number of stories. A good example is we have zones where 55 feet are allowed, but we only allow 3 stories.
Okay.
So just because we allow that height doesn't mean that it would be 2 stories.
Okay, well, all right, I hope that we have, it sounds like you guys have done the homework on it. I just don't want a scenario where someone comes in and says, okay, well, I'm building an accessory dwelling unit and it needs to have a pitched roof because my home has a pitched roof and it has to be similar to that, and then we find out that it's gonna exceed it by 1 foot or 2 foot, and then we have the whole plans changed. That's not gonna happen.
I mean, I can't stand here right now and tell you that that won't happen, but I believe we would have the flexibility to allow that additional height if we wanted to. We could certainly, come back for an amendment, or we could talk to HCD about it. I mean, that would be a very easy fix if that situation did come up. We have had to course correct a few times since ADU, the state law was first enacted in 2016. So it is a learning process. So hopefully we won't encounter that situation, but I think we can adequately address it if it arises.
Okay, all right, thank you, I'm satisfied. Who would like to make the motion?
I'll make a motion. I'll move the item.
Second.
All right, may we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Asadrian,
Yes.
Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Najarian, and Mayor Kasakian.
Yes, let's have item 7B read into the record.
7B, Community Development regarding ordinance adopting the 2022 California Building Code as Volume IA, the 2022 California Residential Code as Volume IB, the 2022 California Existing Building Code as Volume IC, the 2022 California Plumbing Code as Volume 2, the 2022 California Mechanical Code as Volume 3, the 2022 California Electrical Code as Volume 5, the 1997 Uniform Housing Code as Volume 6, the 2022 California Fire Code as Volume 7, the Glendale Security Code as Volume 8, and the Glendale Commercial Industrial Property Maintenance Code as Volume 9, and the 2022 California Green Building Standard Code as Volume 10, and of which comprise the Building and Safety Code of the City of Glendale 2023. This was introduced by Councilmember Najarian on November 1st, 2022.
Okay, well, in the absence of Councilmember Najarian, who would like to make the motion?
I'll move the item.
Mayor, before we make a motion, I do have a caller on this item.
Okay, let's go to the call.
Kim Orby? Kim Orby, can you hear me, Kim?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, Glendale Council, city members. My name is Kimberly Orbe, and I'm calling on behalf of the Sierra Club, the Angeles chapter. I really want to take a moment to thank you all for the work that has gone into this, including the staff and the council who has been supportive of this. I'm really thankful for your climate leadership and putting forth much needed climate policies. I'm just here to speak in support of the staff recommendations on the building electrification ordinance with the limited exemptions, and I urge the Glendale City Council to also vote in support. I'm really excited for this language, for the limited exemptions. I'm just really excited to see Glendale take action and join the over 60 communities across California who have already adopted local building electrification reach codes and ordinance. So thank you so much, and looking forward to some great news after this. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. I think that's actually the next item. That's for 7C, but we appreciate the call. And for 7B, if there are no other comments or questions, we have a motion on it. Do we have a second? May we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Asadrian,
Yes.
Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Najarian, and Mayor Kasakian.
Yes, now let's read 7C into the record.
7C, Management Services regarding amending the Glendale Building and Safety Code, volume to adopt local amendments to the 2022 edition of the California Building and Energy Code pertaining to building electrification, solar photovoltaic, and electric vehicle charging installations, introduced by Councilmember Brotman on November 1st, 2022.
Okay. We do have a card on this, and we just heard from a caller. Do we have any other callers?
Mayor, we do not have any callers.
Okay. So before I hear from my colleagues, Kate Unger, you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Kasakian, members of City Council and staff. Tried to get out of my seat early, but still took some time. I just wanted to thank you all very much, and particularly to staff of the Office of Sustainability, David Jones and Elizabeth Harris, and the consultant. And I wanted to say that I believe with passage of these ordinances, Glendale is going to be the largest city in Southern California to have adopted a REACH code for building electrification. And together with these other ordinances, these are all great, smart, and sustainability focused. It's great to have Glendale as a regional leader in this way among all the many others that we are. And I'm just pleased to be here. I don't want to keep this short, just wanted to thank you all again.
All right, thank you very much. Who would like to make the motion?
Well, I have a question or two.
Go ahead.
If I could. If staff, is David Jones here?
Yes,
Somebody
Mr.
that can
Jones is
speak?
here.
Yes, there he is. Yeah, could just perhaps tell us quickly the change that you made to the ordinance from when we saw it last regarding EV charging waivers and how you handled that.
I'm Mayor Kasakian, Councilmember Brotman. Thank you for that question. So, yes, when we introduced the ordinance regarding EV charging, we put a waiver in there stating that if there's no local utility power supply or the local utility is unable to supply adequate power, there will be an exemption for putting in EV charging at these locations. So we took away that waiver entirely, and we've replaced that with new construction projects with site-specific electricity capacity limitations should, where technically feasible, install ALMS and/or electricity infrastructure to comply with this section. And what we mean by that was, so when we're talking about ALMS, we're talking about automatic load management systems. So you have multiple cars charging on like EV systems. It will manage to see which car has the lowest charge and charge that up, and so it will go through a cycle of charges. So that way we can overcome the capacity issue. And then the other one is, so if it's technically feasible, that we have to develop the electricity infrastructure to be able to supply those charging for the automobiles, for the EV charging stations.
Okay, thank you. And one more thing before you go. I understand that all the 3 elements of this REACH code, the electrification, EV charging, and solar photovoltaic, will all come into effect on January 1st, even though we have not gotten on the CEC docket for December. Can you just talk us through that?
So yeah, so the codes go to 2 bodies, the California Energy Commission, and the one REACH code that goes to that is the photovoltaic REACH code, because you're affecting energy efficiency in buildings. So that has to go through a California Energy Commission process. It has to get on their docket. There has to be a 15-day comment period, and they have to review it. We sent up that portion of the code to CEC already for them to like pre-review it. And the information coming back from them is we can implement this ordinance on January 1st. Just that CEC approval process just gives us additional legislative cover if we're potentially sued around this REACH code. So just provides us cover. The other two codes, the Building Electrification Code and the EV Code, they go through to the Building Standards Commission, and that's just a review process, so we just have to submit the codes to them, and then they'll...
Okay, so as long as we adopt this today, this will go into effect on January 1st.
So if we adopt this today, we'll send the packets up to the CEC and Building Standards Commission tomorrow with all the information that they require.
Okay. And then just a comment before I make the motion. I just want to thank you, David, and Elizabeth, for a lot of hard work that went into this over a long time. I also want to thank Kate Unger, who was just up here, and other members of the Glendale Environmental Coalition, but in particular Kate, I know worked really hard with the Building Decarbonization Coalition, so thank them as well, to pull this all together. It was a real, I think, team effort between staff and the community. It's really the way things should work. I thought it was fantastic, and this is a landmark decision I think we're going to make. That is not the first, but I think the first of our size and in Southern California, and probably one of the most comprehensive of the REACH codes that have been passed. So I'm very, very proud that we're getting to this point. We've gotten to this point, and I will make the motion to adopt this REACH code.
I'll second.
All right, thank you. Let's have roll call, please.
Councilmember Asadrian,
Yes?
Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Najarian, and Mayor Kasakian.
Yes. All right, thank you very much. Let's go to the action items. Please read 8A into the record.
8A, Community Services and Parks regarding award of contract for catering services for the city's elderly nutrition program. 8A1, a resolution dispensing with competitive bidding for catering services for the city's elderly nutrition program, ENP, and authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute a contract with Trio Community Meals, LLC, in an amount not to exceed $2 million to provide regularly scheduled and emergency congregate meals and home-delivered meals from December 1st, 2022 to November 30th, 2026, with the city having an option to renew the contract for 2 additional years in an amount not to exceed $1,100,000 for the total amount not to exceed $3,100,000 for the combined initial and renewal terms.
All right. Mr. Galanian, Mr. Kavarian?
I was just going to invite Maggie Kavarian, introduce Maggie. She's no stranger, but Senior Community Services Supervisor to Manager, I apologize, to present the item for your consideration.
Good evening, Mayor Kasakian, members of the City Council, city staff. I am Maggie Kavarian. I'm here representing the Community Services and Parks Department this evening. We are requesting a resolution to dispense with competitive bidding for the catering services for our elderly nutrition program. This is for the next 4 years with an option to renew for an additional 2 years. With Trio Community Living, they are our current caterer right now. We are looking to serve annually 96,000 meals. This includes congregate meals, home-delivered meals, and emergency meals. We did release an RFP back in August to 18 pre-approved catering kitchens. This is a LA County requirement. We also did post it on the city's website. We had 6 vendors attend our mandatory bidders conference, and we had 1 submission, which was Trio Community Living. Now, the reasoning behind dispensing with competitive bidding was the unique nature of this particular program. We look at taste and quality of the food. We look at the experience and capacity of the catering, or the vendor, I should say. And that being said, I always like to end it, and I probably sound like a broken record when I say this, but the City of Glendale is the only agency in all of LA County that serves a hot meal to seniors 7 days out of the week. And we do have a caterer who is on site those 7 days at the Adult Recreation Center, 5 days a week at Spar Heights Community Center, and 3 days a week at Pacific Community Center. If there are any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
I don't have any questions, but I have a comment. So I was just looking through the RFP, and I noticed that one of the items is encourage a switch from styrofoam cups, plates, and bowls. Start using paper or reusable dishware. City has implemented a policy to begin using marine biodegradable paper products or reusable dishware. Good for you. Thank you.
We actually did reach out to Mr. David Jones when we were putting the RFP together, and that is part of it. Now, LA County does have a green policy that we were basically having to follow. During COVID, we are doing grab-and-go service, which means we are using products that need to be delivered. And that being said, we're shying away from, the styrofoam and whatnot, and we are moving towards, and we have already started purchasing those types of items.
All right, any other comments?
And you do a great job with this program.
Thank you.
I'll move the item if
Right.
there are any.
Is there a second? Thank you very much, Ms. Korian. We have a motion and a second. I'd like to ask Clerk Ajemian to read the roll call, please.
Councilmember Asadrian?
Yes.
Brotman?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Najarian? And Mayor Kasakian.
Yes. 8B?
8B, Community Development regarding Verdugo Wash Visioning Report. One motion to note and file and provide direction regarding design concept and next step. Mayor, at this time, I have 41 cards, and I'm having, from what I understand downstairs, there's about 6 callers.
Okay, well, we'll start off with the staff presentation, but let me just, while staff is speaking, I do want to instruct everyone that we will, with that many cards, I'm hard pressed to allow anyone to speak for longer than 2 minutes. Hopefully, you'll be brief. If you agree with someone who spoke beforehand, just say ditto, or I agree with that person said. We understand that there's people who want to speak on this, and for anyone who says 3 minutes or 2 minutes is not enough, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I think there you can squeeze a lot. What? Yeah, let's try not to be too repetitive and get as many points in as we can about this issue.
Mayor, when would you like me to stop accepting cards and phone calls?
Well, let's first go through the staff presentation. I'm sure some folks who are watching from home or some folks who will come in will still want to speak, and then we'll just play it by ear. But Mr. Galanian, let's get started. A lot of people are waiting to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Kasakian, members of City Council. This Verdugo Wash project is one of those exciting yet complicated projects that staff's been working on, at least the study, since just over a year and a half. And they've put in a lot of effort into it, including outreach with the community. This will create some exciting opportunities for active transportation as well as green space along 8 miles of the Verdugo Wash. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Calvert, our Director of Community Development, to provide some more details and seek direction on the next step of the project. Mr. Calvert.
Thank you, Mr. Galanian. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. The item we have before you tonight is essentially the conclusion of what we would consider to be the visioning process for this Verdugo Wash project. What we're looking for this evening is direction from council in terms of how to move forward. Staff has some recommendations regarding that. As you are aware, we have been provided funding from the state to move on to additional phases of this project, but we would like to get a better understanding of what that should look like as we move forward and to give you an overview of where this project is as of today. A couple kind of caveats to that, and actually I'll provide this first, but as I mentioned, we'll discuss some of the project goals and descriptions, what we were looking to accomplish in this visioning process, what were some of the main objectives. I'm going to touch on a few precedents really quick. You do have a fairly large book that was produced as part of this that does cover additional precedents. I know that was probably some pretty hefty reading over the weekend, but hopefully not too heavy. We'll discuss the design concepts themselves, go into some of the public input and what those next steps could look like. With that being said, the ideas, the concepts that you will see here are not location specific. Essentially, these are just what are possible within the channel, some of the ideas and some of the concepts that could move forward, but they have not been tailored to a specific location. There's still a lot of work that we need to go into that to understand that. That's what the next phase would be for. You'll notice that we kind of have a kit of parts in terms of how we would respond to different neighborhoods and different contexts as well, to make sure that the design is being responsive to that surrounding environment. So again, these concepts are not location specific. If you were to take this project from ideation all the way to complete and put it on a one-year calendar, I would say we're somewhere around January 1st at 12:02 in the morning. We still have a long ways to go. So this is not a shovel-ready project by any means. There's plenty of opportunity for input now. There will be in subsequent phases as well as we kind of build out these concepts and still continue to gather input. Just kind of a visualization of where we're at. All the text on here relatively small, not intended to be read off the slide, but just to kind of show you where we are in this process. If we started with a project ideation, that would have been around the summer of 2020 when City Council provided funding to go into this study. We then were allocated additional funding from Measure R, a total of $440,000 going into this. But you can see we still need to develop a concept master plan, a detail master plan. There has to be design packages. That includes construction documentation. That includes a phasing plan. You'll see in the booklet that there are some examples of what that phasing could look like, but even that is still a little premature in terms of what we may select in that. That's something that we would decide later on, definitely not tonight. And then obviously the implementation and the build out itself. As you know, the Verdugo Wash, the 9.5-mile flood control channel, is part of the Los Angeles River tributary system. This connects to 15 different neighborhoods through Glendale, 15 unique contexts, 15 unique different environments. One of the goals is to ensure that as this project moves forward, that the designs reflect that. So what you'll see in some of these concepts are what we kind of distilled down to what we would call narrow and wider segments. That's also often indicative of the surrounding environment that's there, whether it's commercial, multifamily residential, single-family residential, or downtown. So you'll see the levels of activation vary based on that, the levels of interventions that are included as well. Just a snapshot of what the Verdugo Wash looks like today. It varies up and down the entire wash. It's as narrow as 10 feet. It exceeds 40 feet in other locations, upwards of 60 feet in some places. In some locations, it's a box channel. Some it's chamfered. The height varies. The width varies. So again, the concepts that you'll see will kind of respond to these different variations. As part of this project, some of the major goals, and they were highlighted by the city manager, looking at active transportation, looking at public open space, habitat restoration, opportunities for sustainability, trying to create recreational and social spaces where applicable. So we looked at a number of different precedents. And again, there's a number in the book itself. You'll see some from Houston, Atlanta, New York, Escondido. This was one project that we happened to look at. This is called The Barn in West Sacramento. This was kind of a driving idea behind the social spaces that we may want to create in more urban and active environments. So this kind of served as a bit of a precedent, coming up with an iconic design for some sort of structure that could provide overhead weather protection, but also a place for maybe commercial activity, public art, things of that nature. We also looked at the Beltline in Atlanta, Georgia. This is a former rail line that encompasses the city, goes through a number of different neighborhoods, both urban and suburban. It has been largely a sidewalk and bicycle path that has connected the city. We've seen about, I'd say 5 to 6 miles of it completed thus far, connecting through these kind of various neighborhoods. And I'll touch on this project a little bit later. What you see in front of you in this graphic is the old Fourth Ward Park, and is very indicative of what we may be able to see in places like the Basin, or even how the actual structure of what's being proposed in the Wash could be executed. And then lastly, obviously, the active transportation element. So we looked at projects such as the High Line for pedestrians. We looked at the 606 in Chicago as a bicycle route, but looking at what those amenities, how they should be provided, ensuring that we have separation for both pedestrians and cyclists. As you know, water is carried by gravity through the wash, so we do have a downslope. Speeds could get a little higher than we would expect maybe on surface streets, so making sure that we separate those modes was key, and taking cues from other projects, and that's really what the precedents were for. They were there to kind of give us ideas, help us learn from things that maybe worked for them or things that did not. In terms of public engagement, we've done a number of different neighborhood meetings. You can see a handful of them listed here. We've met with social groups, active transportation groups. We did a large event on February 19th at 3 different locations: Verdugo Park, Fremont Park, and a downtown storefront. We presented to all the boards and commissions. And being that this project did launch during the pandemic, in fact, we went through a couple increased waves of COVID-19 during that time, we had a heavy focus on online engagement because we were relatively restricted to that. We'll touch on some of that feedback that we heard as we go through this, and this is just kind of a list of some of the events that we participated in. As part of that engagement, the pictures that you see here, this was from the Verdugo Park portion of that February 19th event. You'll notice in there that there's a number of comments from residents. There's some supportive of it, looking for active transportation, looking for something sustainable, looking for parks and open space, but there's also concerns. There's concerns around safety, impacts to adjacent properties, privacy, things of that nature. So as we go through some of these concepts, we'll touch on some of that. We had an internal stakeholder working group, which consisted of parks, police, fire, public works, community development, to kind of get together and consider some of those concerns and offer some feedback in terms of how we could provide solutions. Again, this is a visioning study, so we don't have an operations and maintenance plan as part of that. That's a bit premature, but we do have considerations as to how we can ensure things like fire safety, like police safety, operations and maintenance itself. We also had a technical working group that we worked with from the outside, a number of different members from pedestrian and bicycle advocacy groups, environmentalist groups, those that worked on the Los Angeles River so that we could learn from them. We had representatives from business as well as residents as kind of an overarching means to provide that perspective, but that group was really intended to be kind of a technical working group who could lend their expertise from an open space perspective, transportation, or sustainability, and kind of help guide as we move through the project. We also received input from the Tongva tribe. They sent a very substantial letter asking us to consider certain elements as we move forward in the project. One of them was to incorporate the Verdugo Hills Golf Course as part of this. They really wanted to see elements of daylighting the stream bed. We'll touch on in a minute why we may not be able to achieve that as significantly as we would have hoped when we started this project. They want us to consider aquifer reinjection, the ability to recharge our water tables. Again, those are things that we couldn't quite dig into at this level, but they are things that if council would like us to look at in subsequent studies, we would be able to go do kind of a deeper dive on that. The Oakmont debris basin serving as a wetland, making sure that we're managed native plantings, and we'll touch on that a bit as well as we look at creating fire-resistant plantings as well to ensure safety. They wanted education and even public art as a component of this. This is an excellent opportunity to learn about the history of the area, learn about the history of the Verdugo Creek before it was channelized, and then a significant emphasis on the confluence of the Verdugo Wash and the Los Angeles River. There is an early concept that is in that book, but I would say that is, as we're still learning more about what can happen at Confluence Park, I would say that is more of a placeholder than anything at this point as we learn how we should try to connect to that. As we know, we have a number of different projects in that area with the Riverwalk bridges that will be connecting, so there's still some work that needs to be done there. The design principles that really kind of drove this project, establishing a cohesive and connected landscape corridor. The idea that if you're moving through this channel that there are design cues, design elements that let you know that you are on the Verdugo Wash, that it doesn't change every 100 feet, but there are certain threads, pearls on a string, if you will, that will create kind of a cohesive image. But at the same time, as mentioned, as we'll show in some of the examples, being able to respond to the surrounding context that's there, being able to adapt to that to make sure that what we are proposing and what we develop is actually responsive and respective of the neighborhoods around it. It is about enhancing access and connectivity. We'll show a little bit of how that range actually expands quite a bit for non-motorized travel, and this being kind of a dedicated route that will be separated from automobiles. And then kind of identifying opportunities for these special moments. Where is something significant that could occur in terms of design, kind of a landmark feature, a landmark social space, whatever that may be. So you'll see a couple elements of that as well. This is just a typical box channel configuration. This is most of what the wash is. Again, it varies in width. You'll see different kind of floodplain lines on this, depending on the year, 10, 25, 50, 100 year. And we'll kind of discuss how these designs will respond to that. Originally, when we set out to this project, I think there was a strong ambition of how do we soften the bed of the wash to a natural state of a river, essentially excavating the concrete, returning that to soil, letting that operate as a kind of true river or creek. Through the study and through the analysis, what we found is that that is not something that would be feasible through the entire length of the wash. There may be moments where we can do that, maybe in the center in kind of small increments, but the reality is that one of the primary goals here is still to make sure that this functions as a flood control channel. Therefore, if you were to soften the bottom of this, the flow of the water would become too slow and we would create potential flood risk. So you won't see that incorporated as part of this design all that much. There, again, could be moments for it. Also, this was not a continuously flowing river in its prior life. With that being said, there's not a consistent flow of water that's there that could sustain life either. So the alternative that has been developed is really kind of in response to that. Now, it does present opportunities for maybe water recapture, aquifer recharging, but softening that riverbed or that bottom is not something that would be feasible without significant kind of excavation and creating a much deeper channel at that point. So that's a typical section. This is what we were looking at as kind of a concept in terms of what a proposed section could look like. Again, the width, the composition, all of that can change. What you're looking at is kind of a raised platform. This would allow us to provide very deep planting wells, allowing us to put in vegetation, trees, landscaping, things of that nature to really kind of green this spine. You'll see in this case there's about 3 different routes. This presents opportunities to separate bicyclists and pedestrians, ensuring safety, but also allows us, again, to kind of configure where those pathways would be based on the surrounding context that's there. Does it need to be further away from the wall? Does it need to be separated and buffered by vegetation? And you'll see some concepts a little later on for that. This is just another alternative, another kind of configuration, if you will. This does show an opportunity where maybe we could take a portion of the center of the channel and soften that and create a little bit of a natural landscape in there. Again, not something we can do through the entire length, not something we can do for the entire width. Again, you'll see here these kind of different heights and variations. These can all be kind of mixed and matched, again, to be responsive of the surrounding context. So the next few images are kind of early iterations and renderings. This is what we would consider to be one of the narrow segments of the wash, where we're about 10, 12, maybe 15 feet wide. This does not lend itself to being able to create 2 separate paths. We also wouldn't expect a high usership, if you will, in these kind of narrower segments. But you can see the ability to incorporate vegetation, to incorporate plantings. In this case, we have a stairway to get down. Depending on the location, we would have ramps, stairs. What I'll say is that access points have not been defined specifically. We know that there are existing access points that could be used, but finding those other locations would require a more significant study. To be able to understand where those should go. What I will say is that they would not go on anyone's private property. We would not be acquiring anyone's private property in order to create any entries to the Verdugo wash. But where you might see in that booklet some of the stars that indicate entry points, those are just kind of hypotheticals in a geographic range. They're not on a specific parcel, not at a specific street. As the wash gets widened, you can see, or gets wider, you can see there are 2 separate paths in this case. We have a pedestrian path and a cyclist path. This is where we're able to separate those 2 modes of transportation. In this case, you can see that there's kind of this terraced area. We had heard a lot of feedback in terms of, are there opportunities to incorporate education into this, the history of the area? We have schools that are adjacent to it. Having these kind of areas that are a moment of respite from a more urban environment that could offer that kind of opportunity. As we get wider, you can see that there's opportunity for very significant enhanced vegetation as well. It's giving us a little more room to work with and play with. In more urban areas where the land uses are more intense, maybe multifamily housing, commercial, we can incorporate things that are going to be more socially engaging. In this example, you can see a playground structure. You see the pathway there for cyclists on the right, pedestrians kind of in the background off to the left. Again, in this very similar kind of concept here, again, one of the wider areas of the wash. In this case, we're separating these two modes based on kind of the use of materials rather than having this kind of hard line physical separation, but just showing an example of how that can be configured along the wash. Again, another example in a more, what I'd say, an active area. You can see in that background there, that kind of white swooping curve. That could be one of the ramps that's coming down from one of the streets. We can create these kind of areas for people to kind of gather, mingle, linger, opportunities to incorporate public art, play structures, things of that nature. Some early iterations of some kind of shade structures that could be iconic from the distance. Not necessarily the final design. If you recall some of our other projects, sometimes we put just kind of plug and play things for the time being. This could take on many different forms, but the idea behind this is that there's kind of a common thread. The materials that are there, the form, the configuration of it, but it can serve many different things. It could be a shade canopy structure in this case. It could be a performance stage. It could be a number of different things, but it's one of those kind of iconic moments that could occur up and down the wash. And just again, that kind of reminder that you were on the Verdugo wash, and there's kind of a brand and identity to that. The debris basin itself provides a pretty unique opportunity. This is it in its kind of existing state. This is a photo taken in, I believe it was April of 2021, when we went into the wash and kind of looked around, took dimensions of photos to kind of better understand the space that's there. You can see in this case, in the springtime, there is some standing water. This obviously serves as kind of a catch basin, if you will, for stormwater. So there's a lot of opportunities to work within this space. This is one of the examples. The idea here is that it would be a relatively light touch rather than having this kind of large concrete structure that we see within the wash, that if we're looking at creating a wetland kind of environment here, similar to what we heard in the letter from the Tongva tribe, is that we would not want to create a massive structure that would sit within this. The idea here is to kind of recharge, restore natural habitat, and incorporate more vegetation. So you see more of these kind of boardwalk configurations, if you will, these kind of narrow and light touches that move through the space. Just an aerial view from above. There's some excellent opportunities kind of get out to adjacent roads. When we were there, we saw wildlife, deer, other animals in there. There's a great opportunity to really kind of recharge this as a natural environment and one of those key moments along the route. Just another view there, you can see the opportunity to still be able to incorporate a water feature into this using that kind of catch basin. And I referenced this project earlier, and I bring it back at this point. This is called the Old Fourth Ward Park, and this is part of the Atlanta Beltline project. And I reference this because this kind of is indicative of two different ideas behind the Verdugo wash. If we're looking at the debris basin, you can see some of those similarities, right? There's the ability to capture stormwater, vegetation, these kind of light touch boardwalks that move through. This was an interesting project because at one point it was actually a parking lot for Sears Warehouse Distribution Center. The city of Atlanta had about a $48 million stormwater problem to pipe it out of there. They were able to build this park instead for $19 million. They were able to actually create a better environment rather than just piping the water out. And what's happened is that wildlife has returned to this area that hasn't been present anywhere between 10 and 50 years, depending on the kind of wildlife that it is. It also still retains its function as a means to store stormwater. And that's kind of the secondary inspiration that we were able to obtain from it. If you look in the background where that curved wall is, you'll see two narrow bands. That's the 100 and the 500-year flood events. This facility is designed to flood. Everything that you see here is designed to be submerged underwater. Everything that you saw in terms of what could go into the wash would be designed to be submerged underwater as well. During significant rain events, we would anticipate this would have to be closed for safety purposes, but what would be designed and placed within that wash would be able to withstand any rain events that occur, much like this kind of project. And again, we use this as an example because I think it demonstrates the ability to be able to create that kind of facility, that it can still, that the wash can still function as a flood control channel, but we can still have interventions into it for a human use. As I mentioned, we had conducted a number of online surveys. This was from one of the early on surveys where we asked if we were to reimagine the wash, what would be some important attributes, or what the most important attributes were. And what we heard from that overwhelmingly public safety was number one, followed very closely by natural habitat restoration, the creation of open space, and pedestrian and cyclist routes. Those were the four most important things that we had heard. Now, with that said, touching on mobility first and that ability to create this network. Right now, what you're looking at is a heat map on how far you can get on a bicycle in 30 minutes in Glendale. I know Councilmember Brotman, maybe you can go a little bit further in the e-bike there. This is just assuming a kind of standard analog bicycle. The darker the color, the shorter the trip. So the dark color represents 5 minutes. As you go out, the lighter color is 30. This is right now in the city of Glendale, not incorporating the Verdugo Wash project, just looking at the existing bicycle facilities we have. If we were to move forward with the project and use the existing access points only, those that are already there on the ground, not adding new ones, this becomes the range within that 5 to 30 minute window. You see that it starts to expand. We start to connect to other facilities, other parks, other neighborhoods. If we were to add additional access points at kind of a regular interval, again, not choosing specific parcels, specific properties, you can see that range gets much further. Going further west, going further south, going into places like Griffith Park and that vicinity, being able to go much farther on a protected, safe route. That was one of the key principles to this project, was the ability to create a safe, dedicated route for pedestrians and cyclists. When considering that mobility, this is really just kind of looking at the southern portions of the route, really kind of going just south of the Oakmont Country Club. It presents some pretty unique opportunities when paired with a number of other projects that we have. As you know, we're updating the bicycle transportation plan. We have the NoHo to BRT, NoHo to Pasadena BRT project, but we're able to connect to things like Glendale Community College, running right alongside that. In fact, when we did our event for the $6 million, that was in that general vicinity there, very close. The ability to connect to this corridor here where the City Hall campus is, knowing that there is kind of an employment corridor along here, so being able to connect people to jobs. Obviously right in the heart of our downtown, and then going out to West Glendale and being able to connect even to Burbank at that point. One of the stops for the BRT is in very close proximity to one of the existing access points along the Verdugo Wash, so there's some opportunity for some interface between the BRT and the Wash. And then ultimately being able to connect to the LA River Trail and being able to go to Los Angeles, Griffith Park, other locations. So really just trying to highlight some of these key nodes and key locations along part of the route. Now, privacy and safety is one of the top things that we heard. We heard this in our public meetings. We heard that in comments. What happens in terms of people looking into my backyard? Is this going to lead to people being able to climb out of the wash into my backyard? Is it going to do any of those kind of things? What we have is really kind of a number of different ideas, concepts that could be incorporated that would work with the designs that you've seen that we could do to kind of ensure safety, if you will. Right now, what you're looking at is kind of typical. There are 3 configurations of what the adjacencies to the wash look like. So in some cases, we have access roads and roads that separate properties. Not as great of a need for that separation to be incorporated. But if you look at the lower 2 images, we have it where there's single family abutting both sides. We have single family and multifamily and commercial on the others. Again, trying to indicate that there are different needs for different levels of privacy as part of this project. What this illustrates is really those kind of, what I'd say, 4 different approaches we can take to that. How do we create that separation so we ensure someone can't climb out? Again, the heights may vary. The height may be low enough where someone would not be able to climb out. The height may be low enough so that somebody's not looking eye level into somebody's backyard or their living room. That can be done with the first option here with vegetation, creating a significant landscape buffer. That also helps with acoustics, but making sure that people cannot walk right up kind of that edge to somebody's property. The second one that you see is that we don't have this platform go from edge to edge. It does not go wall to wall. We leave enough of a gap in between the wall of the wash itself and what we're creating as a platform that someone would not be able to make that jump from one space to another. Again, you can see different heights. We can also incorporate things such as fences and walls. These could all be different options, again, trying to come up with a kit of parts that are applicable to each neighborhood's kind of needs and desires. Same thing with acoustics, right? We look at what the kind of standard decibel level is. A conversation of two people up close is operating at about 70 decibels. As you move further away, you're at about 45 to 56. We can do things like incorporate vegetation, like incorporate walls, and that vegetation, the amount of that space and that separation from someone's property can increase depending on the width that's there. But there's a number of different kind of tools within that toolbox, if you will, that could help us mitigate some of those issues depending on the context that's there. We would need to do a lot more study along with it to better understand and make sure that these proposals would be able to reduce decibel level and things of that nature. And then looking at vegetation, ensuring that what we're proposing follows our own standards, our own guidelines for fire-resistant planting. So you'll see in that documentation that grasses and perennials are kept under 12 inches of height within 30 feet of any structure. Trees and shrubs are spaced separately or spaced far enough apart to prevent the spread of fire in that case, but also, again, following our own standards for fire-resistant planting. Now, as part of that initial survey, we asked residents, how supportive are you of a reimagined wash under that principle and that guise of public open space, mobility, sustainability, things of that nature. In total, we're running at about 4.0 out of 5 in terms of that support. If we look at it and we actually ask the question, if we ask the question on a neighborhood level, which is what happened with the survey, we asked everyone where they were from, we do see more variation in this. So that 4.0 is citywide. As you move into more northern neighborhoods, you can see Montrose, Whiting Woods, Crescenta Highlands, we have a 3.6, a 2.1, a 3.5. The higher scores really kind of concentrated in those kind of southern and really south of Oakmont Country Club and the Debris Basin, if you will. And we're going to touch on a moment how that influences the recommendation that we have made in the report. In terms of next steps, as you're aware, we received the $6 million from the state to be able to fund additional research, additional study. What we're really looking at as part of that would be design refinement, fleshing out these ideas more, becoming more contextual, becoming more location specific, but also incorporating environmental review. Depending on those ideas that come out of that, we may have some opportunities for early implementation. That could be at the debris basin. That could be creating some temporary pedestrian and cyclist routes in other segments. What we're looking for this evening as well is kind of feedback from the City Council on what kind of things you may want to see us investigate with that $6 million. Now, with that said, and we look at these designs, we look at these concepts, and you'll note in the documentation some of the hydrology analysis that's been done. Again, we cannot preclude the ability for this Verdugo wash to function as a flood control channel. So the recommendation as part of that report is that any additional steps that we proceed with with this $6 million and after this evening is that we're looking at the debris basin and all points south. What we found through our public comments, our meetings, and our survey is that there is not a strong desire in those neighborhoods north of the debris basin for this. Understandably so.
Please, folks.
Understandably so, as it is a less dense area. There's not as many commercial nodes that are there. There's not as many destinations. We do have a couple parks north of there, but that desire just wasn't there. Additionally, that is the most restrictive part of the Verdugo wash. It's the most narrow. It's relatively shallow compared to other places. What we found through the hydrology analysis is that in any way to do some sort of intervention within the parameters of the walls of the wash would require some significant deepening of that, which becomes extremely cost prohibitive at that point. You're starting to change the role and the function of the wash, and if we did that, we would have to figure out how to get that water back up and then further down the wash if we were to deepen just that segment of the channel. So what we're finding is that physically, the physical constraints of that portion of the wash, which is the most narrow segments north of the debris basin, would not lend itself to additional analysis of what we're proposing here today. And again, what we've heard from the communities up there is that they do not have a strong interest in the project. So the feedback that we're looking for from City Council tonight, input on the designs that we showed you, just in kind of totality. Again, we're not looking at specific locations, so we're kind of being general in how you may feel about those designs or input you would like to put into it. You'll notice in the report there's a request for us to move forward with the consideration of wildlife crossings as well. Some very significant information provided to us from the Arroyo's Foothill Conservancy, and some very valid points in how the wash kind of creates that separation for wildlife to be able to move between habitats. So there could be some opportunities to reconnect. Are there environmental goals, for example, that you would like us to look into in any future endeavors if we do move forward with this project, such as water recharging, water reclamation? Mayor Kasakian, you had referenced our trip the other weekend to the Hoover Dam, and I believe that probably shed a lot of light on the kind of work we would need to do on this. And as I mentioned, studying opportunities for the wildlife corridors. So that concludes my presentation. I am happy to answer any questions.
Okay. So, sir, I'm going to ask you to maintain civility and respect these chambers. If you have...
Will Rogers made. He said, I just report the government.
Sir.
And tell what I see.
Do you want to waste you and your neighbors' times here, or do you want us to get through this in a timely fashion?
I'll sit.
Let me set the rules out for everyone. This is not a sports event. This is a council chamber where we deliberate, make decisions, and serve our community. Outbursts will not be tolerated. On either side, be respectful of each other. Civility, politeness, those are going to be the rule of the day. And if you can't adhere to those rules, we ask you to leave the chambers, otherwise you will be removed from the chambers. Thank you. We have a number of callers, and by the way, everyone in this room is an adult. Please behave like one. All right, with that, we have 42 cards. We have about 26 people on hold, another 11 callers in queue. So yes, we will limit folks to 2 minutes. Try and be brief, coordinate with whoever you have to get your points across as best you can. We have received plenty of communication from folks, emails, calls, met with folks. We will do our best to get through this meeting tonight as quickly as we can. So let me first turn to my colleagues. Does anyone have any questions before we turn to the public? Councilmember Asatryan.
I'd
you're
actually like
recognized.
to hear.
Okay. Anyone else have any points that they'd like clarified? Councilmember Devine?
Not right now.
Okay. All right, let's all take a deep breath. Let's reset, and let's begin. So there will be 2 minutes. First speaker, and if I mispronounce your name or if I can't read your writing, I apologize ahead of time, and I apologize for losing my cool. That wasn't my intention. Hopefully, we can all get through this. Cheryl Wales, please approach the podium. Welcome to council chambers. You'll have 2 minutes. Next speaker will be, by the way, Judy Schlegel.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I bought my house on the Wash 31 years ago because I knew it would be a safe place to live. I belatedly heard about the city's plan to create an elevated bike path in the Wash. If a bike path is constructed, my safety and privacy and that of all my neighbors will be jeopardized. We currently enjoy a single-family residential neighborhood where young and old alike live, and we need to keep it that way. Kathleen Strentz, who tried to call in earlier, is actually my next-door neighbor, and she was calling in to oppose the bike path. When she heard about the proposal, she had a fence constructed in her backyard to help protect her. And as far as the 4.0 out of 5, none of us that lived along the Wash was ever asked for our opinion. So I just wanted to put that there. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. All right. And then following you will be David Eisenberg.
I'll try and be quick. Your Honorable Mayor, esteemed council members, my name is Judy Schlegel. I'm a resident, property owner for the last 25 years at 811 Portola Avenue. I am here and in much opposition to the bike path which is proposed. This bike path will definitely impact our neighborhood, especially with the opening of the bridge On Geneva, the amount of traffic and parking which will inundate our already crowded streets. Plus, it is known that the homeless people, and I am sorry that there are homeless people in this world, will be on the paths and in the wash. That could pose a problem to our neighbors, to our children, and to our property values diminishing. The residents and property owners on Coronado and Glen Oaks will be deeply impacted. I understand that the bike riders and bike clubs would love nothing more than to have this. However, they do not consider the property owners in the neighborhood. Over 20 years ago, our neighborhood had to fight and have traffic calming to have the traffic diverted from the freeway coming directly through our neighborhoods. I'm not sure all of you council members were here then. This was bad planning in the first place by the state and city. This is comparatively the same situation now in our neighborhoods with the bike path in our backyards. If there is to be a bike path, it definitely should not be through our neighborhood. I know that the state has allocated $6 million for this project, but as a resident in the city of Glendale, I could see $6 million used in a much more productive way. What are your plans and actions for curfew, noise reduction for a residential area? Your proposed mock-up Disney-like photos, which do not show any of the houses, make it look like a big party in the wash. Please decline, do not approve this proposed bike path through our neighborhood whatsoever.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the first two speakers setting the tone and being brief, getting their points in 2 minutes. David Eisenberg, you're next, followed by Penny Keaton.
Good evening, Mayor Kasakian and council members. I'll be brief because I'm going to speak on another item. I'm chair of the Sierra Club Verdugo Hills Group. The Sierra Club supports the concept of the wash. We do, of course, not want to infringe on neighbors. It's got to be a way to do that. And I was part of the visioning committee, and it seems there are solutions to address all these concerns, and I would hope that they are done. And we'd like to see as much of the wash improved as possible. Thank you.
Penny Keaton, followed by Heidi Clark.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman, for allowing me to speak. I live up in the Montrose area by the wash of the Sycamore, I just went blank. Where do I live? Sycamore Woods. Thank you, Julia, for allowing me to tell me where I live. I've witnessed the wash since I walk it almost daily, and we do have a lot of debris that comes into the wash already. So my concerns are how it can be cleaned, and especially after a rain. I mean, there will be large pieces of furniture, believe it or not, that get stuck in the drain. And my other concern is the traffic, because we have no sidewalks in our area, and there would be increased traffic. We have a lot of families, children who live in that area and play outside, a lot of dog walkers, and that would be another big concern. And so I would urge you not to approve the bike path up in this area. We do have dedicated bike lanes all through Honolulu Avenue up to Tahunga Canyon. So there's plenty of bike paths around, including the fire roads along in the hills adjacent to our community. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Heidi Clark, followed by Murphy. Janae Murphy? Janae Murphy?
I've lived in this neighborhood around Portola.
I'm sorry? Your name?
I'm Court.
Okay. Heidi Clark? No.
Yes, I'm Court.
Heidi Clark.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Okay.
I'm sorry. Did I miss? All right, Heidi Clark, please.
Yes, good evening. I'm Heidi Clark. I live on the I live on the Wash. I was glad to hear Mr. Culvert's recommendations not to have the bike path progress beyond the debris basin. It is very narrow in the Crescenta Valley. The Wash is very narrow in the Crescenta Valley, and it would be very difficult to put the bike path there. There's a lot of water that comes down. We see it, when it rains. Secondly, the envisioning is very beautiful. There's a lot of planting that is going on there. I wonder how you're going to water all those new plants in a time of drought. It seems like we're in constant drought. How are we going to keep that? How are we going to water all those plants? That would be a concern. And then also, I would encourage you to adopt his recommendation to start the bike path at the debris basin and go south, rather than bringing it up into the valley, as we have plenty of green space up in the Crescenta Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Janae, bless you. Janae Murphy?
Hi. My name is Janae Murphy, and I've lived on Sycamore Avenue for over 38 years. I want you to know that I live right on the Wash, and from my bedroom I can look down into the Wash. I am very concerned that this project is going to cause a crime in my area. I am not going to feel safe. I'm not going to have privacy. But more importantly, the mountains right in back of me are the Whiting Woods Mountains. They have not burned in over 60 years. If we bring people, people bring fires. If a fire starts up there, we could wipe out a whole community. I don't speak often in public, so excuse me. Bottom line is I would like you to please reject any further work above the debris basin to also include the basin.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Murphy. It's now 7:53. At 8 o'clock, we'll stop taking calls because I feel like now that we've already gone about 10 minutes into this, people have plenty of time to call in if they wish to call or have been sitting here and submitted cards. So after that, this is what we have, and this is what we'll stick to, including whoever is on the line at that time. Next, Kent Clark. Kent Clark. Followed by what looks like Mr. Court. Okay.
Hello, Council. I am Heidi's husband. I live on the Wash. I have concerns about crime and other things, but really I would like to voice a concern that I think should concern every citizen of Glendale. I've listened to 3 presentations, including Mr. Culvert's tonight, about this project, and basically it boils down to open space, green space, recreational opportunities. If you stand on the bridge in Whiting Woods over the Wash, which is right in the middle of the proposed Crescenta Valley portion of this project, in 5 minutes you can, at a leisurely walk, you can be in the Verdugo Mountains in thousands of acres of open green space with recreational opportunities. 5 minutes in another direction from that bridge, you can be in Crescenta Valley Park with hundreds of acres of recreational opportunities, bike paths, baseball diamonds, picnic areas, the dog park. If you get in your car and drive 5 minutes from that bridge in Whiting Woods, you're at Duke-Majan Wilderness Park, where the city has just recently completed a wonderful nature center, where there are picnic areas and green spaces, and where you have access to hundreds of thousands of acres of the San Gabriel Mountains. And finally, if you get in your bicycle at that bridge in Whiting Woods and drive and pedal 30 seconds up to Honolulu Avenue. You are on a Honolulu Avenue bike lane. And in 2 more minutes, you will get to La Crescenta Avenue. And all of you on the council know that a few weeks ago, you proposed changing La Crescenta Avenue into dedicated bike lanes in both directions. And you will have plenty of space to ride your bicycle. So in a few months, much of this proposed project in the Crescenta Valley will have the Verdugo Mountains on one side, which is open to bicyclists, and you'll have these new bike paths, bike lanes on La Crescenta Avenue, which is open to bicyclists. We have immense amounts of open space and green space, and this project could be better spent in other areas of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Court, followed by Alice Headley.
I've lived in the area around Portola, Cordova, Coronado for over 40 years. And I'll tell you this, that it's crowded enough already. People on curb parking practically have to park on top of one another, it's so bad. And I understand they're planning on making a parking lot for the bicyclists by the bridge, by the Glen Oaks Bridge. There's no room. There are houses there. They'll have to kick people out of their houses for eminent domain to make a bicycle park. The neighborhood had a meeting, and he knows, he was at the meeting, an outward meeting, and we let him know in no uncertain terms that we did not want that. Now, I have nothing against if he likes bicycles, but for people who don't even live in the neighborhood to victimize our neighborhood with this when we don't want it, I think is unconscionable.
Thank you. Alice Headley, followed by Elizabeth Annan.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, staff. My name is Alice Headley, and I have lived all my life in Glendale. My house that I live in was built by my grandparents in 1934. It went through, well, no, they built it in 36, so it was after the 36 earthquake, through the flood. I have had mud up to my windows and a tree that went through the front door and into the front bedroom because of that flood. So to do something to the debris basin above me, I mean, the county comes through with skip loaders and trucks and take out tons and tons of dirt. I don't know how you can build anything over it and still have skip loaders come in and remove the dirt that compiles and the rocks and everything else that comes down into that debris basin. The only other thing is, I'm against it. I'm sorry. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. This is your opportunity. This is your opportunity to speak your mind. Elizabeth Annan, followed by April Trejo.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Annan. They know me as Betty, and the kids on my street know me as Nona. I bought my home on Sycamore in 1965. I'll be 81 years old in January, and yes, I am concerned for my safety and the safety of my neighbors, little ones, big ones, everybody. I've looked at your proposal and see all the wide areas, and there's so many unhomed people in the Los Angeles area. If I were unhomed, I tell you, I would hot-foot it up to one of those wide areas where they have drinking water, where they have picnic benches, where they have everything they could need. It scares me, and I just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you. April Trejo, followed by Chris Ryder.
Hi, my name is April Trejo. I bought my house 27 years ago. It was a safe neighborhood. That's why we bought it. With this project, it would bring in more people, unwanted people. Some, yes, homeless. Property values will decrease. Security risk for our families. I'm opposed to the project.
Okay. Chris Ryder, followed by Alan Levi's.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Chris Ryder, and I live directly across from the Verdugo Wash in the Sycamore Woods area for the last 20 years. I am completely opposed to this expensive bike project, especially in the northern parts of the area. Although when I first heard of this project, it sounded pretty cool. Go green, get out of our gas-guzzling cars, bring nature back. But this project and this enormous cost do not make sense, especially for the northern residential areas. My concern is that we still have not seen any real estimates for this initial cost of the project, and more importantly, for the ongoing maintenance of the project, which Bradley said that we haven't discussed yet. But how much does this 9.7-mile project really cost? And who's going to pay for this? Nobody really seems to know, which is what taxpayers love to hear. We can only go by comparisons to the projects in this report. One of the examples is the High Line in New York, which is only 1.5 miles long. It cost $187 million. $65 million of that was funded by a group called the Friends of the High Line, some nonprofit. Maybe Hill will have a Friends of a Verdugo Wash. I don't know about that yet. The maintenance cost for the High Line was $3 million a year, and that included 11 salaried patrol officers, which we have to have for any kind of path like this. But one glaring omission in this report that you guys put out was our own neighboring LA River bike path. This morning, I went down there, and I kind of walked along the path, and I took some pictures, and all I saw was graffiti, 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 and trash. And it was not very pretty. I saw gang symbols. That's not something that I want in our area. I bring this up because 8 months ago, I went down there, and the same thing. Nothing had changed. So where was the maintenance for this area? We talk about maintenance costs, which we don't know about. It's not even taken care of in the LA area. So my two questions are, will this billion-dollar bike path guarantee a safe environment for our quiet residential neighborhoods? I don't think so. And besides the possible $1 to $3 billion to build this project, can the city commit to 20 years of maintenance for this project? For security, patrols, lighting, trash pickup, fire prevention, graffiti removal, brush cleanup? I'm not sure. In your report, it says, let's not build something that cannot be safely operated or well maintained.
Thank you, Mr. Ryder.
So it's pretty clear this cannot be guaranteed. Thank you for your time.
Alan Levi's, followed by Natalie Levi's. Levi's or Levis?
Levis.
Levis. Sorry.
No, it does get mispronounced very, very often. My name is Alan Levis. We've lived along the Wash for about 11 years. I actually grew up in Linda Vista 50 years ago. And we're in a good position to see the Wash. And there's a lot of items that have already been covered, but one of the things that really struck me thinking about this over and above the security issues, the fire issues, is the flash flood issues. These washes were built early in the century because people died because of the flash floods. And on June 22nd at about 6 o'clock, we had a surprise storm. And within 5 minutes, there were 2 feet of water in the Wash, border to border, with waves a foot, 2 feet high coming through. And the other thing that struck me after that was because the storm was short, the debris didn't all wash into the catch basin. And the Wash was littered with boulders, like this big. And you can hear them actually running when the water's running through there. So my question is, how do you control that kind of flood? I mean, I was walking in Whiting Woods, and one of the neighbors who grew up in Whiting Woods said, yeah, I remember the Wash overflowing when I was a kid after they built it. And another neighbor who grew up there said, yeah, the Wash gets, he had seen the water in the Wash go over the Whiting Woods Bridge. So given that kind of flash flood and debris issues, and we have, another thing I found out talking about is we have a geological condition here in Southern California, in addition to the flash floods, where the mountains are very unstable. So every time we get rain, we're gonna get a lot of debris. There's no getting around it. And another example is Devil's Gate Dam. I think it's very appropriately called Devil's Gate Dam because all of that debris would roll into the Rose Bowl. I remember riding the bus in the Rose Bowl and watching that flood channel completely full.
Thank you.
Where usually there's just a trickle of water in there. So that's probably over and above all of the things that we've talked about. We have flash floods.
Mr. Levis, the tone was your time, and I want to give your other half.
Thank you.
time to speak as well. Sorry.
He could continue speaking, I'd give him my time.
Thank
But good
Thank
evening,
you.
Mr. Mayor Kasakian, council members and staff. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is Natalie Levis, and I've been a resident and property owner of Glendale for 11 years. And there are many reasons why I oppose this Verdugo Flood Channel bicycle path project, as outlined in the Save the Wash Coalition website. To not waste anyone's time, I will mention only a couple of key issues. The project is very dangerous and a liability to the city of Glendale. The wash above the catch basin west of the country club and east of the Crescenta Valley Park is very narrow and shallow, causing the flow of water and debris to move very rapidly. There does not seem to be a plan to police the area and ensure the safety of those who are in the wash. In many places, the wash is not visible, and it would be very difficult to secure. Does the Glendale Police have the funds to police it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hugo Uratia, did I pronounce that? Okay, and followed by Isaac Lee? Isaac Lee, all right. Hugo,
Good evening.
please.
My name is Hugo Urrutia, and I live right on Oakendale. I've been there for 30 years. And my concern about the wash is that what brings up? We know what's going down, but what is going to bring up? Homeless, unfortunately, we are going through that process right now, homeless, crime. A couple of months ago, my wife was screaming in the bedroom. I live right by the wash because she saw some flashlights in the back. I came out of the other bedroom and I walked in there and she said, somebody's outside with flashlights. To my concern, I peeked through the window. It was CHP, Glendale PD. They were chasing a car who apparently they were chasing it from the 210. The kids got out of there and they went to Ramsdale. In Ramsdale, they abandoned the car and they ran in the backyard. I'm having this vision about you putting the wash in there, and I'm going to have to deal with this all the time. Unfortunately, it's like Chris said earlier, you can spend the money on something else. I mean, come on. The hills on the other side of the wash, they had never been burned. I mean, the first responders, all those, what's going to happen if somebody gets hurt and the bike pad? How are they going to approach it? The streets in that particular area are so narrow. When my neighbor parks across from me, there is no safe path through it. And we're talking about this, bicycles, pedestrians, people that we don't even know coming into our area. Please consider that. I said no on that project. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Uratia. Isaac Lee, followed by Kathy Kraus.
How are you doing? Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, I apologize for my handwriting. Injured my thumb. Nonetheless, name's Isaac Lee. I live right off the wash. And I just want to say I was actually a child of Korean immigrants. I'm second generation. And my parents always told me that you should always love your country and work hard. So because of that, I joined the Army for 4 years after college, and then I started working hard. Because of that, I was able to buy a house about 10 years ago. I was never handed anything. Always worked hard for that. Through a lot of blood, sweat, tears, bought my house. We thought we had a piece of the American dream, me and my wife. And once I heard about this project, due to the concerns that a lot of people have voiced, I felt like that was being taken away. So I'd ask you in the strongest possible terms to not move forward with this. Because once again, I worked darn hard for that. Respectfully, please, I'd ask in the strongest possible terms. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee, and thank you for your service. Kathy Kraus, followed by Paul Day.
Hello. Okay, we bought our house on El Lotto in Whiting Woods 43 years ago. El Lotto is adjacent to the Verdugo Wash. A number of people here tonight all live on that front row on El Lotto, next to the wash. I'm going to try not to repeat.
Fire is huge. The increase to the fire, danger, the noise, the crime, we are afraid of the encroachment of homeless. Construction, Mr. Calvert, I don't think ever gave us an answer on how long the construction might take. Years, months of dirt and trucks and noise, our property values, fire, I already said. Please reject this bike path project idea. And last but not least, Mr. Calvert said the communities north of the debris basin do not have a strong interest in this project. We do have a strong interest. It's just all negative. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All day, followed by Sarah Kevorkian.
Good evening. I live on Park Vista Drive. I've lived in my house for 35 years. I have Park Vista Drive on one side, and now I'm going to have public on the back side of my house. In the photograph earlier was my backyard. So you're telling me that I'm not going to be having conflicts with people in the wash itself? The wash is already, I looked this morning, it's 8 feet, 4 inches tall underneath New York Boulevard. People are going to have to exit that, and if they do build it up in any way, they're looking right in my backyard. My fence is only eye height to me, and I've got just a chain link fence and ivy. So is the city going to provide me with a security wall, sound wall? I don't see how that's going to work. And they talk about boulders. I've seen boulders literally the size of a small car go down the river. I heard it from way up the creek all the way down past my house. And again, somebody mentioned bringing skip loaders in to clean up the rocks. And by the way, my fire insurance, my homeowners they canceled us. After 30 years, we've never had a claim, but they said we're in such a high fire area that we cannot be insured in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Kevorkian, followed by Anne Marie Bretchen, I believe. Anna Marie Bretchen. Sarah?
Good evening, Mayor Kasakian and members of City Council. My name is Sarah Kevorkian. I'm a civil engineer and park planner with the Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority, but today I come speaking as community. I want to first thank the City Council and the City of Glendale for pursuing the Verdugo Wash Visioning Study. I do want to strongly urge the City Council to continue to study the full alignment of the proposed path, including north of the debris basin section. By not precluding an alignment at this point, we can allow the next phase of the study to continue to explore options which can allow improved connections of Glendale community to public open spaces. I'm happy to hear that so many folks here feel that they live close to green, open public spaces, and this project will allow other folks to have access to those spaces and also reduce use of vehicle. I would also like to remark on the Verdugo Wash's presence in Glendale, not just as a piece of infrastructure, but an entity to be celebrated. The current visioning considers heavy use of platforming across much of the wash. While there may be benefits for such platforming in certain sections of the wash, I urge you to also consider more simple pathway sections without covering the wash wholly. I support naturalizing the wash where possible to promote native habitat restoration and public education, and supporting minimizing structures. I would think we can all agree that the Verdugo Wash Pathway is a project only befitting a world-class city like the City of Glendale. I thank you all for providing me with the opportunity to speak, and I look forward to participating in the engagement of this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Anna Marie Bretchen and Mariana Anderson. Well, after her.
Hi, my name's Anna Marie Brecken. I live on Del Monte Drive.
Sorry.
That's quite all right. Everybody does. By the way, good evening. I'm basically against it. I love it, don't get me wrong. But when I was a kid, I used to get on my bike and just bike. So I'm making all these pathways and making it look, we used to go all over the neighborhood and find new places to hang out and all that. And you're leaving it into this section, and I'm like going, it really bothers me about the elements that you bring in. And as far as the greenery environmental, and animal life, I have a lot of it in my backyard, believe me. But so on top of that, I will say that I can get into that wash no problem. There's a gate there, it's locked, I can fit right in there. I've been down there because someone in my neighborhood dropped something and I could fit. So on that note, I'm just gonna say, it looks beautiful up there. I don't want it in my front yard, I'm sorry. So, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Mary Ann Anderson, followed by Jacqueline Boone.
Hello, my name is Mary Ann Anderson, and I'm a little nervous, and I am here I don't oppose of your project that's going through my neighborhood, the Verdugo Wash. I live by Sycamore Woods area, and I don't think that you are taking into consideration the safety of my neighbors and me, and the privacy that you're taking away from us just so somebody can ride their bike. And it's not going to eliminate car transportation. People are still going to take cars. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline Boone, followed by Dave Gallagher.
Good evening. I'm in favor of continuing the plan to plan the entire length of the wash, including north of Oakmont Country Club. While the concerns of homeowners near those affected areas are valid and should be addressed, their concerns don't outweigh the vast benefits of creating much-needed outdoor space that would be available to many people and provide a safe bicycle and pedestrian passage for generations to come. Private individuals shouldn't determine who is able to access those public lands. As a city council, I hope you will vote in favor of continuing to plan the entire length of the wash. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Gallagher.
Hello, Mayor Kasakian and City Council members. I'd like to pause to take a Google Earth moment and just zoom way out, get some perspective on this. For one moment, look at this greenway and how it relates to La Crescenta. When you do that, for one moment, you can see how it relates to the valley. Now, if you had a terminus at Crescenta Valley Park, that location is a collector for all of what is an extension of Glendale. We know that Glendale Highlands is part of Glendale. So there's a bottleneck that you showed that has a score of what, 2.1? But the numbers that were north of that was what, 4? You can't answer. So it's, overall, the city was like at a 4, I think. So we have this bottleneck that's preventing North Glendale residents from having access to this beautiful opportunity. What it's gonna look like, it's up in the air, obviously. The boulders and everything else has been terrific input because that is the lived experience we know. But from that elevated view, it does give us a pause. And if you could go on Google Earth, you get that opportunity to zoom back down and see what it would be like if there was trees that lined along the channel. Not in the channel, like what you're showing, but just there are sections that you can deviate from what you're proposing. You're showing in the channel, you say, no, we can't go north. Well, what if you change the program and you go outside of the channel? You'd had less trees or something, but you were able to continue it. So why would you want to do something like that? Because the natural terminus of the Verdugo wash ending at CV Park allows you access to dog parks, ball fields, an existing restroom, all pretty good. So I'll just close with, this could be an amenity that connects North Glendale down, could attract families. They could use such a wonderful way to get down to Portos and then make their way back up. So as a resident, I think it's certainly something that can benefit the population and would be attractive for young residents who are seeking this out. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Aldrich, followed by Julia Leeper.
Good evening, and thank you for your service to our city. I've been a resident in my home next to the wash for 50 years. And it is many of the things I would agree with that have been brought up here, but I want to focus on a couple of points to keep it short and to not repeat. First of all, that area above the basin has long been a part of this game that gets played about who's responsible for it. The flood control, county flood control, or the city of Glendale. Every time we have a problem up there, no one knows who to contact. The city tells us that really should be something the flood control takes care of. They tell us that really should be something the city of Glendale takes care of. This is typical of the kind of governmental dysfunction that makes these projects so difficult. We are afraid of having the type of environment that exists lower than us down toward the Glendale Narrows. We're afraid of having that migrate upward. Who wouldn't be? How can we trust the reports we've been hearing? And I've been to 4 meetings about this project already, and we're told with quite grandiose language how wonderful it's going to be and how we're going to take care of these problems. And we have no confidence, because just look down a little further toward the city of Los Angeles, what we're going to connect to. The maintenance and the expense are a huge problem. Take $3 million of that money and put it into a simplification plan for this thing. Keep it simple, keep it more natural. So much concrete. You talk about sustainability and paper cups and everything. Look at the concrete this thing requires.
Thank you, Ms. Aldrich. Thank you. Julia Leeper, followed by Mike Mohill.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak. My name is Julia Leeper, and I've been a Glendale resident for 50 years, and I have lived in my home, which is on Sycamore, for 43 years. I'm also the Neighborhood Watch block captain for Sycamore Woods, which for over 25 years now. And there are several hundred homes in my area, and we probably have the best neighborhood watch in the city, or so the Glendale Police Department has told me. We always have great National Night Out events and that type of thing. I know many of you have attended. But just so you know, the proximity, the streets that include La Crescenta Avenue, Honolulu, Cloud, Sycamore, Ramsdale, Oakendale, and Invale. Having lived in the neighborhood as long as I have, I personally know the majority of the neighbors, and an overwhelming majority have expressed their concerns to me about safety and, very importantly, fire danger. I hosted a meeting with Bradley at my home, and not one attendee raised their hand to support the bike path going through this wooded brush area. Safety is the primary concern because the wash in our area is very secluded and could become easy access for theft and other crimes. I think about people being on e-bikes, you know. They somehow get into my backyard and steal my flat screen TV in my patio, and you know, they're gone in 30 seconds. In addition, most areas along the wash, in our area included, is extreme fire danger. Many people are telling me their fire insurance has been canceled, and they're having to get California Fair Plan because of that. There's just miles of chaparral that just haven't burned in such a long time, going all the way back to Burbank. So I'm very pleased to see that the staff has reported extending the project, so it will be going from the south to the basin. Thank you very much.
Mike Mohill, followed by David Trelongo.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mike Mohill. I've been in Glendale since the age of 12. Been through all the schools of Glendale. Bought my home in Glen Oaks Canyon in 1977, and that year they had over 30 inches of rain. And the hill behind my house slid down. So I know what water can do. We have former city councilman Dave Weaver. Sat on that chair where Mr. Brotman is right now, and he said, as a civil engineer, you never want to stop water. You never want to stop water, and putting a cap is stopping water. That's the next point. The next point is this. You said you did an outreach to how many people? 100, 200, 300? You know, Mr. Calvert, I have 27,000 readers in my community newsletter. If you want to put an announcement to get a survey, ask people, my readership, and they'll be glad to send you information. Not the couple hundred people, the people who love to ride their bicycles or ride. Ask the residents who live against it. I don't live near the wash, not at all. I don't have a vested interest, but I empathize with these people because they want privacy, and that's why they bought their home. They did not buy their home to have bicycle riders or graffiti noise behind them. Would you want that behind your house, council members? Think about it. Who are these people who want this thing in their backyard? They don't live in Glendale. Sierra Club, big deal. Ask the people in Rossmont, Rossmont and Whiting Woods. Those are the people who you should be talking to, not the Sierra Club. They live in Los Angeles. But why don't you ask my readers? They live in Greater Glendale, 27,000. And you can use my newsletter, Mr. Calvert, for free. For free. I don't charge anything. There are more people reading my stuff than the Glendale News Press, CV Weekly, or the Glendale News, anything. I'm the most read publication in the city, and it's for free.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Mohill.
you.
David Trelongo, followed by Edmund Hagopian.
Hi, Mayor Kasakian and the council. My family has been in Glendale for over 30 years. My business is in Glendale. I've got a lot of skin in the game here. I've coached teams. My kids went to school here. And I bought the house where I did because of all of the amenities and how wonderful it is in my neighborhood. Seeing the proposal with a lot of the greenery and a lot of the other things about potential mitigation on the negative impact that the bike path could do in the wash, I can see right into the wash from my house. I'm right across the street from it. So there are already plenty of trees in my neighborhood. Part of the reason why I moved there. It's wonderful. There's lots of wildlife. In the evenings, I can hear owls. And deer during the day, and coyotes and everything else. It's really a great place. And I really believe that this project is going to diminish that and damage the value and the quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Edmund Hagopian, followed by Virginie Smith. Virginie Smith? Why don't you come up if Edmund Hagopian is not here? And if he comes back.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I'm actually was a little bit with this gentleman. I live in Whiting Woods, and this looks all beautiful, what you presented, but an amazing artist must have drawn it. But it belongs to the Americana, and the Americana does not belong in Whiting Woods. We have deers. I know you brought up deers at some points, Mr. Calvert. I don't see deers in those drawings. You also have rabbits and owls and all the wildlife, and so I'm against that project up Whiting Woods.
Thank you. Paul Rabinoff, followed by Diane Lombard.
Good evening, Mayor Kasakian and council members. I'm here to voice my support for the Verdugo Wash Visioning Study. The consultants and city staff have compiled a detailed, comprehensive summary of the possibilities that can exist in a reimagined wash and clearly taken into account the ideas, interests, and concerns of all participating community members. I encourage council to authorize continuing the various studies and analysis to develop the vision in greater detail and determine the feasibility of creating what can be an incredible asset for all of Glendale. I also encourage council to include continued study of the entire wash up to and including Crescenta Valley Park. It'd be far more cost-effective to utilize a portion of the $6 million recently provided by the state to complete the entire study now than to attempt a piecemeal approach later on. There are members of the community who have expressed concerns about developing the wash in their neighborhoods. I'm confident that Glendale's talented staff and consultants can satisfactorily address and alleviate those concerns. However, there's only one way to confirm that: continue studying the entire wash. In the event community concerns cannot be addressed satisfactorily, council will still have the ability to determine the ultimate outcome and scope of the project. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And Diane Lombard, followed by Donna Libra.
Hi, good evening. I'm Diane Lombard, and I have lived in Glendale for 55 years. I've been in my house for 25 years, and I live directly on the wash. I am curious about who you surveyed and how you did your community outreach. I have never once been contacted. I have walked along the wash to other neighbors, asked them if they knew about this project. They never once heard about it. I have a friend that lives there. They never once heard about it. So it's very frustrating. It doesn't seem transparent. And I'm going to say I disagree with this, obviously, and I don't want to repeat everything, but the safety, the noise, the construction. I take videos of the water coming down every single time we have a storm. The safety of it. Somebody else also mentioned the LA River. I drove the other day, I was on the 5, then you have the bike path, you have the river, and all I saw was homeless camps. I don't want that in my backyard. I really don't. And I do feel there's a safety issue. I feel if maybe you put in lighting, then I have to deal with the light. There's going to be noise. Noise travels along that wash already as is. When there's events at Verdugo Park, I can hear it at my house. I live between Oakmont and Glendale College, or Glorietta Park and Glendale College. That area hasn't been mentioned once. It's a very big area, it's a very wide area, and there's a lot of things that already happen in that area. I already have a lot of wildlife. I don't need more wildlife. It's in my backyard. I am literally right on the wash. I've had incidents where there have been people and you have police that come down or fire department has to come down and take care of things. So I really implore you to reconsider this. I do appreciate the people that are for it and saying look at the bigger picture, but look at where I live and look at how I have to live. And I bought that house for a specific reason, because it did give me privacy. And you talked about the ADUs with the privacy and height restrictions. So I just want to have same consideration for me, privacy, safety, and other things. Thank you very much.
Ms. Lombard, just out of curiosity, I mean, you're here now, so you heard about this from somewhere. Just curious, where did you hear about, you know?
Absolutely, from Save the Wash, and from a friend that contacted me who was in Whiting Woods that did have outreach. I will go back one thing I do want to clarify. I did hear once because I actually contacted the city. I was never initially contacted by the city ever on this. I could not attend the February event because my brother had just died. This is the first time I've had my census to be part of this, and I made a point of coming tonight to talk to you.
All right, thank you. Donna Libra, followed by Alan Dish.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Okay, based on research and findings from geological reports, watersheds, debris basins, and waterways are not to be tampered with or covered. Based on the findings, if there was a crack in any of these waterways, the sinkholes start, which cause flooding. Waterways and watersheds are there for a reason, to let all the water flow from our mountains into these watersheds. And my aunt had her house flooded from a basin that got debris and her house was ruined. Look at the LA River walk trail. There are homeless, encampments, and drugs. Emergency vehicles will have be limited access. Trails behind the residents, and this is a fact. 85 to 90% of fires are caused from the homeless. That is a finding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Alan Dish, followed by Vartan Garpetyan.
Honorable council members, Mayor, I was initially for this project, that it could increase walkability and bicycling in the city and revive the beautiful Verdugo Wash. But today I am here to advocate against it. Why? We are in the midst of an ongoing global climate crisis, which is why I urge you to stop this project. Just imagine a disaster scenario where, if after a devastating wildfire would destroy the mountain vegetation, how the winter rains would increase the risk of flash floods as piles of mud and debris of loose soil roll down the hills like from an apocalyptic movie filmed in neighboring Burbank or Hollywood. Where will all of it go? The movie directors would no longer need to film in their studios. They would pan their cameras toward Glendale to witness the sheer spectacle in reality. We need a solid functioning water runoff management system, and I think the way that the wash is now serves this function. Adding a pedestrian element to the mix would lead to unforeseen consequences not too far down the road of potential yet preventable destruction of innocent lives. Speaking of water and utilities, just recall for a moment how the Glendale Water and Power logo consists of the twin peaks of the Verdugos, or, for Armenians like myself, the twin peaks of Mount Ararat, a symbol of Noah's flood, which I think can and should be read here as a general story about climate catastrophe. Surely in using this symbol, Glendale and this council should see that today we cannot afford the luxury of Noah, who, as we all know, received a miracle before the flood to get his family and all the animals together and prepare for the worst. For us, it will be too late to fix things when things get worse, or to quote the revolutionary Rosa Luxemburg, if we wait for the right moment will never come. So again, I'm urging you to reconsider this project, not because I hate developers or I'm in any way against adding pedestrian promenades, but out of egotist reasons.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vartan Garpetyan, followed by Lisa Kuda.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, good evening. My name is Vartan Garpetyan, longtime resident of Glendale. I'm also the former mayor and council member of City of Glendale. Thank you. The grass is a different color from this side.
I'm sure.
Anyways, I'm here to speak against this project. Many of the issues that were presented in the presentation, we're trying to create a problem, then we come up with solutions and try to mitigate these problems: safety, security, privacy, property values. I lived in the Verdugo woodlands for over 22 years. We built our own homes over 16 years ago. My children were born in Verdugo woodlands. And I gotta tell you that many of the people in our area, they don't know about this project. You may think that there was a huge outreach, but it hasn't been done. There was a little note in the presentation that mentioned a must-visit urban destination. We don't want a must-visit urban destination in our neighborhoods, in our backyards. That's Disneyland, that is Yosemite, that is Yellowstone, that is Galleria, Americana. It's not in our neighborhoods. There are many problems: public safety, security of our families, our neighbors, my children, my elderly mother, loss of privacy. Also, during the construction, how long does it take? Can you imagine living up against that wash when they're constructing this concrete platform? And the negative environmental impact of this project has never been spoken about. You are building 9.5 miles of concrete platforms, some taller, some shorter, narrower, wider, what have you. The concrete that is going to be used, I want to give you a little bit of information about concrete in general and environmental impact of concrete, the negative impact of it.
Go ahead.
The production of concrete contributes around 8% of global CO2 emissions each year. It also is responsible for 7% of global carbon dioxide emissions, more than what comes from all the trucks in the world. This project, and for Councilmember Asatrian, I know you're really big on community outreach. There was one public event for our area. 91208 has 6,200 residential units. Not 207, 4,200 residential units. One meeting was scheduled in Verdugo Park.
I was going to ask, is that the event at Verdugo Park?
Yes, and that was on the weekend of President's Day celebration weekend. It was a long weekend, and I don't know how many of the people in here attended. I'm a former council member. I didn't know about it. There are 15 homes on my street. None of my neighbors heard about this project.
Thank you, Mr.
We
Durpage.
really appreciate if you put a
Thank
stop
you.
on this project until you really have a community outreach
Thank you.
and let the residents know what's going on.
Thank you. Lisa Kuda, followed by Cassandra Chowdhury.
Hi, Lisa Kuda, a 22-year homeowner in Glendale, 15 of those years on Geneva in Rossmoyne, really close to Glen Oaks. And we want to say that we heard about this project several years ago when it was just an inkling. We heard about it first time at a community meeting, and we're really enthusiastic about it. And we also read about it in the city newsletter and received and took the survey, went to that website, so followed the link. So that city newsletter was useful there. But anyway, the main point is that when we first bought our house on Geneva, we looked at that concrete scar, that we cross over that bridge every day several times, and we're like, oh, there's so much wasted potential there for both, recreation, transportation, better nature, everything. And it's just this concrete scar that serves a very useful purpose, but most of the time, it's just that concrete scar. And it would just be awesome to have it as something for both, transportation and recreation in both directions, going north and south further into downtown Glendale. I want to say that I'm on the LA bike path at least twice a week, walking and driving. And yeah, there's a lot of concerns, but one thing is that that area was full of graffiti and all the concerns that people brought up before it was a bike path. People were still on the river doing those things. So, some of those concerns, they don't exist on the Verdugo Wash right now. So why do we think just having it open are going to happen? The other thing is that, we've gone from having 2 cars, driving daily, lots and lots of tens and tens of thousands of miles a year, to only having 1 car and never driving it. And we still living in Rossmoyne, and so appreciate the opportunity to be able to get around better. Thanks.
Thank you. Cassandra Chowdhury, followed by Mike Borisoff.
Good evening. I am here tonight to speak enthusiastically in favor of the Verdugo Wash project. When I first read about this project, honestly, my heart swelled with pride that I was living in a city that is so committed to building a more beautiful and connected place for its citizens. I was also very, very impressed by the amount of research, thought, and design work that went into the visioning report. I'm not sure very many people have read it because it was very, very thorough, and I think that it addressed a lot of the issues that we've heard tonight. A renovated Verdugo Wash will provide the public with a new way to traverse the city safely by foot and by bike. I don't know why bike has become a bad word, apparently. I do ride an e-bike. I have no interest in your TV. But it'll provide a beautiful space for people to enjoy the outdoors together. And it'll take a space that is currently incompetent to support a meaningful ecosystem and rewild it to a certain extent. So with the addition of native plants, we'll see an increase in biodiversity and heal some of the habitat fragmentation that is currently a reality for Glendale's wildlife. Overall, I believe that the Glendale Wash Project will greatly benefit the health of Glendale citizens and Glendale's ecosystems. I know that the northmost area of the Wash presents unique challenges, and I think that there are a lot of valid points to consider. But I do implore the council to include these areas in whatever extent is possible to create a greener and more connected Glendale. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mike Borisoff, followed by Peter Hebert.
Hello, Mayor Krasakian, council members and staff. My name is Mike Borisoff, and I'm a Glendale resident. I'm a student here at the local college, and I work in the city. I live only a few blocks from this proposed project and see it as a great opportunity to beautify our neighborhood. Tonight, I encourage you to motion to continue the design phase of the visioning study and to include La Crescenta, the north side of the basin. By full scoping the design, we can create a vibrant, creative, and fun destination for the local community and Glendale at large. Currently, there's only a stale concrete construction. Imagine the wonderful events and community engagement that would occur if this project came to fruition. Children and elderly alike enjoying a new walkable location for the city. Additionally, every single city that has constructed a riverwalk or similar has seen property value increase extensively. There is no shortage of greats for this visionary project. This is the future. Please support it tonight. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Peter Hibbert, followed by Karen Betzold.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to express support for extending the bike path beyond the debris basin. Strong support. I'd like to bring this back to the objective of the entire project, which is connections. There are 3 neighborhoods that I know of that only have a single road access. It's Shirley Jean, Whiting Woods, and there's a neighborhood south of Honolulu on the extension of Boston. This would provide, going north of the debris basin, would provide an alternative connection to 2 of those 3 neighborhoods, that being Shirley Jean and Whiting Woods. I'd also like to actually admonish you. This is a little bit underwhelming. The wash does not end at Crescenta Valley Park. It continues up through the Blanchard Canyon waterway. It continues all the way up to Duke-Majan and to the mountains north of Foothill. So this is, if we're talking about connections, right now we're making connections only to the Los Angeles River. If we take this greenway to Crescenta Valley Park, we are very close to making connections to Latuna Canyon and up to Foothill, so we can make connections to the much larger community. There have been a lot of good, thoughtful talks here today, and they raised a lot of concerns. I'd like to point out that this is not the end. This is not the final approval. If we continue consideration of the wash beyond the debris basin, there are still plenty of opportunities to shoot it down. As a proponent of the streets on La Crescenta, it seems like there was no shortage of opportunities to kill that project. So believe me, you will have many opportunities in the coming years to end this project at the debris basin if it goes forward. Last thing I want to say is, I believe I have biked every mile of Riverway in LA County. A lot of people are bringing up the LA Riverway by Griffith Park. There's a lot of graffiti there. But there are many miles of river path that are much cleaner, much nicer, and have increased property values all around Rio Hondo, going through the San Fernando Valley, et cetera.
Thank you. Karen Betzold, followed by Kim Arnold.
Honorable Mayor and council members, I really don't think that if this was your backyard that you would be advocating for it. I'm here on behalf of all of the people on my street and the street adjacent or across the riverbed from me that aren't able to make it here tonight. There are many families with young children that when we all heard the project, maybe 7 years ago, I don't even think he was involved at the time, we all thought it was a great idea. As it comes into light and all these pictures are brought to our attention, and also we're told, don't worry about it, it's not gonna happen anytime soon. $6 million, that's a huge amount of money. We're talking equity. Put it where it's equitable. It's not equitable. I pay $9,000 a year in taxes. Is it equitable to take my backyard and make it a public space? I think it's equitable to take that $6 million and the other billions behind it and find another place to put it, to revitalize Glendale, to serve the underserved in the Glendale community, to take care of the homeless that we need to take care of. And I've biked every mile in this city, all the way down to the ocean and back. And every path for the last 15 years has been homeless, drugs, and sickness. And I think that if we really believe in taking care of our community and doing the right thing, it's not taking away a flood zone. I don't get protection from floods because I live in a flood zone. So don't take my flood protection away, please.
Thank you.
It's not fair.
Thank you. Kim Arnold, followed by Monica Campagna.
Thank you, and good evening, everybody. Thank you for letting us all be here to speak tonight. I am definitely against this project, specifically north of the catch basin. Mr. Calvert, I do believe the deer might actually be better and happier in the catch basin without all of us humans in there. Just thinking out loud, I don't know. I'm dumbfounded even to think how this is going to go south of Glendale through an elementary school playground and a private country club golf course. But what I really want to touch on is something a little bit different that others have mentioned, and that is people have talked about us not feeling included. I know for a fact as a resident of Whiting Woods that you have the Sierra Club as a stakeholder, but no one from our neighborhood, as an example, are in these meetings, are in these vision study projects, are part of the stakeholders. So I would ask that if you do go forward with any further of this project, that you do include, whether it be Whiting Woods or Sycamore or Glenwood Oaks, that you please, please include us residents in this so that we can help mitigate or help illuminate better what our concerns are. Mr. Culvert made a statement to security and safety and used the illustration that people wouldn't be able to exit to get to our backyards, to get to our yards. Well, that's great, but if my kid gets hurt, nobody can get to him either. So I just think common sense in a lot of respects has been lost, and there's some rose-colored glasses that think this is just a wonderful project, and maybe it is, and I'll finish up. Thank you. Please just include us.
Thank you. Monica Campagna, followed by Patrick Murphy. And is Edmund Hagopian in the room? Is Edmund Hagopian here? If you are, raise your hand. All right. Gentleman who submitted a card apparently is not here. He will not speak. Monica Campagna, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council members. I'm just going to point out the obvious. I am a resident of the Riverside Rancho, which is the southernmost part of this project. And I think most of the folks here are from the northernmost part of this project. And I think the southernmost part of this project would probably share a lot of my excitement to be able to jump on the bike path at the LA River and then transition to the Verdugo Wash to have my family. They would love this, to be able to go up the wash and enjoy Glendale without having to get into a car. I mean, that was kind of the whole point of this. It's not like the residents wouldn't be enjoying this. The residents who live in the southern part of the city who don't have all the green space. I'm lucky I live right near Griffith Park, so I have that. But all this other area between, I mean, a lot of them don't have that. And so that's what this is. This is a chance for people to be able to get out of their cars, enjoy, and connect the city and have all these diverse ways to come together as communities, to be able to go to the different businesses on bike. It's great. Maybe, you know, the study is done and you have all your options and then you don't choose to explore some of them because of the feedback that you're getting. There are valid concerns, so maybe you don't go all the way. I don't know, but maybe you study it first before you make that choice. You want an input. Habitat restoration, naturalizing as much as possible, as little concrete as you can get away with. Native plants, you do have to consider how you're going to irrigate them for the first 3 years or so. Having a milkweed mile for the monarchs would be amazing. Wildlife corridors, the stormwater capture element, having solar incorporated, working with GWP right now in development of concepts for shade tunnels and things like that. And I love the keep it simple remark. I kind of agree with that when possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Monica. Next is Patrick Murphy.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Patrick Murphy. I live on Sycamore Avenue, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Verdugo Wash Neighborhoods Coalition and SaveTheWash.com. It has been rumored that the coalition is a small group. We are not. We have over 600 members, and we are growing, continuing to grow. I would like to express my personal gratitude for all of you listening to me in our individual meetings, as well as staff. Thank you for your time. The public outreach was inadequate. There's still no direct mail. You've heard this several times this evening. The outreach in the park was the first weekend that COVID restrictions were dropped, first holiday weekend. By staff's estimate, their estimate, 120 people attended that meeting. There were 196,000 residents in Glendale with thousands living along the Wash. All of you have expressed the view that it should start at the confluence. Mr. Brotman, you mentioned to bring it up to Brand at the Ross Moyne Candidate Forum, bring it up to Brand and pause. The coalition is not opposed to the bike path in areas where it is appropriate. We are categorically opposed to it in areas where it is not appropriate. The social equity, on page 160 of the report, under location consideration, there is a reference to southwestern Glendale needing more parks and more open space. Starting out there, down there, is absolutely appropriate. The council, and this supports the council's preferences. The staff report cites several significant engineering reasons to stop at the basin, to include an impossible widening necessity. The service side roads don't work. They're too tight and they're too close to the neighbors. And we had heard that those service side roads are off limits anyway. You, Council Member Paula Devine, you mentioned back in December that last year that you thought it was too narrow up there. Well, it turns out that it is too narrow. Crime has already been mentioned. Fire hazard, 95% of all California fires are started by human activity. We have been informed by a former fire chief that those hills behind Whiting Woods can create a plume fire because of the location and the topography. If that plume fire comes out, God forbid that there would be another Paradise in Montrose and La Crescenta.
Mr. Murphy, I know that you're representing some of the homes along the area. I will afford you just another 30 seconds to wrap up. We may have questions for you, so I ask you to please not leave, to remain nearby, and we have 14 callers on hold, so I do want to get through those as well.
I'm going to stick around till the end.
Okay.
I think you know. The debris basin, there hasn't been enough public outreach. If you're going to do work in the debris basin, the people up above it and in Spar Heights need to be aware of this, because the parking is going to be a problem there, because we're reducing the La Crescenta Avenue down to 1 lane north, 1 lane south, and so people are going to come and visit the debris basin. Where are they going to park? So I think that it should start in the south and then continue to work on that. Cost considerations, the Atlanta Beltline, when it's done, 22 miles, $4.8 billion. That's from beltline.org. If we extrapolate those numbers and take into consideration inflation, because those $4.8 billion, a lot of them were previous dollars, now we have inflation, we're going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $2.5 billion to build it. So I would like to be, and I appreciate in one of your previous council meetings, including us on the Stakeholder Advisory Working Group. Thank you very much. We should be included. We are primary stakeholders. Lastly, I have petition signatures to present to the city clerk, petitions against the project. The number is 615 here, and 12 came in after 12 noon today.
All right, thank you very much. Please pass that to the clerk, and we will enter that as part of the record. Let's go to the calls. We have still 14 callers?
Correct, Mayor.
Okay.
Diane Martin, you have 2 minutes. Diane, go ahead.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate listening to all the point of views. I am a 25-year resident of 1 Mountain Oaks Park, right against the wash that goes along from actually New York Avenue on. And my concern is that if it stops at the basin, that's fine. I am in the highest brush area, and every time there's a fire, our insurance gets wrapped around and changed every time. It's high risk. And even in my neighborhood, when I am against the wash, literally, where people can hike up and down. And there are people, I have no trespassing, signs on that side. I have pictures that I've sent to you already, and I will resend again, of just people in our own neighborhoods being acts of violence and not appreciated, literally walking across my front lawn from the wash over there. So I am fully appreciative of the wash stopping at the basin, but I believe fire risk, which is huge, in an area where there has been no fires. I don't want to repeat ourselves, but this is an area that needs to be protected. And despite what some of the people say, oh, yes, you feel sorry for our residents, I am a resident, and this is my home. And I want to protect my home. And I have guarded it, and we love our open space and our free area. And my kids have grown up in CD Park. There's plenty of activity and time for them to have fun in CD Park across from the wash basin. So I am, an advocate of stopping at the basin, but please, we are homeowners, and there's plenty to do without this bike path exceeding forward. And there's so much more risk of fire, a cigarette butt, and a camper on your lawn, which I've had, and people crossing your lawn. So thank you. And city and council members and mayor, I appreciate you hearing all of us. And I am appreciative that the wash stop at the basin.
Thank you, Diane. 2 minutes is up. Thank you. Martha Sensel, you have 2 minutes. Martha, go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to thank the staff and council for the work completed today. I'm a 24-year resident of the Verdugo Woodlands, and I would like to say I fully support continued study of the entire wash, with special consideration for options for connections to CD Park. I think the connection of the entire path is very important for the project. I think this project as proposed is a multi-use path that would serve as a safe place away from traffic for families, adults, and children and their pets. And I would also like to note that in addition to the two or three cities that you looked at, there are actually beautiful bike paths that go cross town and through neighborhoods purposefully in Orange County and Ventura County and Santa Barbara counties. I've been on these paths, and they're very pleasant. They're full of people walking their pets, biking with their children, walking, running with their children, and I think these would be some places that would be good models for Glendale. Thank you.
Jack Walworth, you have 2 minutes. Jack, go ahead.
Hello, can you
Jack,
hear
go
me?
ahead. Yes, go ahead, sir.
I think this is an amazing project, and I hope that you continue with the planning stages. I know that it's early on. I think a lot of the comments that we've heard so far are a little bit limited in their perspective, to say the least. But I hope that that we can come up with a plan that will make everybody happy. I don't know if that's possible, but I'm a bicyclist, and I sold my car and ride my bike wherever I can, and this would be a wonderful opportunity for everybody in Glendale to have access to bike trails from north to south. It's a fantastic plan, and I look forward to seeing future versions. Thank you very much.
Louis Nicholas, you have 2 minutes. Louis, go ahead.
Hi, it's Lois Nichols. I now live in Whiting.
Lois, can you lower the volume of your TV?
Sure. I'm working on it. Sorry. Hi, I moved to Glendale in 1964, and I've lived in different parts of Glendale.
Little lower, please.
A little lower what?
Lower the volume, please, because we can hear you. It's echoing.
I thought I did. Okay. I've lived in different parts. I lived down by Hoover High School. I lived down in the Rancho area, and I moved into Whiting Woods 22 years ago. I think having biking for people is great. I just don't want to see it come up into the Whiting Woods area for all the many reasons you've already heard. I am scared to death of fire. We were evacuated, 4 years ago. I watched the fire go up the hill, and our wonderful fire department stopped it. I'm worried about what's going to happen to our wild animals. We do have bear, coyotes, foxes, mountain lions, and bobcats. And I'm worried about how they will be treated from people who aren't used to them. And then the scary part is mountain lions chase people on bicycles. So anyway, I want everybody to be safe. I just would like to see it not come up here. I moved to Glendale in '64 when we had the big fire on the other side of the hill, and I don't want to experience another one. Thank you, everybody, for your time, staff, and the board, the council.
Thank you.
Have a great evening.
Next caller.
Daniel Trujillo.
Thank you for taking my call. I am a lifelong resident of Glendale who lives close to the Wash in its current form. I work in downtown LA, and it is a joy driving back up the 2 freeway to our little enclave. I cannot stress how much I do not want the city, whether it's Glendale or eventually Los Angeles, to encroach on the quiet enjoyment of our neighborhood and its diverse group of residents. I saw the PowerPoint with its beautiful images, and I believe there is a distinction between the fantasy of what may be and the reality of human nature. Unfortunately, I do not have a high opinion of people these days, in that their personal integrity and civic responsibility is not what it was 20 or 30 years ago. Statistics show a nationwide increase in crime, and I believe moving forward with this project will provide the opportunity for ne'er-do-wells to access the back roads of our residential community, and will foster an increased opportunity for assault, burglary, graffiti, homelessness, vandalism, littering, and other environmental hazards. This project will have a real-world negative impact on the families and wild animals who live here. Therefore, I respectfully request and strongly urge that the City Council not allow this project to move forward. Thank you.
Tim Opelt. Tim, can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
I appreciate city management's careful and thoughtful study and council's patience on this. I absolutely support the project. I live a couple houses away from the Wash in Sycamore Woods. I have 2 young kids who want me to do what we can for the planet. I'm the family, the dog walker, and the cyclist who would use all of this. I used to live in South Glendale, and I lived in downtown Glendale. I regularly biked the LA River for years, and I work in downtown Glendale. I've spent time in the Atlanta Beltline area. I want the active transport. I would like it if I could bike faster and safer to my office. I wouldn't need to use my car. It would increase property values to link these areas together and make it so that people like me could not use a car, and to be the sort of city where people can move to and link to downtown Glendale, and link everything together. The Wash is actually the ugliest part of our neighborhood. It really is. Somebody said a concrete scar across the neighborhood. It is. And when that concrete breaks, what are we going to do? Pour more? And there's concrete involved no matter what. Why don't we study and spend the time to figure out how to do it right? And the Army Corps of Engineers, when they designed all of these ways to move water as quickly as possible to the ocean, have admitted that they didn't do it right. So I encourage the council to push forward and have staff satisfy the safety concerns. If it's not going to extend north of the debris basin, so be it. But I'd encourage all traffic patterns north of there allow for a link there in at the bottom end of La Crescenta, so that up north can link those bike paths in and easily access that area and the bike path. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Next caller.
Travis Brown, you have 2 minutes, Travis. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I moved from Duarte to La Crescenta a number of years ago. I absolutely love the area, but I was immediately struck and disappointed by the lack of recreational bike facilities. Family bike rides used to be one of my kids' favorite activities, but they just aren't safe or fun here with the lack of bikeable access to parks and safe bikeways. I live in Sycamore Woods, about 100 feet from the wash. I frequently take my children to play at TV Park. I take my kids to sports practice at Verdugo Park. My wife and I walk our dog in the neighborhoods around the wash literally every night. Verdugo Wash has always stood out as a seriously missed opportunity and a potential community jewel, especially since there's already paved access trails paralleling the wash in and around Whiting Woods and Sycamore Woods. Literally, these paths just need to be extended and open to the public. The potential here is a no-brainer. I have to say that after listening to 2 hours of conversation here, I'm pretty disappointed by the short-sightedness of my neighbors. I think that all we have to do is look at some similar trails. For instance, the Duarte Recreational Trail, which was converted from a former trolley line and backs onto many residential properties. You see joggers, moms with strollers, cyclists, couples out walking their dogs, kids walking to school. It really brings the community together, and it's really not that complicated. You can look at other places here in LA, like the San Gabriel River Trail, all the bike lanes and facilities around the Rose Bowl. And you can go a little further afield and you can look at the world-class paths in the Platte River and Cherry Creek in the city of Denver. You know, these projects are immeasurable assets to the community, and they haven't caused any of the doom and gloom that everyone's stressing about tonight. That being said, some elements of the concept seem to me like overkill. You know, we don't need to build over the wash. We don't need all this heavy-handed development. We literally just need simple bike trails on either side of the wash. So, you know, my 2 cents here is we should continue to study this concept. I really think we should go all the way up to CD Park. You know, that area north of the debris dam is super critical.
All right. Next.
Rob Montgomery, you have 2 minutes. Rob, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm a 23-year resident of Whiting Woods, vice president of our homeowners association, and part of the Verdugo Wash Neighborhoods Coalition. I'd like to thank city staff, whom in their report recognizes that the Verdugo Wash north of the debris basin and Oakmont Country Club is distinctly different from other portions south of the debris basin. I did not see mentioned in the report that above the debris basin, the wash is very near to one of California's highest brush fire hazard zones, if not the highest. Brush fire in this area could quickly become a catastrophe for North Glendale and surrounding communities. So much so, Glendale Fire has encouraged Whiting Woods to rejoin Firewise USA to better prepare and safeguard our neighborhoods, which we are in the process of. As far as I know, my property is one of only a few that currently shares a fence line with a very small portion of the wash that's now being used as a walking and bicycle path. LA County Fire Department representative stated at a CV council meeting, more people bring higher fire risk. This is a real concern, and I may tell you a fire along the wash due to access is no longer something that could happen. It recently did happen. On Saturday, September 5th, my wife and I returned home at about 5:30 p.m., pulled into our driveway, and immediately noticed smoke coming from the wash on the side of our property. It quickly grew, sending up ash into the trees, and flame became visible on the wash side just as I extinguished it with a garden hose. It must have been smoldering for some time because it burned through 7 or 8 boards. The next day, we found a discarded match under a shade tree where someone must have apparently rested for, during that 104-degree afternoon. We were very lucky. For this reason, others that have been stated today, and many staff recommendations, I respectfully encourage you excluding the area above the debris basin north of Oakmont Country Club from any further project visioning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jim Payson. Jim, you're live. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm another resident of the. I'm a resident of Park Vista Drive for 35 years. I'm on the northern part, and I don't think we need to get this bike path all the way up to here. There's all the same reasons everyone in this neighborhood doesn't want to hear. That's the same feeling that I have. And I think the bottom line is there are roads for bicyclists to take anywhere they want. They don't have to intrude upon our storm drains and into our private neighborhoods to ride their bikes. There's plenty of places to ride your bikes. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Anna Rudy. Anna?
Hi, good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Ana Tabuena Ruddy, a 30-year Glendale resident who lives in Spar Heights. My family and I strongly support the Verdugo Wash Vision Plan with CV Park as the terminus for the Greenway Trail. We're excited by the idea of being able to hop on the trail to access the different parks along the trails and the businesses in downtown Glendale without being on the road with cars. My 83-year-old mother, who walks everywhere in Montrose, even to Descanso Gardens from her house by Jeremy's coffee shop, would love the chance to walk an accessible nature trail through the wash. We and many of our neighbors are, however, opposed to the recent city staff report that is now recommending that the Greenway ends in the debris basin north of Oakmont Country Club across from Spar Heights. This idea is extremely short-sighted. Where will folks park to access the trail? Where are the restrooms, or what is the destination? In contrast, CV Park already offers the solution: designated parking, restrooms, recreation areas, playgrounds, and large gathering spaces. If the Greenway ends in the debris basin, Spar Heights and the surrounding neighborhoods will suffer an onslaught of folks parking along La Crescenta Avenue and into Spar Heights in order to access the trail. This will undermine our neighborhood's recent success in advocating for safer streets along La Crescenta Avenue, which we and a majority of City Council members worked very hard to achieve. I hope tonight you will think carefully about integrated solutions that do not cancel each other out while considering the genuine safety concerns of folks living adjacent to the wash so that we can be a better connected city. A thoughtful and balanced approach is achievable if we all work together. Please include at least 2 members from each neighborhood in your stakeholder advisory group moving forward. Thank you for your time tonight.
Tanya Belisi. Tanya, you have 2 minutes. Tanya, can you hear me? Tanya, can you hear me? Jenny Morataya, you have 2 minutes. Jenny, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Jenny.
Good evening. My name is Jenny Morataya, and I grew up on Cañada Boulevard, about a block away from the wash. I grew up in an apartment, and I didn't have a backyard or a safe bike lane to ride my bike, and I would have absolutely loved to cross the street and be able to walk down to the wash or to ride my bike to Verdugo Woodlands, where I went to elementary school, or Glendale Community College, which is where I first heard about the project. At GCC, I was president of the environmental club and was also the student representative on the environmental committee of the college. And the student-run club, the committee, and the college all supported this project. And that was almost 10 years ago. And it's just so frustrating to see the lack of progress on this beyond just a study. And I understand this is how things work, but a small group of loud people particularly white, older, wealthier homeowners who are against the project shouldn't prevent something that is for the greater good, especially lower income residents who live in apartments and don't have local access to parks in their neighborhood. This project can have many benefits to the diverse residents of Glendale and a good environmental impact by providing safe pedestrian and bike connectivity to Glendale and helping reduce individual car trips, reducing emissions, reducing car congestion, all of that. I encourage you to also do some outreach to renters, to dog walkers, and also to the students and parents of Verdugo Woodlands and GCC. I'm sure many of them would support this project and also have great ideas to contribute. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else? Who do we have left?
Mayor, I have 3 more callers.
Okay.
Hilda Sevadian, you have 2 minutes. Hilda, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, the council members. Thank you for taking my call. I am a 40-year resident of Glendale, and I've owned this home. I live on the Wash, and I've owned this home for 40 years. My main concern is the security, safety, my safety and security, and that's too much money being spent on this project. And also, I don't want the property value to decrease, and also the homeless issue, and I don't want strangers going through backyard. Thank you for taking my call.
Alec Bartsasov. Alex, you got 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Alec Bertrosov. I just want to express my support for the Verdugo Wash project. I think that many people who are in the audience today have very valid concerns. I also think that we have very competent staff that's supervised by Mr. Calvert that can address a lot of those concerns through this concept, visioning, and outreach portion of the project. I'm a little bit discouraged by comments being made that are essentially othering people in the community. I ride my bike. I am not a criminal. I'm not out to steal people's TVs or other belongings. I think a lot of criminal activity is done by people in cars, and nobody in the community is suggesting that we close down our streets because we want our communities to be safer. I also think that we can all be neighbors. We can be good to one another. We all live in homes that are next to other people's homes, and we get along just fine. And I think with this right-of-way, with this public amenity that is owned by the public, we owe it to ourselves to create this amenity that can serve you, it can serve me, it can serve people in the community without this fear-mongering that's going on. But like I said, a lot of these concerns are valid, and I think through this process we can address those concerns. Chiefly privacy can be addressed, and many other things that can be addressed through this process. So I hope you move forward with the project and we can have something that everybody can celebrate. Thank you.
Tanya Balisi. Tanya, are you there? Tanya, can you hear me? Tanya? Mayor, that was the last caller.
All right, well, we made it through that, thank you. And with relative, I think, civility, minus my, unfortunate, having to use the gavel. Ma'am, unfortunately, no, unfortunately, I can't allow that. I think we've had a long enough deliberation on this, and not deliberation, hearing from the public, and I apologize, it would not be fair to anyone else. Who would like to ask questions of staff first? Councilmember Devine, we'll start with you.
Thank you very much. Boy, this is a very difficult decision that we have before us tonight. First of all, debris. I'm just going to go through some of the issues that were brought up tonight. The debris collection. If we have, the pathway, how do we handle the debris underneath?
Mayor and council members, as part of this process, we also had discussions with LA County Flood Control and a couple with U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Essentially, what they had asked of us was to provide opportunities for access and being able to leave clear pathways below some of those platforms, depending on the height. Honestly, it's a little too early to determine exactly what mechanism that you would use. Their main concern is making sure that we were able to still provide access underneath or alongside, depending on the width of that raised platform.
Fire. Everyone is concerned about fire, and I was up there and I saw the hillside. Have we investigated that? The probability, the danger,
As part of the internal stakeholder group, Fire did participate in that. They had provided that we had followed their fire-resistant planting guidelines, and you can see some of those outlined within the document. They didn't have concerns.
They did not have concerns. A bike park. Somebody mentioned a bike park, and then maybe we would have to do away with the parking lot or something for a bike park.
I am not aware of any bike parking lot project, and we wouldn't be proposing one here at any of the entry points.
Okay. If we go ahead with this vision plan tonight, and we decide that we want to go all the way up to CV Park, in the event that I don't know, we don't have the funding, we don't have to go all the way up there, do we? We can say that we're going, that right tonight we'll say, well, let's do the vision plan all the way to CV Park, but we could decide later that, no, we don't want to do that.
Correct. Any decision that you make this evening does not put us on the hook to build this entire project. There's still, as I mentioned earlier, there are many, many stages and phases that need to go into this project. And it also doesn't preclude having to maybe go off route at certain points. And I should have mentioned this probably in the very beginning, but the scope of this visioning process was within the confines of that wall. That's what we had the budget for. That's what we had the funding for. Now, if we go into subsequent phases and we need to identify alternatives that maybe need to go off route, as we heard, there are other bicycle infrastructure projects being proposed or being built. That is very well an option as well. That would all be included in any kind of subsequent study. What we did here was, and again, I emphasize this very hard, is it was a visioning study with a very, very limited budget. So we kind of were squeezing as much as we could out of this within the confines of those walls.
Because I sense doubt from our residents that if we say tonight that we're going to okay it all the way to CV Park, that's absolutely what's going to happen. But we don't really know that, do we? And
no.
We can stop it.
We will have several check-in points, correct?
Okay, because I want to make sure, because I know that, I see some doubt, mistrust, I guess it is.
If I can, I mean, if we look at any kind of major design project that we've done, we usually go through with this kind of initial exercise, what is possible, what could be built. Then we move into essentially what we would consider a pre-engineering and feasibility study. From there, you go to environmental review. Then we're still in schematic design. Then we're maybe moving into construction documents. And if you recall from some of those projects, we always come back, and at every single point, you have the opportunity to change the scope, redirect us, terminate the project.
And my next question is, if we do not approve the vision to CV Park, we would not have funding. If we stop at the basin and we decide, wow, this is such a big success and it's terrific, and whoever's living there at the time, it's not going to be tomorrow, said, well, this is great down there. We want it up here. We would not have the funding to do that, would we?
Correct. We would have to identify outside funding, and there is a sort of economies of scale that comes along with this, because we would be bundling it all together rather than having to go back and release a new RFP, redo some of that work potentially. Because if we get to the point of environmental, if we now add that in, that could change what happens downstream as well. So we may see ourselves having a little bit of redundancy and redoing some of the work in the southern portions.
Okay, two more questions. Public outreach. We've heard a lot about there was a lack of public outreach. Is there any way that we can increase that, continue doing the public outreach? You know, I was concerned, and I mentioned this to you in the briefing, that I didn't feel that there were as many respondents as I felt we should have. Plus, there were a lot of respondents that admitted that they did not live in Glendale. There were a lot of them. And I think there's validity to the fact that a lot of people didn't know about this, didn't hear about this, and did not get involved. They were not engaged in the process, in the survey. So my question is, can we continue to do that? Let's say even if we approve it tonight, can we continue to do, I mean, we have the 6 million, and that is for the vision, the research that you're going to be doing in the next step. But can we still continue to do more outreach in the community? And I know we'll do it every step of the way, but I mean right now, tomorrow, next week, the week after.
Yes, absolutely. The plan is, now that this document is complete, we would like to be able to post that, distribute that, and then have the opportunity to have neighborhood meetings, community meetings, whatever they may be, in order to get that feedback now that we have all of this information here. Any subsequent public engagement that go into any future phases of this work would obviously be much more substantial. As stated, we were operating with a pretty limited budget with a lot of COVID restrictions as part of this, and there was only so much we could do in terms of reaching out. We used city newsletters, email blasts, social media, the website itself. We extended offers to go to certain neighborhoods. Some took that offer, some did not. I mean, as we heard, one resident heard the presentation, 4 times at that point. So we were out there, but we do need to do more. And now that if we were to move into the next phase, we have a much more substantial budget to have a much more robust public engagement plan that really starts to focus in neighborhood by neighborhood.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely necessary. My final question has to do with the crime, safety, and the property values. And I know you lived in Atlanta, you worked in Atlanta, where one of the projects that we noticed, that we were shown tonight. Tell me, and tell the residents and those people that are listening at home, what was the result of that project? The negative impacts, positive impacts, how did that project sit with the city, with the residents?
If I can zoom out just a little bit first before zooming into a specific project. And we provided this study and referenced it in some of our public engagement meetings, but I believe it was approximately 2019, a study was done regarding safety by design, and they looked at these types of projects in Seattle, Madison, Wisconsin, Charlotte, Atlanta, Escondido, a number of cities across the country. There was not a single incident of any city seeing a rise in crime. Either crime actually went down or it held even. In the case of the project that you're referencing, that had actually had significant positive impacts, depending on how you would like to look at it, on property values going up rather significantly. Overall, they built, and this is a similar approach that we would probably take with this kind of project, as they built a couple miles to start, kind of gauged the success, took that feedback, recalibrated, and then continued to expand the project. And it's become, as the New York Times has quoted, the most important infrastructure project in America right now.
That Atlanta project?
And it is really nothing more than a sidewalk.
Okay, I think that concludes my questions for now.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Brotman.
Thank you. And thank you to Councilmember Devine for asking so many good questions that I was thinking of asking. So I guess one thing I was hoping you could do is maybe talk a little bit more about the process, because a lot of the emails we got and a lot of the comments we heard tonight are kind of, don't approve the project, don't approve the bike, the bike path. But there isn't a project per se right now. So could you kind of talk about, in a way that people understand, like what are the next few things that would happen if we decided to go ahead?
The next few things would really look at design refinement. As noted, what we have shown here is not really context specific. These are ideas, these are concepts, or a kit of parts kind of applied to some generic locations with the exception of maybe the debris basin. We would need to hold much more public engagement as part of this, get more feedback on those specific neighborhoods, and really look at this kind of link by link, and start modifying and tweaking the design. What you see in terms of that kit of parts for privacy, safety, vegetation, sound, everything, is just a handful of ideas. There is much more to explore there. So what we would like to be able to do is, as Councilmember Devine noted, continue to go around, get feedback of what we have here, use that to go into that next phase so we can continue to refine it and hopefully get these concepts to something that the neighborhoods would appreciate. Now, from there, you would have to go into preliminary engineering. Now that we have a more solidified design, we would need to go into environmental review. And that could modify and change some things before we would hit any kind of construction document process, which would really be after we have exhausted what we would consider the current available funds.
So in the next phase, I mean, we would maybe be looking at a particular segment, like let's say the area behind Ethel and Ross Moyne or something like that, just to give an example.
Correct.
And we would then kind of identify, here's some potential entry points, here's some how we would handle parking, how we would handle noise, policing, those kinds of, and cost questions, and then we would kind of get together with, specifically with that neighborhood. I know it would not just be that neighborhood, but that would be an opportunity for that neighborhood to really look closely at exactly what the idea is there, right?
Correct. We would like to go to those specific neighborhoods, and all of those things you saw, the kind of variation in height and width and vegetation, is to modify and tweak all those things and get the feedback from that specific neighborhood before we were to move forward.
Right, okay. I just wanted to clarify that because, yeah, I think it is important to recognize, and I think you said we're at like January 1st, or how did you put it? You know,
January 1st, about 12:02 a.m. We were at 12:01 about a month ago, but I figured since we wrapped up all our commission meetings, we could advance one more minute.
Yeah, I think we're early. Now, another thing I wanted to ask you about, and in this process, we're going to have, maybe you could talk about this, like the LA County Flood Control District and the Army Corps of Engineers are going to have to look at these. I mean, they're real issues that were raised. There's a flood channel, right? A flood control channel. Obviously, they're not going to let us do anything that would jeopardize the purpose of the wash for flood control, right? So how is that going to happen? Who have we already talked to?
So we have already worked with the LA County Flood Control. We've had a few meetings with them to present these concepts. We would not have brought those to you here today if they were not something that they could see as viable. Now, it doesn't mean that they are signing off on what we've shown. They have their own comments and questions and thoughts as well. But we would continue, and they would be increasingly important stakeholders because as we heard from both LA County and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, before we start to get into even deeper conversations, they want to see this fleshed out a little bit more. They want to see some more ideas. They want to see some of how we address some of the issues regarding debris, access, things like that. But they will be increasingly more important and more engaged partners. We have had, I don't know off the top of my head the number of meetings, but it has been a handful or a few with LA County Flood Control, and we've also done one with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
Okay, because that's important for people to realize that. I mean, these guys this is what they do.
Yes.
They're pretty rigid. They're not going to let us do something that is going to block the flow.
Correct.
In a heavy rain. I mean, we know we're going to have big floods, right? We saw an article a few months ago, about with climate change, we can expect more frequent large floods. So we obviously, this is going to be something that is super, super important for us. Just the last thing is, how did we originally come to the idea of beginning or ending, however your point of view is, at Crescenta Valley Park? And why not, like, all the way to the border of Glendale to connect to, other communities outside in La Crescenta to the northwest?
So that route was what was originally identified as part of the bike master plan, and that's just kind of how we've continued to proceed. The existing route that we've brought here this evening. That does not mean it can't go further and connect. We've heard actually some of that feedback that I think we heard in a couple public comments today. Why can't we connect to some of these other assets as well? We certainly can. Obviously, that's going to come with an additional cost, and a little catch-up work is going to need to occur in that regard. But we've heard that from residents. We have also heard that actually from the Tongva tribe as well, wanting to see us kind of connect, especially from that kind of natural element asset to connect to some of those.
Okay. I'll have comments in a minute, but I guess we'll go through.
Yes. More questions?
I'm good.
Councilmember Al-Saltian?
Can you walk me through what the plans would be for outreach? Are we going to be hiring? I know we had hired a firm that was doing the outreach and communication, right, for this initial phase of the project?
The initial phase was executed by staff and the design consultant. Any subsequent phases, the RFP will require a public engagement professional to be part of that team.
So the individuals that were, for example, at Fremont Park and whatnot were not part of, I thought they were part of the outside.
They were either part of city staff, the design team, or their engineering subconsultant. And granted, they do have, to make clear, they do have professionals on their team who do specialize in public engagement. They were part of that work. They just didn't have a separate public engagement organization with them.
So the plan would be for us to seek outside? For the
As
outreach
part
for
of
this,
that
or-
RFP, we would require any composition of project team to include a public outreach team. And actually, one thing I forgot to include as part of the presentation and request this evening, one of the things we heard is incorporating a public art master plan. So in addition to having any designers or engineers on there, we would ask for that public engagement team to be part of that, and potentially public art.
Thank you.
Okay, so I had a couple of questions. One is based on, there was some comments made about the cost of the Atlanta Beltline. Do you have any response to that cost that Mr. Murphy represented in terms of extrapolating what it costs to build that Beltline to what it would potentially cost? And I know that different segments of it will have different needs, and there was drawings with big structures and weird structures and whatever else, but do we have a sense?
Not this early, again, because there's still much to be figured out in kind of contextual specific neighborhoods. What I would say about extrapolating that number from the Atlanta Beltline and then applying it here, I would say to do that with caution. Atlanta did not own all of the right-of-way. That was part of that. They had to purchase a lot of the right-of-way. They purchased additional right-of-way in anticipation of putting mass transit within that space as well, which has not happened. So it's a very different cost in that regard, because they actually had to go and acquire all of the land.
Okay. Well, the one thing I would like us to do is,
Or much of the land.
We're doing fine, folks. Let's try and maintain the course. I want those Girl Scouts who were here earlier today, when they go back and watch this meeting, to be proud of our democratic process, okay? So I think that it would behoove us, regardless of whichever way we go on this evening, to contact Atlanta, contact someone there, find out what maintenance costs are currently of those stretches, to find out what they're spending, or anyone else that has designed or is planning or has done something similar to what is being proposed. I want to ask Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, were you the one who asked about or just mentioned about insurances being canceled?
Yes.
Approach the podium so I can hear, so everyone can hear you.
Excuse me, thank you. The insurance up in our area is being canceled by insurance companies, so it's pushing a lot of us into the California Fair Plan. So I think there's a conflict between what the fire department has told us with respect to a possible plume fire and what they're telling insurance companies, and how this particular area is one of, if not the most fire hazard areas in Los Angeles County and Southern California, and yet we're hearing that the fire department's okay. Fire embers can travel for 1.5 miles. So if you do the debris basin, for example, and an unhoused person starts a fire to stay warm on an evening like this, an ember can fly, and when the Santa Ana winds come tomorrow, can burn it up the whole hillsides, 1.5 miles. So we're getting conflicting signals from the marketplace that's canceling our insurance policies, and the fire department doesn't have a problem with it. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It doesn't coincide.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do have some comments about how we do outreach. I've heard, so it's interesting because I appreciate the people who say that we weren't told, but then somehow or another they did find out through neighbors or whoever else mobilized them to get them here. I do think we need to connect these gaps that exist. Obviously, you know, I don't want to see our community at each other's throats for something that could potentially, if done right, if done in the right places, be a benefit to the city. For those, by the way, for the catch basin, I'm curious, because there are places where we've already built something over the wash. Many people here have driven over it. Many people have walked over it. Many people have had probably friends or relatives stay in the structure on top of it. If you go to the Glendale Hilton, if you cross across Brand Boulevard from where the 134 freeway is to go to the Trader Joe's, guess what? You're driving over the wash. It's a CAP project. It is. It's a fact. So no couches have gone stuck in there, no trees, no giant boulders. To say that it's an entire impossibility is a little extreme. I'm just saying that there have been areas. And then there are other areas too, and I will tell you just personally, Glorieta Park, where you have the tennis courts and you have this trench that divides that park. It would have been great to have that park kind of unified. So there are areas where, you know, doing something would make sense within reason with some research. So explain to me that stretch where the Hilton is. How is that managed? I mean, underneath it, how is debris moved, or is there a bottleneck? Does debris get caught up there and we have to go in there and clean it? What's going on in that stretch that is pretty highly traveled and it's a pretty big cap?
Nothing at all, actually. I'm not sure if we included the pictures in here. I'd have to go back and take a look. But as part of our tour, we actually rode bicycles through that area. We did not find any debris, any trash. This was early spring, April, when we went through there. We did not find any encampments either.
Okay. That's not to say that doesn't. I know the folks who are talking about debris in the north. I've seen the debris that they're talking about. I don't know about the size of the boulders. I've seen big rocks, and things do come down the hillsides pretty quickly. That much I'm certain about. In fact, where the catch basin is as well. I have some comments, but I'm going to leave it to my colleagues to jump in at this point. Who would like to go first? And this will be the portion to kind of hone down our direction to staff and move forward. So please keep your comments in that vein. Councilmember Devine.
Okay, I'll be brief. I'll try to be brief. You asked for direction on design. It's early. I like the.
Your microphone.
Sorry. Yeah, I'll try to be brief. You asked for direction on design. Okay, I think it's early for that. I just think that the landscaping has to be drought tolerant and we have to have a lot of trees. That's all I think about. I think of wildlife crossings. I'm not so sure about that one. You know, they have that might be a dangerous. I'm thinking of really of safety there. Environmental goals, absolutely look into those, and wildlife corridors. You can study those as well. I was involved, or not exactly involved, but I was present back in 2014 when this idea was floated by several, well, at least some Glendale residents, cyclists, and they were proposing this kind of a project, and it didn't go very far. I look at this like the Space 134 project, where everyone was all excited. We did all the outreach, and people still ask me about it, and you know, I love that project, and it's still sitting somewhere on a. So I'm telling all of you, don't hold your breath, okay, on this one. This is not an overnight project. Question: how many years is it going to take for us to do, like, maybe one section? How many years is it going to take us to even get to the first section?
It's going to depend on the final design. As we heard from some in public comment, they wanted to see maybe a simpler solution, maybe an interim solution. We are still several years away from that. I can't give you an exact number right now because there's just a lot of work that needs to go into it.
Yeah, there is. We're in the very early stages of this, so there's no reason to panic or sell your house or build a wall or do any of that sort of stuff. And plus, it's going to be implemented in stages. Okay, so if we decide to, if council decides or the staff decides to start in the downstream in the south, may not get up to your neck of the woods until for 10 years. However, I think that's the recommendation. That's the recommendation that the milk study did, starting downstream. And Mr. Murphy agreed, said that he felt that was the best idea near the entertainment and the restaurants. Mitigation, I hear all of your complaints. I have to say, by the time it moves towards Crescenta Valley Park, like if we start in the downtown, we will know, we will have all kinds of information. Its success, its safety impacts, we'll know the homeless impacts, we'll know the noise impacts, we'll know the amount of use, and much more. So it gives us a good idea. If we start in the south, it'll give us a good idea of what we're dealing with. And if we want to continue to go forward, I'm conflicted because, I agree with you. I wouldn't want this in my backyard, and that's tough. That's tough. But I'm convinced tonight, and I'm hearing this report, that mitigation is possible. You can offer, you will be involved if you're still, I don't even know where I'll be, but when this comes to, if, and that's a big if it comes to your area, you'll be involved in what mitigation availability there is and what you would want. The other thing is that if we don't tonight approve the vision process going, what's it, vision project? Vision, what are we calling it? The
Visioning process was this segment, yeah.
The vision process. If we decide tonight that it does not go all the way to CV Park, as Mr. Calvert said, then we would lose the funding if this is a big success and we say, yeah, we want this in our backyard. We won't have the funding for that, so it'll be a little bit more expensive, and so therefore I think that's why I'm leaning towards approving tonight that we go all the way up to CV Park, the vision plan. That looks beautiful on paper. We don't know what it's going to look like, folks. We haven't any idea, but it does offer connectivity. It offers safety. It offers for bike cyclists and pedestrians, and like someone said, mothers with carriages and babies and all sorts of. So I'm in favor of moving forward, but guaranteeing outreach, guaranteeing that everyone has a seat at the table. All of the people that are impacted have a seat at the table. Has to be. And also so that they can offer mitigation, and also making sure that the mitigation is there for all of their concerns. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Councilmember Brotman?
I can, and again, Councilmember Devine kind of covered so much, and I really pretty much in full agreement with what you had to say. So, I mean, in general, I love the vision. I think it's bold, it's transformative. I think it's important for us to do this, to imagine a different future. I understand that aspects of it could be pie in the sky. We may never get the funding for it, because obviously this is not something that we're going to be able to pay for. It's going to have to be grants and things like that. It's going to, we'll have to see what the future holds. But I think it's important for us as a council to imagine what a different future can look like. And So I like it. I want us to move forward with all the caveats that Councilmember Devine stated. I believe that as we plan the details in each and every neighborhood, we want people to be excited about it. We don't want people to feel like this is being, as I've said once before, shoved down their throats. So we have a lot of work to do, but I think we can get there. You know, the comments that people have made here, they're great questions. They're all valid concerns. I would have the same questions: public safety, noise, privacy, fire, parking, flood control, right? I think the point of the next stage is to try to answer those questions. So to me, to kind of say, well, we're just not going to look at it because we have these questions, it doesn't seem to me responsible. I think we need to say, we are going to look at it because we want to answer the questions, the exact questions that people in the community are asking. So that's how I feel. Now, on a few of the specifics, I think as far as the proposal, the Arroyo and Foothills Conservancy for a wildlife crossing point, I do think that it's worth looking at that because they are working very hard to try to find ways to connect the habitats in the different kind of isolated mountain areas. And I would like to support that work. I don't know what that involves. I think it's not like we're going to have mountain lions crossing through the wash. We're probably going to have them going over the wash or a tunnel. Well, no, I guess we can't do a tunnel.
Somebody mentioned in an email bears running through the.
Yeah. And so, excuse me. So I think we should see what we can do with that. Yeah, public art definitely has to be part of this. Groundwater recharge, I think, is very important. We know that we are heavily dependent, as the mayor and I went on a trip to look at our how we get our water here imported from the Colorado River, and things look pretty bleak. And we need to find alternatives. We need to find ways to capture water that's running down out into the LA River and recharge our aquifers. And if there's any way that we can do something to make that happen, I think that's really important for our long-term future. Let's see, a kind of something I would hope you can look at is, and you mentioned this just a minute ago, but are there ways we can get quick wins? Because, I mean, one of the big things is we do want safe way to get by bicycle from, downtown Glendale or the LA River all the way up, right? At least to Glendale College. I think that's really important. And I think with the advent of e-bikes, the hills that we have are no longer an obstacle. And what I'm really interested in is not people going out necessarily for recreational biking. I mean, that's nice, but it's really getting people out of their cars to do errands, to go to work, to take their kids to school, to go to their doctor, all those kinds of things by bike, which I do now by bike. And so I'm one less car on the road, I'm one less parking spot, right? That's good for everybody that's in their bike, in their cars. But, we want to get more people doing that. We have to get more people doing that. That's part of our major climate challenge. We have to get people to do that. So if there's a way to get some quick wins and some connectivity that's safe, as we get up to the northern segments where the wash is maybe too small, I mean, I don't really want us to waste a lot of time looking at deepening or widening the wash, but maybe we can find ways, and maybe it's not on the wash itself, but it's connecting so that we have protected bike lanes. A lot of people mention, well, there are roads, there are bike lanes. They're not safe. I'm sorry to say they're not safe. And that's why we don't see a lot of people riding bikes. We need to have safe facilities that carry us all the way up, and I would like to carry us all the way up to the border so that we could connect to the communities to the northeast. So I think, the final thing I want to say is I think it's really, really important, and I know, Mr. Calvert, you understand this, to think about how we get people from South Glendale, from below the 134, to this project. So connecting what we're doing here, integrating what we're doing here with the bike transportation plan is, I think, of critical importance. Because we want this to be an asset that 70% of our population that lives, in South Glendale is available, has access to, excuse me. And I would agree with Councilmember Devine. Let's not just like not consider an area because we think there are challenges. Let's put it on the table. We'll look at it. There's going to be so many more opportunities to work with the community. And if we can't answer these questions to our satisfaction, we won't do it. So that's where I am.
Thank you. Councilmember Al-Satrian.
So I agree with almost all the comments that were made by my colleagues. Sorry, I have a really bad cold today, so bear with me. So I'll start off with, I obviously want us to start in the south. We continuously talk about green space and lack of green space and amenities for our South Glendale residents, and so that's going to be a really critical point for me. The outreach, Mr. Calvert, I think I've talked to you about this throughout the different phases of this campaign. I think I may have also jokingly made some comments about the website after that outreach that you had at the parks, where the current website doesn't even, it's not even mobile friendly, that I could have put this together in like 5 minutes or less. And I really do want us to put an effort where different age groups have input into this project, different demographics that make up our wonderful city have input, and how you're reaching also people that, work not just full-time jobs, but sometimes have 2 jobs and are not able to attend meetings to participate because they have to put food on the table. I can't even remember the last time I've checked my mail at home. So, direct mail is, I'm somebody that has everything online. I'm being honest. So I want to make sure that, while you are doing direct mail, because that's important and a lot of people use that mechanism, there's a whole lot of other people that have moved away from that. And I want to make sure that our community is engaged. I do agree with wanting to see it through all the way up because we have an opportunity and the funding is there, and it would just be fiscally irresponsible for us to leave it out. I definitely want us to look into the public art. I have actually visited Cherry Creek and Atlanta. I've seen both of them. Cherry Creek is designed in a much simpler way than Atlanta is, and I think some of those parts is what we were talking about here. So looking at where that concept fits in the different neighborhoods. I also understand that when you go up north, there's areas north of the basin that are not adjacent to the homes. And so if we, as you are looking into this, to also look into those areas that are across the street from the homes, so they're not affecting the privacy and are addressing that privacy issue, I would appreciate that as well. And then I did go through just kind of skim through the petition. I love seeing the commitment and response from residents. I am also seeing a lot of folks on here that have signed on from like Sun Valley and Tahunga and whatnot, and I really would appreciate that in the future we really do keep it to our La Crescenta.
Keep the bikers that don't live in Glendale out.
Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murphy.
It's my turn to make comments, Mr. Murphy. Thank you.
I apologize.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Please don't shut down concerns.
I'm absolutely not. I'm not shutting down your concerns. I appreciate the work that you've put in. I've heard you, and I've heard everybody in this room. But when we're also, I went through these petitions. I'm also looking at it, and it's important for me to hear from our residents, and that's all I'm addressing here.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
I apologize.
Thank you. All right. Sure.
That's it?
Sure.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, well, I personally think that, I have some thoughts. I think that there were points well made on both sides. I think that, the idea of having a safe, unmitigated path for pedestrians and bicyclists, especially in our downtown area, makes sense. There's a lot of potential, and I know that there's folks here who talk about the LA River and the conditions on there. I would caution us collectively as a community to not compare ourselves to the worst examples of what I believe is a city that has allowed for many things to go mismanaged in Los Angeles. I grew up in this city. I've lived here for over 36 years. I remember as a child, as we would go out and visit relatives on the west side and on the way back, staring out the window of my parents' Granada, driving a sedan, and looking at this concrete LA River that really was not much to look at. If any of you remember, these were the days when there'd be Chaka graffitied in giant letters on the various sections of it. And nowadays, it has slowly kind of sprung back and life has come back to it. I didn't think that our Glendale Riverwalk project was going to be very successful when it was initially proposed. I had the same concerns many of you do. I live not too far from there, a block and a half on the Pelincone area, and I thought, okay, here we go. We're going to have tent cities pop up. We're going to have people, just infesting that area and trying to find shelter under the overpasses. And I'll tell you what, I don't know how many of you go out and walk the Riverwalk section of Glendale. It's very nicely maintained. It's very clean. Yes, it is. It is absolutely. Please do. And I would ask you to not wait until council meetings to send those to us because the staff needs to know about them. But I walk it on a weekly basis, and I walk there with my son, and we see all the wildlife that has returned to the area. An osprey had built a nest on one of the towers. It's actually very nice. And, is there things that we could certainly be doing better? Absolutely. But that's why we need the community's help. There was a recent cleanup effort to try and take care of some of the vegetation there. And yeah, sure. I did pick up some beer bottles and other things there, but it takes all of us. It takes a village to make sure that our city is well maintained. I think that in the southern portion of the city, from the LA River, at least through the downtown for about a 2.5 mile stretch, this project will provide people an amenity that they are, that they may not even realize that they want. I can tell you that when I want to take a walk or I want to ride a bike with my son, someone was saying, well, why aren't people riding bikes? I don't think that there's a parent in this room that would allow their son or daughter to ride a bike on the streets of Glendale right now or on the sidewalks. It's very dangerous. But if there was a protected area like the Chandler bike path in Burbank, right, which is something I use frequently, we would use it. And why not have it in an area that's flat, that's in the downtown, that's underutilized? Anyone who drives down Glen Oaks looks on one side in the morning and sees just a concrete underutilized trench. There's not even a sidewalk on that side of Glen Oaks. You're just driving alongside a trench, and it could easily be made into a walkable amenity for people, especially the people who live in downtown, to be able to walk someplace other than among the cars and on the sidewalk and where all the traffic is, with plants, with vegetation, with public art. In the northern part of the city, I'm still skeptical on this because I do think, although there's a grander vision, I think that there are some concerns. I don't want to see a project that I do think is going to cost a lot of money. I think it's going to cost a lot of money to maintain it, to fail because we've taken on more and we bite off more than we can chew. So here's where I stand on this. I think that we need to move forward with the study, but I do think that we need to do robust, diligent outreach to every person. If that means people going door to door, if that means, I will go door to door if I have to make sure people, I do not want to stand here and hear folks say, again, that they have not been informed about this. And our response being, well, we sent postcards. It doesn't, when we run for office, we go door to door and we knock and we talk to voters. Why should we not be able to do that as staff? And if it means every single member of staff, including management, putting on walking shoes and going out on a Saturday and a Sunday, by God, we're going to have to do that to make sure that no one says no one came and knocked on my door. Yeah, Mr. Murphy is volunteering to come with me, all right? But I don't want to sit here once again, and Mr. Rabinoff as well. Why not? The three of us will, in a spirit of cooperation and community building, right? But I don't want to hear like we just send out postcards or we did Instagram or we did Facebook. We got to get everyone involved, and I think we also have to believe in what this project can be, at least in portions of the downtown where I think it will be very, very successful and welcomed when we show folks what we can do. So that's where I stand. I'm open to now entertaining a motion from my colleagues, and we'll see where we end up on this. Go ahead, Mr. Brotman.
Yeah, what are you looking at in terms of a motion? You've gotten the direction from us.
Mayor, council members, yes, I believe you provided consistent direction here in terms of
Want to
what
maybe
we can look
read
into.
it back, what you think we're saying, and then I'll make a motion based on that.
Isn't it, don't we just have to isn't it a motion to note and file?
It is a note and file, and actually what I would say is before we release that next RFP, we would be back here. Anyways, the big thing the big things we're really looking for are the extent of the route, if you want to include things like public engagement, or not public engagement, public art, any of those other kind of additional things that we were asking about. And then we'll make note of the other comments regarding engagement and bring it back in an RFP.
Okay, well, I'll make a shot at it. So, my motion would be that we take the next step in our visioning process. We include the entire project area that was originally considered. We do include groundwater recharge, other environmental elements, public art, and am I missing anything? And I would say we should include the work that the Arroyo, what are they called? Arroyo Foothills Conservancy is recommending in terms of wildlife crossing, and I think actually that could probably bring in some grant money. So, yes, that would, I think, is there anything I'm leaving out?
No, I believe that covers it.
Okay, so that would be my motion.
Okay.
I just need a second.
I'll second the motion. All right.
I have to say that I think that if we go with the whole scope of the project, is we're going to be, again, biting off more than we can chew, and we're going to be split. I know that there was comments made about, well, if we want to do it later, it'll cost more. But again, we know that there's going to be pushback from members of this community from whom we've heard. Well.
Can I add a little
Sure,
piece to it?
Councilmember Brotman.
I would just say that as for that part that is above the debris basin that has some engineering challenges, maybe there we take off the table any consideration of a widening or deepening. We look at maybe some simple solutions just to extend the mobility piece up to Crescenta Valley Park, not really looking at making it part of our linear park structure with all these other amenities. That if that's okay, I would add that.
I would just say this, and I want my colleagues to be, very cognizant of, and I know that you are, and I understand that there are passionate advocates for this in the northern stretch of the city where it's obviously more hilly, it's a lot more difficult, and the incline makes it a lot harder to bicycle, even with an electric bike, or walk up. We are taking on a lot when we have a doable project within reach in the downtown area. We are at this point like trying to order, filet mignon on a Big Mac or cheeseburger budget. We should be aware of what our capabilities are. It's fine if you guys want to do that study, but I'm just saying that it's going to cost a lot more when we could just focus on one area, as Councilmember Taktalian said, underserved, park poor area to have an incredible amenity versus stretching this all the way up to the north. I just want to be on the record because I can read the room and I can read the dais and I know where we're going. I don't want to be an obstructionist to what I think will be an incredible public works and public park project. But going all the way up north is, I'm just saying, it's not going to necessarily be easy to do. Let's have roll call.
Councilmember Asadorian,
Yes?
Rotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Najarian, and Mayor Kasakian.
Yes. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Stay tuned. All right. Let's take a 5-minute recess and give my colleagues a chance to stretch their legs, and we'll reconvene as the chambers empties. Thank you. All right, we are back. So, what is the next item on the agenda? And by the way, one of the items we are taking off, right? Mr. City Manager, what is getting pushed out?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, item 8D.
All right, this is appointment of one City of Glendale member to the Burbank-Glendale Pasadena Airport Authority Commission that is being moved to when we return from Thanksgiving. That was a request from the city manager's office, as well as, I think, Councilmember Najarian wanted to be here for that, being a member of the airport authority. Is there anyone that has any objections to that? Any objections? Okay, all right, so we will move that. Thank you. Next is 8C. Can we please have 8C read into the record?
Glendale Water and Power regarding request for proposal for development of a plan for clean energy studies per council resolution number 22-125. One resolution directing staff to issue requests for proposal for development of a plan to increase solar penetration and develop additional distributed energy resources consistent with council resolution number 22-125. Two motion to note and file reports.
All right, thank you. Staff, let's get to it.
Yes, thank you. Mayor Kasaki, member of City Council. Back in August of this year, City Council adopted a resolution that, amongst other things, declared the city's intent to adopt policies to reach a goal of having at least 10% of GWP customers adopt solar and storage systems by the year 2027, as well as develop additional demand management measures. Staff will be covering the request for proposal to engage the services of a consultant or multiple consultants to develop the plan, to complete the necessary studies as well, and bring it back to council. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Herbert Garcia, our Public Benefits Marketing Manager, to present the item and provide more details as to the contents of the RFP. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share this with you this evening. I will be basically going through the request for proposal. We have a draft for the development of a plan for clean energy studies. This request for proposal is based on the resolution number 22-125 that adopts policies and practices designed to reach the goal of having at least 10% of customers adopt solar and energy storage by 2027, and also to develop additional demand management measures with a minimum total peak dispatchable and peak load reducing capacity of 100 megawatts. And directing staff to draft a request for proposal to engage services to develop a plan to complete the studies and analyses. The RFP, we have divided it in several sections to share here with you this evening. The first section will be the services requested. There are 3 services that we're requesting through this RFP. We broke them down in category 1, 2, and 3. And I will go in detail in the following slides. But basically, that's just to illustrate that in the introduction of the RFP, we broken down in 3 sections. Also, part of the introduction of the RFP, we talk about the mandatory qualifications. We're saying that at least 2 similar projects, that the proposer should have done at least 2 similar projects, comparable projects in scope, scale within the last 5 years, and projects with dollar value equal to or in excess of proposal submitted. Now, going in more detail as far as the scope of service, again, this scope of service is based on the resolution that was adopted. The category 1 is the solar and DER development. And again, we touched on the different items of that resolution about the 10% of customers adopting solar and energy storage by 2027. And again, we discuss about the additional demand management measures up to 100 megawatts. We talk about to include policies and incentives to be sufficient to ensure that customers will adopt solar and energy storage at a rate that achieves the adoption and the capacity goals, and to include an alternative approach with a mix of storage at customer sites and at GWP control sites, rather than all storage being located at customer sites. So going a little bit more detail on category 1, the plan must include maintenance of a robust net metering policy, upfront incentives and rebates on solar installations designed to achieve the payback period that will prompt consumers to adopt solar and storage in numbers sufficient to reach the goals. Also, the development of a competitive feed-in tariff program and upfront rebates combined with ongoing performance-based incentives for battery storage systems. And lastly, here on category 1, policies aimed towards lower income customers, customers in heavy pollution burden areas of the city, multifamily properties, and rental properties. Additional incentives and outreach programs for energy efficiency, demand reduction, and shifting energy use to off-peak time periods. The plan shall consider electric system reliability. Now moving into category 2. So we talked about 1, 2 will be the estimate of the dispatchable capacity analyses. So basically to calculate the estimated dispatchable capacity and demand reduction that can be achieved through the plan developed in category 1. Moving forward to category 3 would be the cost and benefit analyses. To complete an analysis of the benefits and cost of the plan developed in category 1. Direct and indirect economic benefits and cost, environmental, societal, and other non-economic benefits and costs. Direct and indirect impacts to low and moderate income households. If the analysis concludes any negative impact, the consultant should include program options to mitigate that impact. So I went through the 3 different services that we're requesting. Now the next section will be the RFP method of selection. And we broke it down into different categories and the percentage that we are weighing each of the sections there. The method of selection, in selecting a proposer, the proposal reviewed and evaluated by a panel of city staff. The panel may include such outside public sector or academic community expertise as deemed desirable by the GWP general manager or city manager. The panel will make recommendations to GWP general manager, the city manager, or city council. All shortlisted proposals should attend a mandatory or oral interview. If the city council approves a proposal or proposals for further consideration, GWP will begin work with the selected proposer to implement the proposed project. Listed here, we have different dates and events and the responsibilities. I will note a few of the important ones. Obviously, the first one, December 1st of 2022, would be when we intend to distribute the RFP. And February 3rd of 2023 would be the proposal deadline, no later than 5 p.m. And lastly, on May 2023, contract would be awarded with City Council approval. That concludes the presentation. Staff and myself are available to receive any input and direction from City Council.
Okay. Who would like to ask questions first or comment?
I have comments.
Councilmember Alcatraz.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I had emailed most of these to the staff. I was hoping that we would get this to council members prior to the meeting, but I wanted to have the opportunity to actually talk it through with staff. So I'd like to make some recommended changes that I've gone through but didn't have a chance to email beforehand. So on page 3, under category 3, the negative impact mitigation that you're referring to was something that I had requested. I want to be very specific that that was for the low and moderate income. So For me, the last sentence under category 3, and Mr. Young has these, should be read as follows. If the analysis concludes any negative impacts on low and moderate income households, the consultant shall include program options to fully mitigate that impact. And then on page 5, under mandatory qualifications, I want to hear from my colleagues on these, but the item already covers scope and size of the project, and requires that they've done that in the last 5 years. I would recommend that we remove the word "and" with the dollar value, because I don't think it adds anything. It just makes it possible for less people or less companies to apply. And then again, page 5, under term of service and contract, I would like to give it more wiggle room. After the last sentence, add, if the consultant concludes that date to be unattainable, then a date identified soon thereafter. Because I know that the staff had marked a specific date. My understanding is, Mr. Garcia, that there's some issues with minority and women-owned, and I know that we're going to talk about this later, and so I don't want to hold this RFP up or make it more complicated. If it is possible for us to add locally owned to it, I would like to hear feedback on that. If it's going to make the process here tonight more difficult, I do not want to do anything that's going to pause or halt this RFP from going out. Can you comment on the?
Sure. Members of council, Councilmember Satrian, so you're correct with respect to the issues related to minority and women-owned businesses. It's a broader policy issue that council would have to discuss. We've had a prior discussion about it was many years ago, so we would require some further direction. As far as the locally owned preference, that's not currently part of our code for contracts, other than there's a provision in our charter, which if it's applicable here, we can include it in this contract. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to do that as well unless the council adopted a policy and amended the code to allow such a local preference. So if that's something the council wants to the council desires, and I may even be able to look it up while you're discussing it, then otherwise it would require a code amendment to make that change, and we wouldn't be able to include it in this RFP at this time.
I'd like to hear from my colleagues. I'm not, that doesn't make or break me at this point. So, but if we can include it, I'd like to see if we can include the locally owned.
Mayor Kasakian, if I may respond to Councilmember Satrian's one of the comments regarding the terms of service, the December 31st, 2027 date was included in the resolution that was adopted by City Council.
So what if it's that date is not attainable?
What do you mean?
If the consultant comes back and says, I can't do it on that date, but I could do it, 3 months or 5 months after. I was just trying to give it a little more wiggle room.
And when Councilmember Satrian, when we issue the RFP, as you know, it goes to a larger community of consultants.
Right.
And if we hear back from a number of consultants that this is going to be difficult to attain, then we can issue an amendment. But everyone has to be on the level playing field when the RFP is issued into a contract. So when we enter into a PSA with the selected consultant, they agree to this date.
Okay.
Right? So unless we hear from a number of consultants that say, no, this is not, we're not going to be able to attain it, I think we should stick to this date.
I hadn't realized it was part of the resolution, so I want to hear. And then I had shared a bunch of other comments, but I think that the staff is just going to work with the consultant on those other items, including like outreach and stakeholder meetings and so forth. That's all I have.
Okay. Anyone else?
I just have,
Your microphone, please.
yeah, I just have, don't we already have a DER with Lime contracts with Lime and Franklin, DER?
That is correct. We currently do have, we have two programs, one with Franklin and one with Lime, which is Wilden
Okay.
Energy. So this is in addition to that.
Why is that? Is it because Lime and Franklin aren't delivering, or people aren't responding, or, why do we need a third company? Or program?
Mr. Mayor, Member City Council, Councilmember Devine, you are correct. We have two contracts already signed with two outfits, and they've already started working and been able to make some progress on their contracts. In addition to that, we had issued an RFP for additional DER with a deadline of September 30th. We have received 4 proposals that we'll bring to council in the next couple of weeks or so. But this was, again, part of the resolution that council adopted, requesting and directing staff to seek more DER sources.
What's the limit? Is there we'll have 5 DER,
This particular one directed staff to seek up to 100 megawatts of DER.
And is that achievable, or is that like a pipe dream or recipe for failure, 100 megawatts?
Councilmember Devine, we will not know until we issue the RFP and see what the proposals come back as.
Okay. And, well, I guess the best part of this is the cost-benefit analysis that is included. I do agree on the equity consideration, be prioritized. To ensure that Glendale achieves its goals in a way that brings the greatest benefits to all the community, and not, unnecessarily burden our lower income apartment renters. Okay, and I guess that's of course, I also got an email about outreach to obtain public input, and I think that's important to guide the plan development process. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Brotman?
Okay, I'm going to probably say some of the same things. So I think I support all the changes that Councilmember Satrian requested. And if I'm not mistaken, it was the focus on, in Category 3, the focus should be on mitigating impacts to low and moderate income. So I'm good with that. I am concerned about the 2027 date, and I know what you're saying. What I'm afraid of is scaring off somebody who may be a very good consultant who says, look, by the time this thing gets awarded, May of next year, and then by the time they complete their work, maybe a year later, we're already into 2024, and I just don't want to, we know that this 2027 was a super stretch goal. We know that. Okay. I know that. So I just don't want to scare people off. So I don't see what the problem is with building in a little flexibility there.
Councilmember Brotman.
I want people to come to us and say, this is what I think is doable. Maybe we can say, we want to plan for 2020. Yeah, something. I don't know how you finesse it.
Right. And Councilmember Brotman, Councilmember Satrian, we don't disagree necessarily with you, but we follow the direction from the council in the adopted resolution. That's the only way we came up with this date.
Right, but we're giving you potentially different direction right now.
Right, so we're not disagreeing. I'm just saying where this date came from.
No, I understand where it came from. I'm just asking if we could do some wording change so that we build in a little flexibility for somebody who might say, yes, I can do something, but you know what? I think it's going to take till 2030. Or I think it's going to take till, we need to be open to the reality of whatever that is. You know, it's okay for us to, you know, we stand here and we have these great goals, and they are great goals, and I believe it's a stretch goal. I don't believe it's not doable, but it's hard, and given that, you know, it's going to be just to come out with a consultant report, we're already almost halfway through that time frame that we've given ourselves.
Then, Mayor Kasaki, member of City Council, I would suggest that we leave that date in, but make it more flexible and indicate that this is a stretch goal.
Yeah.
And let us know if it's not attainable.
Something like that, however you want to do it, that's good. And then the thing about the you know, it has to be exactly equal or greater dollar value that they have done. I think, again, I think this is such a new area that I think we have to show a little bit more flexibility there. Again, I don't want to have happen what happened with our clean energy RFP, where we only get 4 bids. I want to make sure that we're seeing the best of the best. And there may be somebody who's done some really great projects, they're slightly lower dollar value. So I don't want to be super rigid. And then when it comes to the other things like our insurance, our indemnifications, I want to make sure that we are market, you know, that we're not putting out requirements that are excessive and that are going to discourage people from participating in the RFP like we did with the clean energy RFP. And I know that Mr. Taktalian said in a very politic way on the briefing that, you know, if we get enough people coming to the pre-bid or the pre-bid meeting or whatever it's called and saying, you know, this or that provision is going to be a barrier, then we'll change it. But that's not what we did with the clean energy RFP. We just kept saying, no, this is the way it is. And so we got very few people responding because they didn't want to put up the bid or because other requirements were too rigid. So let's try to be flexible and make sure we're not asking for anything that's going to turn off good qualified bidders.
Right. Councilman Brotman, I believe, and I haven't looked and reviewed the city attorney's getting ready to respond to it too. I haven't read that clause in the RFP, but I believe it's the standard requirement that we put out on every project.
I'm worried about.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Brotman. So this is the agreement that's included in this RFP because it's a consultant professional services agreement, and we have periodically reviewed it to make sure it is consistent with others. It is the insurance provisions and the indemnity provisions. That's, by the way, that's the first I've heard that those provisions created an issue on the DER RFP proposals. I had heard a critique. I had critique about the bonds, and that's not an issue here because we're talking about a consultant contract. The insurance provisions and the indemnity provisions are consistent with all the PSAs that we use to hire all of our consultants, and consistent with what we understand to be the market. I can provide some other analysis at a future date to kind of provide some background to that, but it's pretty standard. In fact, I was looking at the indemnity provision that's attached to this, and there's actually a stricter provision that we have that we're not utilizing this one. I'm not sure why, but so I can assure you that provision is well within what we might consider to be the market.
Okay, that's just my general concern. I think you get the point, and I just want to make sure that we get a better result than we did for the clean energy RFP. A couple things for the selection criteria. I think we might see what my colleagues think. Want to put in a preference for a single consultant. I think there's a lot of value for getting one consultant that can do all 3 components of this. I'll just put that out there, and also a preference for somebody who's going to really put the resources into getting this job done more quickly, right? Because you might have somebody that says, I'll do it, but they're going to, you know, maybe not staff it to the same level, and it's going to take longer, and somebody else who's like really committed, they're going to put their people on it and get it done sooner. Obviously, we all want to get this done as soon as possible, so could that be a criteria? Again, that's just putting it out there.
Question, isn't that taking away flexibility? Isn't that counterintuitive to flexibility?
No, just giving somebody, basically giving somebody.
But how many are we going to get that, you know, just one that just does all of it, you know?
Oh, how many?
It just
Oh,
looked
oh,
like
that
it's
part.
counterintuitive to me. I don't know.
No, I'm not saying we have to. I'm just saying that if somebody comes forward and they're able to do all three, that we kind of, in our criteria, that we give some weighting to that, some positive weighting to that, because that would be a plus for us.
Are you concerned about project management? And
Yeah, I'm
cutting
just
down?
concerned about like repeating work because, you know, you have somebody doing, you know, one part of it and a lot of that same data is going to flow into the other part of it. I don't know. I'm just putting it out there. Maybe this is not a concern. I'll leave that to staff to decide. These are just some things I'm thinking about, okay?
Councilmember Brotman, can we ask staff?
All right, yeah.
I want to hear about it.
Good.
Mr. Young.
Good suggestion. What do you think, Mr. Young? Do we want one consultant or do we want three?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, that's an ongoing argument of whether you take best in breed or you take an opportunity for somebody to do the whole opportunity. I think by doing it this way, it allows people to take their specialty, which might be one component of this, and maybe the COSA part or the cost benefit is not their specialty. And it allows us the capability of getting the best person for category 1, and then we can find somebody to do category 2, because that's what they do. I'm not saying that we should do one way or the other, but this leaves it open to allow people to bid or respond to one or all of the categories. And for speed, I believe the ability to meet the proposed schedule at 15%, if it was a faster timeline, they would get more of that 15%.
Oh, so that's in there.
I believe so.
All right, fair enough. If that's
Let's
your
make sure
advice.
that,
Yes.
let's double check that, and if that's the case, I think that addresses that.
And then I agree also that the consultants should definitely work on getting input. So after we select the consultants, you know, there should be then some input that's provided in terms of, you know, the methodology. In other words, I don't want to wait till the end till they have everything wrapped up and then get public input. I'd like to get public input early. Okay. And then I think the last thing I have is part of it should be looking at funding sources for implementation, because a lot of this is going to, you know, there's that Inflation Reduction Act out there, and there's maybe other sources of funds. So somebody that will help look for, you know, opportunities, grant opportunities, or other things that we can use to.
We have multiple mechanisms that are looking into the Inflation Reduction Act opportunities. So we'll be working with them consistently and trying to find opportunity to help us
Okay,
fund
so
this.
you don't think you need the consultant specifically to do that?
I don't think so at this time. I think we have about 3 different entities that are looking at opportunities for us.
Okay, all right.
Okay? Yeah, we're good? All right, anyone else? All right, well, I do agree with the flexibility part yes, we will have some comments. I had a question. Is there something that we can include in this that would encourage the public outreach portion are we leaving that to the consultant to do public outreach and figure out how to get people engaged?
Well, Mayor Kasakian, we can, if you have any ideas, we can certainly add it to the RFP language, but that will be one of their responsibilities to conduct outreach in collaboration with the city manager's office and GWP marketing folks.
I mean, that's going to be critical for whoever, so I think that for me is important that whoever does this does adequate outreach, engages our members of our community who are obviously interested in this, because that's going to be the target, right? When you get the folks who are interested, they're going to be the first ones who are going to be signing on, helping identify other opportunities, and I think that's going to be important. So for me, that's important. Well, all right, we'll get back to some of the other things. I had some other notes. We have 2 speakers on this. Do we have any callers?
Mayor, we do not.
Okay. Kate Unger, you get 3 minutes, followed by David Eisenberg.
Hello, Mayor Kasaki and members of City Council and staff, and thank you all very much. It's an exciting night. It's been a long night. I'll try to keep this pretty short. GEC did send some notes to council with some thoughts about how best to set this up for success. And I've heard a couple of the things that you've said have reflected that, and we appreciate that. And obviously, you have other ideas as well. They're all great. We do think it's vitally important to center equity. We really need to bring the benefits to all members of the community. As you know, the categories that are in that resolution are very important. We definitely want people to be able to realize these benefits of having distributed generation, like bill savings and like resilience in the face of blackouts. Really important. Public input is key to success, like Mayor Kasakian just said. It should be done early. It should be part of the scope of work, so we definitely want to see that in the RFP. And we are eager to see the consultants start soon and move quickly. I appreciate that the criteria for evaluation have ability to meet the proposed schedule, but if a proposer chooses, if they propose a schedule to take until 2026, it'll be easy for them to meet that proposed schedule, but that's not what we want. So I think it would be helpful to add a waiting for having a schedule for the consultant work that is shorter and faster. And also 2027 is a goal, but it shouldn't be an obstacle. So we definitely don't want it to be set in a way where proposers are penalized for not being able to meet that if it is unattainable. It sounds like what you've suggested is a good workaround. And then just to say, we would love to have staff come to council to give updates while the consultant is working, and maybe also to the sustainability and GWP commissions. It'd be great to hear how the consultant work is progressing. And then finally, just say this is a great opportunity for Glendale to show its leadership in California, just like it has been all night and all year and for a while. And really just beyond California, nationwide, this would be really a fantastic thing, a flagship thing for the city to do. And I want to thank you all for your leadership.
Thank you. Mr. Eisenberg.
Good evening. I guess it's still Tuesday, not for much longer. I want to, I'm David Eisenberg, for the record, chair of the Verdugo Hills group of the Sierra Club. And, you know, for the record, we would like to recognize the hard work of council, that council even brought this issue up and for consideration, and the work of GWP staff. We have just a few comments of things we would like to see in the RFP. I know you got bullet points from the GEC, and there's a couple things that on the outreach should be in multiple languages. There should be something in Armenian and Spanish as well as English. There should be, you know, we need to contact, we need to reach out to the renters, so that you want to get the tenants union, because you want to have incentives that reach the tenants, and you want to have the condo associations. They need to be representatives, and the owners of apartment buildings need to be represented, because they're the bulk of, you know, that's 70% of residents in Glendale are in multifamily buildings. And if those multifamily buildings don't go to solar, I don't know that we're going to be able to get the 10%. It just can't be just single family homes. Along those lines, I'd like to specifically ask that you include in your RFP, not that it's part necessarily, but they consider the concept of community solar, where people buy into a solar project and get the benefits of that. And that would be one of the ways that condo owners and renters could participate without having to own a building. So those are some of the things that I would like to see considered in the report. And again, thank you for doing this work. I think this will lead to a lot of resiliency in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we don't have any more speakers on that. There have been some comments and feedback suggestions from council. Does staff have enough direction to be able to incorporate those into this RFP? How would you like to proceed? Mr. City Attorney or someone, please help us
Sure. So,
fine-tune this.
Mr. Mayor, the staff can either take the comments you made, and if there's no objection, we'll just, all the comments that were made will be made part of the motion to approve the RFP. So it'll be a motion
That's
to approve.
adequate. Our comments are adequate. You don't need to.
I think so, unless there's objection to any of the comments that any of you made.
I don't have any objections to the comments. I do want to make sure that if you are going to incorporate the outreach, there is a line in the email that I had sent that highlights the multilingual and multifamily. I just want to make sure that that's incorporated in there.
I don't have an objection to that.
I'm good.
All right, with that, let's entertain a motion and.
I'll move the approval of the RFP subject to some of the input that we provided.
Okay, motion has been made to, and it was seconded by Councilmember Asatryan. Let's have roll call, please.
Councilmember Asadrian?
Yes.
Brotman?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Najarian? And Mayor Kasakian.
Yes, thank you. All right. Good night, folks. Well, let's go to our public hearing, item 9A.
9 9A Community Development regarding public hearing on appeal of design review boards, case number PDR 2002198, located at 3035 Edgewick Road. 1, motion to sustain the design review board's decision to approve the design review board's application with conditions as presented in the revised plans. 2, motion to continue directing city attorney to draft findings supporting denial of the design review board's application. 3, motion to remand the case to the design review board for further consideration.
Okay, Mr. Galanian.
Yes, Mayor Kasakian, member of City Council, I'm just going to invite Milka Toledo, our senior planner, to present this case, the Design Review Board approval case and the N-Swing appeal.
I'll open the public hearing at 11:01. I should wear a face mask as well, that way no one can see me yawn at this hour. Milka, please proceed.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. I am the case planner, Milka Toledo, with the proposed appeal associated with 3035 Edgewick Road. I have 41 slides, but I'm definitely going to cut back and
I'm sure some of them are photos. Proceed. We'll see how long they last.
So again, the revised project rather, involves the construction of a 3,221 square foot single-family residence and a 580 square foot garage. The lot size is approximately 8,500 square feet. The first floor is 1,700 approximately, second floor 1,400, and then 84 square feet of elevator access on the ground floor. There are some obviously grading involved since this is a hillside uphill lot, and the information is outlined in your report in terms of cut and fill and export. Average current slope for this site is, for the building footprint, approximately 28.9, with some ungraded open space at 38.7, and the frontage along Edgewick Road being 7965. The original project that was approved by the board involved a slightly different it's 3,260 square feet at a 2-story with the attached garage. There is a reasonable accommodation and administrative exception that was approved later, subsequently after the approval, as a result of changes that were revisions made to the project, as discussed in the staff report, associated with the applicant's attempt to address the board conditions, as well as addressing arguments raised by the appellant in their appeal, and also addressing some zoning items that need to be addressed associated with the revised changes. That involved the ungraded open space was reduced reduction in the driveway depth, and an internal elevator which connects the garage to the upper floors, which results in a 3-story. And that would provide the owner's relative, a disabled individual, access to the upper floors from the garage to the second, to the residential floors above. General information is provided in your staff report. The applicant is John Deanhan, associated with LR Architecture. The owner, Raymond Sarabian, associated with Andra Properties, and the appellant, Wesley Avery. And the request by the appellant this evening is to overturn the Design Review Board's decision to approve the project. The project, again, is located at 3035 Edgewick Road. The appellant resides across the street at 3030 Edgewick Road. This is the existing site. There are some oak trees that are proposed to be removed. It is discussed in your report that they will be replaced with 4 new oaks as required by the urban forestry. These are photos of the existing site. As you can see, there's steep drop of about 10 to 12 foot difference from the lower street level to the top of the hill, and then it's gradual slopes thereafter. This is the current site plan, the original site plan. I'm going to go through these quickly because I want to get to the changes, the before and after, as you can see on your screen. So originally, the design of the building was more of like a stacked form with the garage at the lower level and the 2 residential floors above, with a 32-foot height based on the zoning code, which complies with the zoning code. And as a result of, again, changes to the design to address the board's attempt to have the project modified to better address the mass and scale and reduce it, the applicant has pushed back the building, which the applicant is here and he will discuss that further, so I won't go into too much detail since it's in your report, and visually separating the garage from the residential floors above by creating a slab above the garage, which would enable landscaping to be planted there, and again, providing that visual separation between the 2 structures and allowing for that visual, a street view to be softened, properly articulated from the public view. This 3D rendering provides a better understanding of what the what the applicant is trying to achieve by addressing the board's condition. Most of it, again, is outlined in and discussed in your report. But again, going back to the changes involving the garage level to be at 11-foot height, again, allowing for the slab to be introduced to allow for planting above. Then we have the approximately 24-foot 6-inch height for the residential floors above, and pushed in to the hillside as well as up in the hillside. So there is that additional separation, or I should say additional setback from the front property line, approximately 34.5 feet. This was the original design that was approved by the board, which again, similar in terms of cladding material, the fenestration or the windows, and the use of material along for the elevator shaft, and some changes included in order to, again, provide some relief in terms of the mass. The applicant has wrapped the the overhang along the south side, again, softening that visual appearance from the street and introducing more landscaping, especially in front of the walls, the retaining and the planter walls. The roof plan didn't really change as a result, since the building footprint really did not change, so the before and after are relatively the same. This provides a section through the garage showing the 15-foot setback from the garage to the property line, the existing grade, and the visual separation with the landscaping above the garage, distance from the property line to the structure. This was the original section, one of the sections that was originally reviewed by the board, which showed through the section through the elevator. These are additional section views that the applicant has provided associated with the retaining walls which they are proposing in order to address the hillside conditions, to address the building code, and to address the zoning code as well, and to comply with the zoning code, since there are standards associated with use of materials and height with retaining walls in the front setback. The building materials did not change compared to the approval from back in July of 2021 from the board's approval. The project history is outlined in your report from July of 2021, from when the project was originally approved to today. So certainly it's been a while to get here, but finally we're before you, and we will discuss what the board discussed in their deliberation. It's in your report, so I'm not going to go into much of the discussion, but ultimately the board believed that the project was thoughtfully executed and supported the project. They believe that the previous design could, with specific conditions, mitigate the mass. The applicant has taken the project in a different direction to further address the board's concerns and to address the some of the arguments presented by the appellant. So I won't go over the board's conditions since that's in your report, as well as staff's analysis. The house, in essence, has been set back further into the site by an additional 8 feet. The garage has been set back 15 from the street front property line at the lower level. The house has been reduced, the upper floors, there's 24'6", and according to the applicant, 6 inches lower compared to the original submittal in terms of the plate heights. Garage has been lowered to 11 feet, and the garage, again, we've discussed, includes a slab for a mature landscape to grow. Additional changes, the wall thickness increase, especially along the south side to allow for window recesses, approximately a 12-inch recess from the actual stucco wall in setting the glass approximately 12 inches. The applicant will go further into detail in their presentation. Staff's analysis, in terms of the mass and scale, we do believe that the mass and scale has been appropriately addressed in terms of reducing the amount of wall that was visually seen above the garage. Again, as you saw in the rendering, the landscape provides that visual separation, providing more relief and softening the visual appearance of the building and properly articulating it from the front. We've discussed some of the retaining walls, so I won't go into that point. Some of the points raised by the appellant in their appeal involves their concern that the zoning code was violated, as well as the design guidelines in terms of the Hillside design guidelines. The DRB exceeded their authority, allowing a building height to be approved that doesn't comply with code, although originally the building was at 32 feet, and it did comply with code as well as the revised project. DRB refused to hear and consider certain facts before rendering their decision, and then evidence before the DRB was insufficient. So in terms of staff's response, the building height again does comply with the zoning code. Project does comply with the 32-foot height limitation, and the project we've discussed has been lowered approximately 7.5 feet compared to the original submittal, and the garage height has been lowered to 11 feet facing the street. We've discussed a lot of the mass and scale, so I won't go into this information further. In terms of the staff response, in terms of detailing, the applicant is achieving a design that is consistent with the design guidelines. One of the points that's brought out in the guidelines is that quality and materials is important. This project does achieve that. They are providing quality cladding material properly executed throughout the building, providing the proper articulation to address and soften the mass and scale of the building, proper distribution through fenestration and through other forms or techniques is being achieved in this revised project, similar to the original project, which was approved by the board. So the details, the materials, the guidelines highlight that it should be consistent throughout the project, and it must be well designed on all sides and be consistent and true to its style. This is a contemporary style building. The applicant has chosen whether it's the roof design being a flat roof, it's the materials that has been selected and the way that they are distributing the materials and applying it on the building, all of which address the design guidelines. And so in terms of how it blends in with the neighborhood context, it does. The project is adjacent to 3045 Edgick Road, also an uphill site. The front setback for that home is less. It's approximately 8 feet. It has also like a vertical stacked form. The project at 3033 is different. It's a one-story home at 2,040 square feet. And then the appellant's home across the street is larger. It's also a larger lot. It's at 4,800 square feet, an approximate setback of 25 feet. So briefly, in terms of how the property is within the average house size is approximately 3,059. The proposal is slightly higher, approximately 3,200, but still close enough. It's not much of a significant difference at 3,200. In terms of the setback, the average is 17. The project proposes 15-foot setback. So with that, I'm going to conclude my remarks. Lastly, staff is recommending that the City Council sustain the Design Review Board's approval as presented in the revised design.
Okay, so we have a number of cards. How many callers do we have? Anyone still up at this hour?
Mayor,
Besides us?
we do not have any callers.
Okay. So we have the appellant, Mr. Avery. We will give you an opportunity to go first, and then I have, if I call your name and you're with the appellant side, just let me know. Roland Fuhrer? Yes. With the appellant? John Dinahan? I'm the architect. You're the architect, that's right. Okay, and then Raymond Sohrabian, you're with the architect. Joe Abler with the appellant. Beth Taper, appellant. Okay, so Wesley, you'll have an opportunity to speak. Raymond and John, you have to figure out between yourselves, I mean, if you guys want to combine it, but whatever time I give to the appellant, you will receive as well, and then the appellant will have an opportunity to respond at the end. So that's how we're going to conduct it. How much time do you feel that you need, Mr. Avery?
I need less than 6 minutes, but I would like the other neighbors to speak because they're going to
They
speak
will.
on different issues.
Sure, they will. I'll give them each 3 minutes. If they need another extra 30 seconds or so, we will. If you want to,
Mr. Fuhr's saying he needs 10 minutes because 8 minutes. He's given a detailed report to the
okay.
council.
All right, so I'll give you and Mr. Fuhrer combined 15 minutes. How's that?
Thank you.
Okay, so you guys will be the appellant team, and then that means you'll have 15 minutes as well. And then I'll give you 5 minutes to wrap up at the conclusion of that. So with that, Mr. Avery, you're up, followed by Roland Fuhrer. Don't go far. Let's set the timer for 15 minutes and see how we do.
Thank you, Mayor Kasakian and council members. My wife and I would like to thank the City Council for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight against this proposed development of a glass house across the street from our Tudor home, which is recognized as a historic home by the City of Glendale. I would like to ask that the written statement dated November 15th, 2022, that I transmitted to Milka be made part of the record for this hearing.
By the way, I'm sorry, can we pause the time? And I'm sorry, it's a late hour, but I just want, one of my colleagues indicated that they wanted to make a declaration, and I want to know if any of the others want to as well. Councilmember Asatryan, please.
I do need to note that I met with the applicant a couple of days ago for about 10 minutes, and I just listened to what they had to say.
Okay, has anyone else met with anyone from either side? All right. All right, so Councilmember Asatryan is on the record saying that they met with the applicant for 10 minutes the other day to talk to them and hear what they had to say. I haven't met with anyone, and I don't think anyone else has. So with that, we're all on the record. Let's continue. I apologize. Go ahead,
I
Mr.
guess
Avery.
on that issue, I'd like to say there were 2 hearings held concerning this appeal, and those hearings with regards to design changes were made without notice to me and without notice to the neighborhood. So I am disturbed that in addition to that, there's been ex parte communications with council members, because I think there should be due process here and there should be a level playing field. We own the historic Knudsen House at 3030 Edgewick Road, which was once the residence of the Knudsen family of yogurt fame. The proposed exceptionally large mass of glass does not fit the context of the immediate neighboring houses. The concept of a glass 3-story stacked home is flawed for the site. As one enters Edgewick Road, one is greeted by 2 Tudor brick homes on either side of the street, 3030 Edgewick and 3045 Edgewick, nestled under a gorgeous oak canopy. If the proposed structure at 3035 Edgewick is approved, the next home a resident would come across would be a looming glass edifice. That would be the tallest building in the neighborhood. Mr. Fuhrer calculates that under the revised plan, this house will be 42 feet high. We oppose the proposed glass house at 3035 Edgewick as it is not an architectural concept consistent with the surroundings. After me, Joe Abelard is going to speak on the issue that the court should, or that the council should not grant a variance to construct a 3-story home here, especially when a 2-story home was proposed. And somehow, without notice to me and the other community, 2 stories became 3 stories. We think that this should go back to the Design Review Board for a completely new design and architectural concept hearing. Roland Fuhrer is going to discuss the fact that the building code, the Hillside design guidelines, and the DRB's recommendations aren't being followed here. And yet, this project is going forward. Again, I think this needs to go back to the drawing board. The fact that the applicant has said that he's going in a different direction alone should tell you that this needs to go back to the design review board. Beth Tapper, whose house would be directly one over underneath, is going to speak on the fact that her family's going to be exposed to this glass, these 20 feet of glass looking down into her backyard and her little children. Doris Quinn, who lives directly next door and who is here tonight, has cancer, and she doesn't feel strong enough to come up to the podium, but she opposes this project on the basis of privacy and design. Viviana Garcia and Andrew Holsinger, who are here tonight, they live on the right. They are going to speak, and they are going to oppose this on the basis of privacy and design. Have I forgotten anybody? The proposed development is not consistent with our neighborhood, and we are concerned it will degrade property values. There are no glass residences in our immediate neighborhood, and it will upstage our historic home across the street. Pursuant to the approval of our home under the Mills Act, we have contracted with the City of Glendale and have spent $500,000 upgrading our home. Our home is going to be featured on an upcoming episode of Restored on the Discovery Channel. And people are going to come see it, and they're going to see our home, and then they're going to see this. And they're going to say, who approved that? It's completely jarring. It completely undercuts the Knutson home. It completely undercuts the neighborhood. Milk, can you bring back that slide of the new driveway?
Which one can you?
So anyone would work. There's one that shows the new angle.
You mean the section?
Yes. I guess the next thing I'd like to talk about is safety. And the way that this has been set up, it's like... I just saw it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This way this is set up, it's extremely dangerous. First of all, you've got a double blind corner, if you've looked at it, but you can see that. You had a picture of the new driveway. Can you bring that up? The driveway now is so steep. That's the original, all right, this is that. Look how steep that driveway is. You're going to have to back down that into that narrow road, and right here is your corner.
Miss,
So you're going to have cars coming around here at 35
Mr. Avery, just one moment.
Yeah, he's not,
Yeah.
he walked over.
Yeah. Just be careful that anytime you step away from the podium, the microphone won't pick up what you're saying, but you can point it out and we can.
Can you see
Yeah,
the
of
safety
course.
hazard there? Especially with that steep a driveway, because you're not going to be in control of the cars you back down that steep driveway. The revised design has gone from 17 feet to 15 feet, so it makes it worse. You'd only have a split second to react. True on the other way around, but this is really bad. I submit that this is a hazard to the community and a disaster waiting to happen. The original proposed residential project was appealed because it failed to meet the zoning code and the Hillside design guidelines for compatibility, height, stories, and upgraded open space. The revised design fails to address these violations. The revised design is significantly different architectural concept as to what was presented to the DRB in July of 2021 and appealed by us, and therefore should be denied. In conclusion, the City Council should ask the question that any high school debate team would ask, the question of inherency. If this is such a great idea, why has no one built on this property in 100 years? Think about that. It's been 100 years. Why has no one built on it? It's because it's unbuildable. The answer is obvious to anyone who drives by the property. It is situated on a dangerous bend in the road. It's too steep to back a car out of safely and was always meant to be vacant land. If this project is approved, it will be a source of danger and congestion in perpetuity for all houses in our neighborhood. This glass edifice will undercut the historic Knutson house across the street and 3045 Edgewick to its right, which is also a Tudor home. It's not being built to code and will invade the privacy of its neighbors. It should not be improved. Instead, this home should be submitted with a completely new design and architectural concept to the Design Review Board. Thank you.
All right, let's pause the time as Mr. Fuhrer comes up to the podium. All right.
Okay.
Let's
Great.
continue.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Roland Foyer, and I've been a resident at 2965 Edgewick for 24 years. I have a degree in architecture from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, and I'm a licensed A&B contractor and have run 2 engineering firms for the last 25 years. So I'm fully capable of reading and knowing what is expected from a drawing package and the City of Glendale Design Review. A year and a half ago, neighbors brought up the issue that a three-story home is not allowed by code on this site. We had to painfully watch as staff presented to DRB reasons as to why this was not a 3-story home. Board member Minas commented about this being a 3-story, but accepted staff's explanation. Almost a year after the Design Review Board meeting, the applicant also seems to agree that this is a 3-story home, as they applied for the accommodation of a 3-story elevator, which resulted in a 3-story home, per the community development's decision. Staff is presenting this as a 2-story home to you tonight. That's in their report. Also, of great concern is the submittal package council is reviewing for the redesign is not a complete package as required by the city in its final submittal requirements for design review. And this alone should be reason to deny the redesign. Missing are a section, 2 are required. 1 is in this document, but it is actually incorrect. It's a roof plan. They now are saying that it's the old roof plan. And fully dimensioned elevation drawings. The elevations have been plastered with plants to obscure the true building, and a few dimensions are presented, and a few dimensions are presented when actually fully dimensioned elevations are required. Look at the first package, look at this last package. You have colored renderings that have no dimensions on them. The north elevation has no dimensions. Others have 3 or 4. Staff stated today that the front elevation is drawn to show how the plantings will affect the view of the front of the house. But the purpose of elevations is to see the house, the finished materials of the house, and dimensions of the house, which the submitted revised design drawings failed to do. In addition, the planting of grasses, red yuccas, and aloes as shown in the landscape plan is not indicative of this wallpaper foliage that they show on the elevations. I would like to highlight issues raised in the Avery's appeal, specifically to the conditions of the Design Review Board decision letter that have not been addressed in the revised design before you today. Conditions 1, 2, 5, and 6 have not been addressed. I won't go through all, but because it would take too long, but they are in the written appeal that was submitted. But specifically, condition number 1, it's stated to provide a step back with a depth of 1 window bay, approximately 10 feet at the upper portion of the south facade of the double height living room to reduce the height and mass of this area. The revised design does not step back the upper portion of the south facade, nor does it reduce the height and mass in this area. It is the same. Only difference is an extra maybe 6-inch reveal of the lower windows, not even the upper ones. In addition, this double height living room has been moved further up the hill, accentuating its mass and dominating relationship to the south existing single-story structure. Part of staff's comments were, by moving the house back, it's further from the street, but that wasn't the concern. The concern was the neighboring south-facing house. Condition number 2, work with staff to lower the height of the house, and specifically the floor ceiling height of the garage by aligning the master suite and the rear bedroom level. It goes on to say how this can be accomplished, but I'm not going to get into that right now. But the master suite and the bedrooms have not been aligned as per staff's direction. The height has not been lowered. They're calculating it from different locations. The house roof line to the garage level has actually increased in elevation by 2 feet 8 inches. What is also interesting with this condition is that the applicant requested an administrative accommodation for an elevator to access the upper floors for the elderly mother. Well, only the master suite would be accessible from the elevator. The other bedrooms and bathroom have steps to ascend and descend, so it seems counter to this accommodation. Additionally, the garage floor to the height has not been lowered. It has just been altered to a vaulted ceiling. which is higher at the end where it meets the house than the previous design. Staff states in the report that the house elevation has been reduced where it meets the terrain to 24 feet 6 inches. Actually, in the old elevations, it's 24 feet where it hit the terrain, according to where they're pointing it out. Again, as laid out in the appeal, the conditions have not been met, and therefore the redesign should be denied. In addition, the applicant's revised concept incorporates a planted roof on the garage, but it is still a roof that connects to the structure of the house. And if they die, it's still a roof, and someone can put a roof on it. Staff states that the planted roof of the garage separates the garage from the house, yet code established specific distances between structures for the garage to be considered a detached garage. Code is silent on roofing material, or what would be called a living roof, as separating the structure. In addition, the 39-foot, 6-inch tall elevator structure and other walls connect to this garage. So it is impossible that this garage can be considered as separate. Lastly, I wanted to speak as to how staff is defining height. The code definition of height references the diagram figure D4, which illustrates how to define height. We've added that diagram to the appeal. The diagram simply depicts the lowest point of the building to the top of the structure. Note that figures D4 and D11, the lowest point is shown to be below grade. The lowest point is just that, the lowest point visible from the elevation, not some other complicated determination. I thank you again for the opportunity to speak, and I hope, given the facts in the appeal and highlighted tonight, that council denies this redesign. Thank you.
Okay. How much time was that?
There was 23 seconds left.
All right, so 15 minutes on the dot. I'm going to give, so that was, let me see, that was Mr. Avery and Mr. Fuhrer, correct? So we'll give everyone else an opportunity to speak afterwards. And Mr. Avery, you mentioned that the Garcias would like to speak, right, as well, but I do not have cards for them, so can I ask you to please submit cards for the Garcias? So we have them as part of the record. Next will be the applicant, and who would like to speak first? You'll have 15 minutes total between the two of you, John Dinahan and Raymond Sohrabian. John?
Will the others be after?
Well, they're part of the public. They're not part of the appellant's presentation. But after that's done, we'll have the members of the public who submitted cards. There's about, I have Joe Abelar, Beth Taper, and I guess the Garcias. They'll each be allowed 3 minutes, as most people in public comment are allowed to. I mean, ideally, I'd like it if it was less than 3 minutes, and if you could keep it to 2, that'd be fantastic, but everyone will have 3 minutes. Okay.
Mayor?
Just so you know, you're gonna say that that's evidence now, right?
Right.
Yeah, so anything that you use here for this presentation, you'd have to submit as evidence because it is a hearing. I'll let the city
Jimmy, I get
attorney.
to leave it tonight? I don't have to take this home?
Unfortunately, yes.
Perfect.
Okay, all right. And if there's any documents or any presentation, anything that was done, it becomes part of the record because it is a hearing. Please, Mr. Dinahan, continue, and let's start the clock if you're ready.
Sure.
Are you ready? All right.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Mr. Mayor, Council, others, delighted to be here and to respond. I don't think I speak as loudly or as with much force as Mr. Fuhrer, so forgive me for that. I brought the model tonight, and I had to dust it off because it's 4 years old. We've been working on this thing for 4 years, working with Milka and staff to get the project to where we were able to finally take it to DRB a year ago, July. And the reason I brought the model is because I have some images.
I can put them on.
And can I control them?
Give me a second.
I think sometimes the photographs don't do the property justice as far as the extreme nature, although that's looking pretty steep. But what we're looking at here, this is Edgewick Road, this is that portion of the site. And so you can see how aggressively it rises from the street and then runs up the site. Unfortunately, in a way, the calculations for slope put us below what would be allowable at, without question, by right, a 3-story building. If this was to continue up, the average is what is used for those calculations. So even though we're steep here, and this is where the house occurs, the upper portion isn't quite so much. So I wanted to show just that, and then this one, this is the view from the south side of the property, looking back over it. Just again, to give you a sense of some of the issues and the character of the property that we were dealing with and the model. So this is, and Milka's already showed some of these, so I'm not going to spend too much time here, but obviously this is a rendering of where we are. This is a rendering from earlier, and you can see how, you know, we've pushed back and we've separated, and that's some things that we think respond well to some of the criticisms or the comments, the recommendations out of design review. But it's also worth noting the design review supported the design fairly unequivocally, but with some comments from staff that had to do with carving back the building, particularly on that south wall. A comment about the reference to this being a glass house. I think we all know what a glass house looks like. It's a lot of glass. In fact, there probably isn't much stucco or stonework or anything else that is part of a glass house. This is not a glass house. It's a house with glass that has integrated the glass with the appropriate interior spaces, but also included, again, natural materials, the plaster and the like, all the kinds of things that are mentioned in the Hillside guidelines and the, you know, the way they want those designs to go. Safety. Safety was a big point by Mr. Avery. And I want to point out here that our driveway is 25 feet 6 wide, plenty wide for a car to maneuver and to be coming out. It's also worth noting, but never mentioned, that all this conversation about how the exemption that we got for pulling the garage forward to 15 feet makes a 15-foot driveway, which is not per code, because code says it's got to be 18 feet from the property line. If you see here, our property line, it varies, but let's take an average of about 7 feet from the toe of the slope. So when I go back to here, let's go back to here, you're not looking at the property line at the street. That's not where the property line is. The property line is about 7 feet into that slope. So that where I'm showing all this here, the property line is held back. So all the discussion and commentary about narrow driveways, short driveways, and the like needs to have 7 feet added if there's any discussion about it being referenced to the property line. So that's one of the reasons why the house sits back as far as it does, because even though we pushed it another 8 feet or so from the property line, we still have 7 feet in front of that all the way to the street. So the safety issue with respect to the driveway, there's plenty of room in the driveway to maneuver a car. There's plenty of circulation that is available to ease one's entry into the street. We're not talking about some narrow tunnel condition. Another point I want to make, this is looking north on Edgewick. So the black obviously is, I shouldn't say obviously, but the black is our house, okay, is 3035. Directly above it is 3045, I believe. And then the other house, the single story that sits low below us with the Avery house across the way. it's pretty clear to see from here the amount of setback and how the house itself is pulled away from the street to minimize its presence on the street or its proximity, all those things. And so, you know, it doesn't have the presence or the looming presence that has been suggested. The roof of the house is about, the roof of this house is about 1.5 feet, I think, higher than when the house sat lower, but the house itself is 3 feet higher on the site. So the actual composition of the floors and the space underneath the house from where it meets grade is about 24 feet 6, well within the height limits of code, particularly as defined by code and where that those dimensions are taken from. Milka is much more conversant with that than I am, but so if there's a question about that, I'm going to defer. But we've been around the block a lot with this, and so the actual building height is well within code. And again, you can see there's the dark line out towards the street. That's where my property line is, and you can see how much additional turf there is between that and the street. The comment was made about being a 3-story height and why do we need an elevator? The elevator is defining it as 3 stories, and it's sort of ridiculous to have it because the master bedroom and the ground floor are the only areas that are available to the to an occupant or to somebody who is fully handicapped and would be using the elevator. But it's worth pointing out that within the house, within the house itself, yes, there are stairs, and I think we all know that any of us that are dealing with geriatrics, with parents or whatever who might be living in, that there are ways to deal with those stairs internally. That's not the issue here. If I want to get somebody from that second floor down to that half-level bedroom, and they can't manage 4 stairs, then you know, a device like the chairlift and those kinds of things that are commonly on the market and very affordable can also be installed here. The point is, from the driveway to the entry deck, there are 37 steps. And that number got increased as the house got pushed back because it got pushed up at the same time. But certainly the condition at grade didn't change. I also want to go here. There's a lot of talk about the increase, about the degree of slope, and I think the rendering skews it a little bit because I think just sitting here looking at it on screen, it makes it look like it's a steeper driveway. But we're going up 2.5 feet in 22 feet. 2.5 feet in 22. And this is graphically correct. And so you can see that the slope that has a little sketch car on it is not all that radical. So backing out into the street, it's not like something's likely to get away from you.
Mr. Danahan, I'm going to pause you. How much time does the speaker have left?
Mayor, 5 minutes and 33 seconds.
Okay. Mr. Danahan, I just want to let you know, I mean, you can take up the remainder of the time that you want, but then that would limit Mr. Raymond Sarabian to just 3 minutes, and he'd have to speak as a member of the public. You're fine with letting your architect do the presentation, right? Okay,
I'm sorry?
that's fine. All right, you'll have 5 minutes left.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Okay. You're okay. The one thing I want to say for Raymond is there was this other allegation about this as being a spec house. Mr. Avery's mentioned this more than once. I didn't hear him say it tonight, but certainly in his written comments and the like has said it's a spec house. I don't know where he comes up with that, because I know that Raymond, having worked on this project for 4 years, this is not a spec project. He's living there. We have a reasonable accommodation for his mother. That's why we went through that whole process to allow the elevator to occur and to attach itself from the garage to the house. Now, there was a lot of conversation about the 3-story nature of things, and they are 2 separate structures with the exception of the structural retaining wall that I need behind the garage. So the whole reason for the landscaping, the wallpaper, if you will, that I'm hearing about, is to do exactly what we're asking it to do. That is to show the house, to minimize some of the foundation work, minimize the grade changes and the accommodations to that, the retaining walls, and present a house to the street that does have the character, the impression, the look of a two-story house with a detached garage. And that's what we've done. So I'm certainly asking the board to, this council, I'm sorry, let me back up with one other thing. There was a lot of critique about drawings that were not here. Okay, the drawings that were put together were done for this presentation, for this meeting. There's no criteria that defines what has to be done for me to show you. I've worked with Milka and answered her many questions along the way as far as gathering information. The checklist for drawings that Mr. Fuhr talks about is for the design review board, and we had all those. They just weren't necessary here, and there were a lot of changes to them that would have taken time. But for the purpose of explaining what we've done, how we've approached it, I do need to go back. Let's try for one other thing if I still have a minute or two, and that is the south wall. This was the original look on that south wall, with the eyebrow over the entry stopping at the side of it and the windows being fairly flush. If you look at this versus our treatment now, the walls, the glass has been pushed into the living room by about a foot to create more shade and shadow of those openings so that you get more of a punched look rather than a plainer look. And a recommendation by DRB was to take the eyebrow of the shelter of the porch and wrap it around along that south wall, which we've done. So we've taken design review at their purest recommendation and executed in some areas and interpreted and tried to address other things in ways that we thought were a response, but just could not be taken and addressed in a literal fashion.
All right. Thank you. How
I
much
think I got
time?
it.
All right. With that, I'll give the appellant an opportunity to respond for 5 minutes, and then after that, we'll go to the speakers. So, Mr. Avery, do you have anything you would like to respond to?
Okay, well, thank you for giving me a chance to address applicant's arguments. To begin with...
You'll have 5 minutes, by the way.
Okay, the reason why I turned to spec house is because Raymond offered to sell it to me. He parked his car on the wrong side of the street, like 2 inches from my car, and I walked over. I thought, who's doing that? And then I met him. We talked, and he says, do you want to buy it? So there's your answer why I call it a spec, because he offered to sell it to me. The applicant has admitted during his oral argument that it's 2 feet taller. He just said so. With regards to
You'll have an opportunity to respond because Mr. Zorabian will have 3 minutes. He submitted a card, so you could respond to it. That's fine.
That's fine.
Go ahead.
With regards to this elevator argument, there was also admission that's specious because it was admitted that the elevator goes to the master bedroom and that the other bedrooms will have to be accessed by stairs. This is a red herring. This whole elevator modification was a red herring. Pictures don't lie. I showed you a drawing that showed how close the driveway is to the street and how close that driveway is to the convex hill. How are you going to turn around if it's only 15 feet, even if it's 20 feet? How are you going to turn around? You can't turn around. Applicant says you're going to be able to turn the car around. Of course you can't. You're going to have to back straight down the street, and it's steep, so you're going to have your foot on the brake as you go back. That's not going to last long. There'll be an accident there very quickly. You'll note that at no point in applicant's presentation did he disagree with the fact that this clashes with the Knudsen house, that the whole area is not glass. No argument was made there either. No argument was made that this house isn't obtrusive. No argument was made that this house fits the area. None. This is just being done because this is what they want. They pick this area knowing the community, they don't care, right? Because they're just going to push it through. I'll leave you with this, and these are the substantive arguments. With regards to procedural arguments, given what's happened here procedurally, there is no appellate court in the land that wouldn't remand this back to the trial court. Given ex parte communications, given hearings without notice to the one party, anybody would send this back. Also given the fact that the appellant admits that they've gone in a different direction and this is a completely new design. They should start again, and then we should see what the design review board says. Thank you.
All right. Let's go to Joe Abelar. 3 minutes.
So Mayor and council members, thank you for your time and opportunity to share our concerns. We have enjoyed living in the Glendale Canyon, Chevy Chase Canyon since 1999. And since that time, we have seen and lived through a lot of development. We recently learned specifics regarding the new proposed design and building plan to be located at 3035 Edgewood. What we learned compelled us to reach out to you and speak up regarding our concern. Our understanding is that there have been multiple exceptions and accommodations and modifications to existing design regarding the elevator, the garage, etc., and with little or no opportunity for residents to address those concerns. And that's one of our concerns. Regarding the plans itself, the number of exceptions are significant and sets a precedence for future development that we believe is not only dangerous, but also erodes the spirit, our value, our home value, and also the uniqueness of the canyon itself. Rather than blending in with the surrounding brick homes and historical Nutz's home across the street, this home is very unique and frankly does not fit in this neighborhood. It is a 3-story home, one allowance we oppose, that will stand out in a very dramatic way with its height, glass, windows, walls, floor to ceiling, and excessive lighting, creating a blinding eyesore and not keeping with the essence of the canyon. In addition, other exceptions, accommodations to the placement of the garage to the street results in making an already double blind curve even more dangerous. Our home is located just around the corner on Paddington Road, so this will be a very dangerous situation. We pass this property coming and going every day. So, in closing, it feels like the integrity of the design, the blind curve, and the traffic, keep in mind, this is a very narrow street. When we talk about backing out of that driveway, you're literally backing almost into their brick wall. When cars are parked on the side of the street, residents have to stop and wait for someone else to back out or move out or what have you in order to go by. The roads are very, very narrow. So it was for these reasons, and mostly for the fact that it doesn't really fit in with the neighborhood. It doesn't maintain the integrity of the canyon. If you live up there, you live up there for that reason. It's very quiet, canopy of oak trees. It's very nice and serene. It's a very nice neighborhood, and that's one of the reasons why we enjoy living there. And so this area, this kind of compromises the safety, erodes the history, and devalues our homes, and also establish a precedence that perhaps other developers could also push these rules or codes, etc. So for these reasons, we strongly oppose the current plan. Now I get it, the person who owns the property has a right to develop, but we just oppose the current plan and ask you to consider our concerns.
All right, Beth Tabor.
Before we start, can you keep this up, please?
This image?
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you. And can I just say, thank you for staying so long. It's midnight. I know we're so tired. I can barely speak. I have 2 small kids at home. I'm here. My husband left. He was here. He went home to take care of them. So I'm speaking on both of our behalves. So, good evening, Mr. Mayor, esteemed council members. I'm representing myself and my husband, Mitch Watson, as owners of the residence located at 3018 Paddington Road, which is 2 lots down from the proposed home at 3035 Edgewick. We have double frontage, thus part of our property is bordering Edgewick Road, quite close to 3035. We're concerned about the design of this home for a multitude of reasons, the first being the elevation, this elevation. This proposed home is so incredibly high that it is literally impeding the privacy of my backyard. That upper level, those windows of the upper level of this home will look directly into my backyard, my pool, my porch. I have 2 young daughters. We're out there all the time. It fears me that someone is going to stand up there and look at us all the time. They can do whatever they want in their home, correct? I can't go to my neighbor and say, stop staring at us out of your floor-to-ceiling windows. And by the way, those are floor-to-ceiling windows. So let's talk about floor-to-ceiling windows. At night, these windows will be so lit up and a literal assault to my eyes and my family's eyes, and it will impede on the serenity, the dark and quiet neighborhood that we enjoy so much. There are no exploratory pictures, views onto my property that have been included by the architect, the owner, or the planner to show the view from that top floor onto my property. These pictures are deceptive, and we need more detailed views from the top floor. Again, I want to bring up, I have 2 small daughters. This is very concerning. The style of the home is also very different than the immediate neighboring properties. I do agree that it is a looming tower over the beautiful Mills Acted property across the street, the Knutson House. This is such an offense to us as we have lived in this enclave, having previously owned another property at 2990 Edgewick Drive for almost 13 years, and know how important the Knutson House is to the neighborhood. When friends come to visit us, the first thing they ask is, what is that beautiful brick house we passed on our way to you? And we have a lovely time explaining to them what it is. If this home is built, they won't talk about that house anymore. That's all they're going to see. Again, this house has so much glass, the glare at night, I can't even imagine what it's going to look like at night lit up. All that light pouring out of these floor-to-ceiling windows as we drive up our beautiful dark canyon, it's going to cause accidents. And I disagree that somehow the issue with the driveway has to do with how wide or how narrow it is. It's a blind curve. It's dangerous. This home does not belong in our beloved neighborhood. Thank you for our time, for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Viviana Garcia.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time. I am not an architect. I am not an engineer. I'm not an attorney. I am a neighbor who bought her beautiful home, 3045 Edgewick. I will be the neighbor. I am the neighbor. What these pictures don't show is my backyard goes up, and I have a beautiful sun deck. I bought the home because it's beautiful, but it's because of also the view I have. I have a 180-degree view of Glendale, of the canyon. The home, when they put up the flags to show what the home would look like, I will completely be looking into, I'm assuming, a bedroom, a window, the roof. So that totally disrupts my 180-degree view. I will now only be able to look forward because then I'm looking into my neighbor's home. So those are my issues coming from the heart. This is where I have a problem. I totally back up what my neighbors are concerned about the aesthetics of it, the feel of it. We're in a happy place. We just want to continue to be that. But my concern is also just when I'm in my backyard enjoying my beautiful home, I can no longer have the view because now that's bringing down my home value because the view that sold the house is no longer there. It's going to be halfway. That's all I had.
Okay. Raymond Sohrabian, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm shocked about these presentations I heard from Mr. Avery. I don't know what he's talking about. In fact, I demand an apology from him, okay? I spent 4 years on this project, okay? This is supposed to be our dream house, but he turned it into a nightmare. 16 months I've waited to come here. Now, 16 months, that is not fair. Just because he doesn't want me to build a house there. But he is okay to have a major construction there. He's made a trash container and to a smelly toilet that's been in public road for the past 2-3 months. When he is dealing with, when he's having construction, that's okay. But when I'm having it, then there's a lot of problems. From day one, he attacked me. He said, the dust is gonna sit on my roof, okay? It's gonna cause major accident here. When this house is built, you're gonna force me to trim these trees. It's a lot of things. Now he's come up with new things now. All I'm saying that we bought this house because we feel that Glendale is our home. This is supposed to be our dream house, but it has turned into a nightmare. All I'm asking you that please put an end to this nightmare and give us a chance to move on. Thank you.
Okay. All right. That is all. We can now ask questions, deliberate. Go ahead. Who would like to go first? Go ahead. Do you guys want to draw straws? All right, go ahead, Councilmember Devine. Go ahead.
I have questions for Milka and that are related to what we've heard. Is this a 2-story house or a 3-story house?
It's a 3-story.
And what does the code say regarding the definition of height and stories as pertains to this project?
Well, in terms of height, it means the vertical dimension from where the lowest point of the building, where it comes out of the ground, to the topmost structure. There's an exception, and that exception is that chimneys, vents, utility service structures, and portions of a building located below the ground surface existing at the time of construction for purposes of excavating as a result to create a door, in this case, a garage door, for example, a window or ventilation, it says shall not be included in the measurement of vertical dimension. For this reason, a portion of the garage door is not included because that's the point that the applicant has identified that they would be excavating to create that door opening. So while yes, it may appear that the overall exceeds the 32, but again, per code, a portion of that garage would not be included because it's the garage door, and that's the exception in the definition of height.
Okay, and was the height of the house decreased by 7.5 feet?
According to the applicant, it was reduced in terms of the overall, because originally it was more of the stacked form, but now they've broken it up. The 24.6 for the residential levels, and then the garage at the 11 facing the street.
So what is the total height then? It's within the code, right?
Yes, but again, a portion of the garage is not included where the garage door is.
Oh, I see. So it's from the top of the garage up.
Depending on where they start the excavation point.
Okay. There was something in the appeal that said that the landscaping imagery is hiding discrepancies, and I think that's what Roland was alluding to. Can I ask him, were you meaning the planter,
The front elevation, if you look at the front elevation.
You have to come up to the mic, Roland.
If you look at the front elevation of the house that was submitted with the roof and all the plantings, there were a lot of retaining walls where the steps go up. None of those retaining walls are shown. It just shows all green. Can we put on the front elevation?
This isn't not my presentation, so I don't know which slide it is.
The front, this one.
Is this one? Okay.
That area to the left of the garage, it goes back 8 feet to the elevator structure, the entrance to the elevator structure. It's about something like 15 feet tall above the retaining wall of the planter. And then you have another retaining wall that goes across that entire face. That's 5 feet tall, up to 12 feet tall, 11 feet tall. None of that is shown on this drawing. And in a typical elevation drawing, you wouldn't have all these plants hiding the elevation of the building, because that's not what it's going to look like. I'm sorry. Even the plants that they have in their landscape plan are palms, aloes. They're not this dense forested jungle that they're showing here. And if someone changes the planting, you're stuck with the house. The roof goes back. There's probably 2 parapets that connect to the house because you can't have the soil falling off the sides. It's just, it needs to be drawn without the greenery. And the side elevations need to show the garage. It doesn't show that. A real true elevation would be fully dimensioned. You'd see all the dimensions. This is a concept sketch. The original design that was submitted is much more detailed. And you're able to look at the dimensions and follow what they're doing on that front elevation. This you cannot. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see if I have any more questions. Mostly I have comments. I think that's it for right now.
Okay.
For me. Thank
Who
you.
would like to go next?
Oh, no,
Oh,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
You know
No,
what?
that's all right, Councilmember Devine, go ahead.
The issues of the windows. Now, when it went to DRB, there were tinted windows, and DRB took that out. One of the conditions was to have clear windows. Why? When you have issues like this, that they're talking about the lights.
If I recall, their concern was more that the tinted reflected more of like a storefront, if you will, like a commercial storefront as opposed to residential. Typically, you wouldn't have tinted windows for a residential home.
That. Can I ask the architect about that?
Yeah, that's basically true.
Yeah.
That's basically true. I think their concern perhaps was twofold. One is a little more of a commercial character, and certain tints can be more reflective. So, we weren't really looking to create reflective surfaces. So the change to clear was perfectly fine with us.
Mm-hmm. How do you, when you hear the neighbors say that the lighting is going to be,
It's going to be
in their
this
face,
lantern and stuff.
obtrusive, to them?
Well, there's a bit of a paradox because there's also the critique that it's a dark street and, you have all this going on, you can't see anything. But yet, we're going to have this lantern up there that's going to be casting out all this light. So I'm not sure which way to go with that. But to the point of the neighbor to the south, with respect to glass and views, please understand where she's concerned about people hanging out at those upper windows. Well, you can't do that because that's simply the upper story of the living room. The bottom of this drawing, where you see the 4 solid parts coming across here. Let me do this.
Be aware that we can't hear you.
I'm talking about this area.
Yeah,
Okay.
right.
That's the living room, and that's a 2-story space. And that was where DRB, just sort of off the cuff, suggested to help that mass that we pull the 2nd story back a window bay. Well, the room's not that deep, not that wide to begin with. It's only 16 feet. And so to come back 10 feet makes a very odd space. You would be coming in, you have this, and then this coming down, rather than a fairly modest room size. that has the height. But my point is that the upper portion of those windows, nobody can stand there. And if you do stand on the site and look out over the house, that's exactly what you're doing. You're
So
looking
there's
over the
no
house.
floor there.
You look at the roof.
You're saying there's no floor, there's no second floor, that's all
There's no
one?
second floor along that
That's
south
like a
side.
very high ceiling room is what you're trying to say?
That's right.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so it's just one store, one,
Mm-hmm.
oh, okay. Okay,
Go ahead.
sure,
Just one.
go ahead.
How about from the balcony? Because that was also a point made that from the balcony or the rooftop deck, that you could see into the neighbor's pool, the neighbor's backyard.
Well, you do have views across, and yes, at some point you can look down. Again, the house, you're not looking into any windows. With the original design review submission, there's a window study that wants to know which way the windows are oriented, and actually, with the way the house is turned on the street, none of these windows actually face the house. The house is down here, and the view is this way. That's not to say you can't stand there and look down, but the orientation is not smack dab in the face of the lower house, and again, it is lower. The roof of that house is below this property. And then to the other side, with the landscaping and the trees and everything that exists there, those views are virtually non-existent.
And
We
it's
don't
a-
really have a view to the north, per se.
And is it actually on a different street? Did I hear her say it's on a different street, or is it on this? I don't remember seeing a house. I was up there, and I don't remember seeing a house right next door to this house.
When you say next door, to the left?
Yeah, to the south.
Yeah, it's a
to the
single
south.
story. It sits up high, just like our,
Oh,
just like we have this coming along here. This continues around, and the
Yeah.
house, it's probably about at this level, down below all of this.
okay. Oh, thank you, thank you. I wanted to ask the resident from 3045 Edgewick. Yeah, could you come up, please? I have a question for you. You know, you're talking about this driveway. All of you were talking about this driveway. Your house is smack dab on the street. You don't even have a driveway.
I don't have an incline, correct. So my driveway, there's a
But
picture
is it
of
yours
here.
dangerous to come out of?
No, because when you come up Edgewick, so you kind of turn this way, I'm the house, they would be the next one over, but they're around the corner.
Yeah.
So when I back out of our driveway, we're able to back out with no issues.
And if a
because
car's coming, if I'm driving
you
down.
you could see the cars coming. This one, unfortunately, because of the curve, there's a blind spot right there. It's right here, it's kind of hard to see.
Yeah,
You see that pine
yeah,
tree?
I know what you're.
My house is on the other side of that, so.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I know where you are. Okay,
Did I answer your question?
thank you. Mr. Brotman?
Oh, okay. I did have, let's see. So for staff, Milk, on this privacy question, I know that is something we are concerned about when somebody can look into a neighboring property, into a backyard or swimming pool. Have we looked at that?
The board looked at that, and it really also focuses on, do these balconies overlook windows? The window location exhibit is included in your packet. Look for the previous packet that was, or plans that were approved by the board, sheet WL 1.0. It'll look something like this. So the board did look at that. There was no concerns that they found that it would compromise the privacy of adjacent windows of the adjacent properties.
How about a swimming pool?
Don't recall that was discussed. I don't recall that correct me if I'm wrong, if the property at 3033 Edgewick has a swimming pool. I need to look at the aerial. That one-story home, I don't believe it has a swimming pool.
They're talking about 3018.
So the home directly adjacent to the left is 3033 Edgewick. That's what is shown on the map. We can look it up just to verify the location of 3018 Paddington as it relates to the subject at 3035 to give the council more of a visual. Because according to the map, 3033 Edgewick is the immediately adjacent home to the left, the one-story home.
If I may, Melky, correct me if I'm wrong, the code limits the view into windows of adjacent homes to the living areas of
Exactly.
adjacent homes. So,
Correct.
Not into.
Not into swimming pools.
Right.
Yards. It's
correct.
Okay. And we also don't protect views.
That's
Is
correct.
that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, let's see. I had a question on the oaks that are going to be taken out. Now, I know we're requiring them to put in 4. Of what size? Because they're taking out nice mature oaks, I assume. Are they putting in, large replacements, or are these going to be twigs?
Allow me to look for
Okay.
the urban forestry comments.
Okay, because that's something I would like to see, something that's substantial coming in to replace those 2 lost oaks, since that's certainly something we never like to see us lose these indigenous trees. And then I guess, so the safety issue with the driveway has building and safety, engineering, who looks at that?
It will be reviewed during plan check. It will be reviewed by building and safety, by traffic engineering, public works, zoning. So during GWP, all the different departments, they will be reviewing the project for code compliance during the building plan check process.
Okay, and if they find, so they have not looked at this for,
It was originally a while back for the previous project. It was circulated. I'll look through the comments, but I don't believe at that time that specific comments associated with safety were documented, but I'll verify.
but if they were to find that, there's a problem because of the blind curve and the steepness of the driveway, then what would happen?
Well, the applicant would have to address it, and we'll have to evaluate the change.
Okay. I think that's all.
I don't,
Oh, I did have one more.
Oh, go ahead,
Go for it.
Councilmember.
Sorry, one more. I wanted to ask Mr. Garcia about the procedural issues that were raised, the ex parte communications, the hearings that were not, allegedly not noticed. Do we feel like we've got some procedural violations, or?
Well, let me address those, Councilmember Brotman. I'm not really sure what the issue was with respect to the hearings that were.
Those were administrative exceptions,
Okay.
so those don't require a public hearing for the deviation of a 20% of a numeric standard associated with the driveway depth and also the reduction in the ungraded open space. So it is an exception that does not require by code a public hearing. And the reasonable exception as well is also done administratively.
And then with respect to the ex parte communication, the communication, as you know, we generally have these hearings for purpose of obtaining evidence, and we always encourage the council to base everything that's on the hearing. And if you do have a meeting with either an applicant or an appellant or a neighbor, that you disclose that at the beginning of the hearing, which is what Councilmember Satrian did. And so from our perspective, there's no due process issue.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
you guys asked all the questions, but I don't know if I missed anything on the, can you, if you did, I apologize, but can you walk me through the views of the backyard? Is there an issue with construction and the new house overlooking someone's backyard and invading their privacy?
Could we
In
look
that
at, you mean in terms if we could look at the aerial on the map to confirm? Is that a possibility? If we can-
I'm asking if this was taken into consideration
Oh,
during the.
yes, well, the board looked at the windows, because that's kind of more of what the code discusses, more of compromising windows. Eric, did you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, so as part of the privacy analysis, I'm Eric Krause, I'm the Deputy Director of Community Development. We do have to look at views into rear yards, but it's from certain portions of the building where those views are taken from. It's from living areas like living rooms and decks over 25 square feet. Now, the board, before they approved the project originally, would have had to take that into consideration before they can actually approve the project in the first place. So I'm assuming that that rooftop deck doesn't have views because of the way it's laid out directly into the neighboring backyards that would cause that to be a privacy issue.
Okay.
So we do need to look at backyards as part of the privacy issue when we.
But it's a consideration to take into account.
It's a consideration, correct, yeah.
So I'm asking, was there consideration taken for this specific project? Was this discussed?
The board, when they make determinations on approving projects, that's part of what they're looking at when they're actually approving a project before. So they consider privacy, they consider a few other things, as well as the design guide, Hillside design guidelines in this case for the Hillside property. So they're required to take a look at that before they render a decision.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Devine asked all the other questions I had, so.
And I wanted to respond to Councilmember Brotman regarding the size of the oaks. I'm looking through Forestry's comments. It does not provide a size in terms for those 4 new oak trees.
Okay. That is something I would like to define. That concerns me because you could just put in something, a twig. Is there, do we have standards
Like
for
a
that?
25 gallon.
What are the largest that could reasonably put in? And if you wanted to put in as mature a tree as possible, what would you put in?
Councilmember Brotman, we usually try to tailor the replacements depending on the size of the trees. On this particular one, if no size is specified, there would be a minimum size that like a 25 gallon or something like that we would specify. But I have to follow up to see why there was no size specified here.
Okay. I certainly would want us, before we conclude this, to lay that out.
Okay. Thank you for both sides, the appellant and the applicant, sticking with us to this late hour. I apologize that this today took as long as it has to get to you, but my question to Mr. Avery, well, let me ask Milka this. Milka, on the garage entrance level, how much living space is there on that level?
There's 84 square feet in order to access the garage. I'm sorry, the elevator.
Okay, so it's a garage. It's not a floor with living space on it.
Correct.
So I know we keep referring to this as a 3-story house, and I get why. I can see both sides. I get why you think it's a 3-story house, but it's really a 2-story house, in my opinion. Then again, I'm not an architect. And Mr. Avery, I know that you have a very beautiful home, by the way. Thank you for the time and effort you've put in restoring it. But you've referenced, and there's been references made to this glass box. I mean, if this was a quote-unquote 3-story house in the style similar to your house or some of your neighbors, would you object to it? Please go ahead, approach the...
My point is that there's no house like this in the neighborhood, none. So if there was a house like another house in the neighborhood, of course, that would be okay, because it would blend into the neighborhood. There is no house like this.
And the point of that being what?
That it's ostentatious, it's a look-at-me house, and it completely undercuts the historic home that we have been renovating for the benefit of the Historical Society, ourselves, and the city of Glendale.
How
All
does
you're
it
gonna do is
undercut?
look at that.
How does it undercut it again?
Because it draws the eye looking at that, as opposed to a house that's got oak trees, it's brick.
Okay.
I mean, why would you not stare at it, look at it, with all the light coming out of it?
You know, with all, okay. That's fine, thank you. I think that's a matter of taste and it's subjective. It may not be the house that you or I may want to live in, but I don't think it's to say that there's no other house on the block like it. Therefore, we have many, many diverse blocks in this city with many different types of houses on it. You can shake your head at it, but it's really what fits the taste of the property owner. And there's some blocks where you have some very older homes and some newer architecturally. You live in a canyon where there is a Frank Lloyd Wright affiliated home that is nothing like a lot of the homes in the neighborhood. It's very unique. You see it as you drive up Chevy Chase, and it's.
What can respond to that?
Sure, please. This is the time to do it.
The reason why it's world famous is because it blends right into the earth. This does not. This is just the opposite.
It is eye-catching.
That's why it's world famous. The texture of the stucco and everything. That's why. It's like a blur as you drive by. Matter of fact, you can't even see the living space. You know, we presented a lot tonight. Many, 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 many arguments. You just can't ignore them all and say, we're going to give a variance here, an exception here. Every time you're coming up with an excuse. All these solid arguments. Excuse, excuse, excuse. It doesn't look good. It looks like this is a stacked deck. I think that they should be sent back to the design review board, do it the right way. Thank you.
Yet the design review board has approved it, so.
Yes. Something else.
You sure, go ahead, ask a question. Why not? It's 12:31, might as well. What's another?
Anyway, so I guess my question is, and I didn't get to ask this because I have been living in this neighborhood for 13 years, and I walk this area up and down, Golf Club, Parway, Graceland, Edmonton, everywhere, and I don't see floor-to-ceiling windows like this in the neighborhood. I don't. There might be, and if they are, they're definitely not at the road, on the road. They're facing back. They're somewhere that we can't see as we walk. And I walk this neighborhood for 13 years with my kids on scooters, bikes, just my husband and I.
Sure.
You do not see and these are floor-to-ceiling windows and sliders. You just don't see it.
Okay.
So it does stand out as a kind of sore thumb in that there's nothing like this. And I love that Lloyd Wright home you speak of.
And I'm sure there was a time when it was built where some people said, "What is this?"
Oh, okay, maybe. I'm not going to compare this to a Lloyd Wright. I can't do that.
Certainly, it is a stretch. It is a stretch to do that. But
I owned an architectural home prior to this on the historical register, so I have deep appreciation for architecture.
Sure.
I do. But that's not what this is, and there isn't anything like this meaning in a not a good way.
Okay.
Just a not a good way to us.
I mean, sure. Thank you.
Right? Because it's very distracting.
Okay. Thank you. I don't know what else to say. It's unfortunate that this has become as contentious as it has based on, people's subjective, some of it is people's subjective tastes. Others, you have made your case, and the architect of the home has made their case. The only thing I want to add to this, I'm not a modern architectural style person. I like more traditional homes, but it's not my property, it's not my home, I'm not going to live in it. I will say that in terms of the plants and and this is unrelated, I would hope that in the future, I'll bring this up, that when we do present landscaping plans, given our conditions with lack of water, that we incorporate more local and drought-tolerant plants and make it as much as friendly to the local environment as possible. I've received all the answers to my questions from staff, from the appellants, from the applicants. I have nothing else to ask. I'll let my colleagues weigh in and then see if anyone wants to make a motion. We'll close the hearing at 12:34. Thank you, Councilmember Brotman, for that reminder.
That's late.
It is, indeed. Go ahead. Councilmember Devine.
So I'm okay with this project. I know it's late. I do want to add the condition that Councilmember Brotman brought up with the trees. To the applicants, I'm sorry you waited so long for your dream house. And, you know, I actually used to say this during the campaign a lot. And I think it's important for me to tell this story today. So growing up in Glendale, I had my favorite house, second house down from Kenneth and Pacific. It's a beautiful colonial style home. I love historic homes. One day I was driving by it and I saw that the blue shutters that I loved so much with that white house was no longer there. Whoever owned the house had taken off the shutters and it was now a beige house. That is still a beautiful house that matches the neighborhood. And I had to, in that second, my initial reaction was, what? And then I had to take a step back and then say, this is not my house. So, especially when you live in a city for a long time, you have attachments to things. But I think it's really important to recognize where your boundaries are and to ensure that you are allowing other people to live their dreams. And so I'm sorry it took this long for us to get here. And I hope you have the support to build the house that you want. Thank you. And I hope that you find opportune time to meet with your neighbors and actually become good neighbors and look out after each other. Thank you.
Great. Go ahead, Councilmember Devine.
Okay. So I drove up there, as I usually do, and it is a narrow street. There were a lot of cars parked, a lot of construction going on at your historic site. I had to look down, I think, if I remember correctly, to see your house. It could, you know, it's kind of behind a little wall, and so I drove all the way up and around, made a U-turn, and I looked at the houses that were there, and I thought, how can anyone say that this house is not compatible with that neighborhood when there were facades that were humongous, huge houses, white walls with absolutely no architecture to speak of. And so when I came back and looked at these drawings again, I thought, well, this house is compatible with that neighborhood. I mean, this house fits into the topography. I think the materials that they're using are good. I think that the architect has gone along with the changes that are consistent with the DRB conditions, with the topography. That's been addressed. You lowered the height of the building, 15-foot setback. I think the mass and scale has, because of what you've done, according to their conditions, has made this house better than it was in its original. When someone says to me, and this lot is unbuildable, there is no lot in this city, I don't think, that's unbuildable. What's that?
Or any other city.
or any other city. I mean, you can build, I mean, we've had, and Milka, you can support me on this one. We've had developers build on a straight slope. I mean, no lot is unbuildable, so that just doesn't hold water. Having said all of that, I want to make sure I've read all of my notes. I think I'm going to sustain the Design Review Board's decision. It was unanimous. I did consult with my my appointee, and we discussed the changes that were made. And again, and I will cite the driveway. Once it goes through building and safety and all the other departments, if they cut back on that side, every house up there has a problem with their driveway, I'm sorry, pulling out because the streets are so narrow. There is not a house up there that you can say can safely, without any reservation, that they can get out of their driveways every single time. They have to be, everybody has to be very careful. It's like Adams Hill. It's that kind of, and if there are cars parked on the streets, it's very bad. So anyway, I'm going to recommend that we sustain the Design Review Board decision.
Councilmember Brotman?
Yeah, I'll keep it short. I tend to agree that the architect did more, I think, than what the Design Review Board was asking. There were comments, and I watched the hearing. There were comments that it should better fit into the topography. And I think the architect and the property owner did a good job of accommodating, and I think probably went beyond the expectations of the DRB. So I think from that point of view, it does fit into the area. As far as, design, I live in a neighborhood, it's a historic district, and every house is different. Every house is completely different, and I think that makes it really nice. That makes it interesting. There are neighborhoods where you have a lot of similar, Spanish-style houses. We have everything in Glendale, but I don't think having a contemporary house alongside others that are very different, I don't see that as being a problem. I think as long as the house is kind of architecturally consistent with itself, it's a nice design and it meets the Hillside design guidelines, I think it's okay. And so I will support the DRB's decision. I do want to make sure that the oaks that go in are kind of, I don't know the size of the ones that are going out, but I would like the ones to go in to be as large as possible, given what's in the market, what you can actually do, and so I'll leave that to staff if that's okay to make the judgment call on that. But we never like to lose mature oaks, so let's make sure we get good, healthy, strong, large trees to replace them.
Okay. So you're right, Mr. Avery, in that the Frank Lloyd Wright Jr. house in Chevy Chase Canyon is designed to fit into the landscape. And I'll say that I'm not a particular fan of more modern style, but I know, being very familiar with that neighborhood, having driven through those streets many times growing up, visiting friends who lived in the area, that there is a wide variety of homes in the canyon. To say that you're going to take this one segment and say, okay, it doesn't fit with my house or this house just next door, therefore it should not be allowed, is unfair, I think, to the individuals who want to build something on that property. I mean, something was going to get built on that property at some point. There's a lot of mid-century modern homes, by the way, up and down the hill that are very nice and very different than from the beautiful home that you live in. The house, as it's designed, I don't think really impacts your home, in my view, in terms of where the views are. And in terms of homes that again, taste being what it is and being attributed to the individual, one of the most beautiful homes I've been in Glendale was a mostly glass structure built on in Hillside. Gerald E. Lomax architectural masterpiece in the hillsides of Glendale. I don't know if anyone has seen it. Ida Yegyazarian, who's a realtor, lives in that home, and it's been recognized by many journals and been in books and been written up about in the LA Times. I think that we need to keep an open mind, and I think that staff has worked with the applicant. There have been improvements made as I can see it, and I will vote with my colleagues to sustain the DRB decision. So with that, who would like to make a motion?
I'll move to sustain the DRB's decision.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll second that. All right, we have a motion and a second. May we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Asadrian,
Yes.
Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Najarian, and Mayor Kasakian.
Yes, thank you. All right, thank you. We have no oral communications,
Mayor, we have no oral communications.
but we do have new business, and we have 2 items. Who would like to read the first item into the record?
I'll do that. So I move that the claim for damages of Horseman Insurance is approved for the total sum of $27,629.78. The Director of Finance is authorized to issue a warrant in said sum for delivery by the city attorney upon the receipt of a properly executed release.
Who would like to second?
I'll
Anyone?
second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Councilmember Asadrian,
Yes.
Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Najarian, and Mayor Kasakian.
Yes, who would like to read the next new business item into the record? Who has it?
I move that the city attorney is authorized to execute a professional services agreement for legal investigative services with the law offices of Donna Evans. The agreement shall, in addition to other provisions, contain a fee cap for the provisions of said services.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Asadrian,
Yes.
Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Najarian, and Mayor Kasakian.
Yes. No further business. May we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank you. Good night. Good luck. Good morning. Bye.